Section 1 of Open the Door by CARSWELL. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Open the Door. Book 1. Open the door and flee. 2 Kings, chapter 9, verse 3. Chapter 1. 1. For Julie Bannerman to leave home was in any case a heavy undertaking. Even without her 4 children, even with the admonishing help of her husband, the occasion was one for which complicated plans, gallant but not availing, had to be laid weeks beforehand. And on this morning neither alleviation was hers. As always, she had done her best, of course. The night before she had not undressed, had not so much as taken the hairpins from her aching head. Then, since breakfast, her 2 daughters, aged 12 and 15, had rushed about the house, strapping and unstrapping luggage, and exhorting her. Her confused servants had done what they could. Even her little sons had tried to help, and as the 4-wheeled cab went lumbering over the granite setts of the city, they strove unskillfully to knot up her bonnet strings between them. But it was all no use. The morning express from Glasgow to Edinburgh, said the porter, had been gone these 2 minutes. Now there was no train until 10 minutes past 12. Smarting not for the first time under this kind of public ignominy, the children precipitated themselves upon the pavement before Queen Street Station, and Georgie, the eldest, a stout and lively girl, addressed herself with violence to the open door of the cab. "It's always the same when Father isn't here," she stormed. "I told you we'd miss it, didn't I?" In her rage she could have struck her mother. It exasperated the children that the culprit still stayed sitting in the cab, untying and retying the black ribbon strings of her bonnet with a little defiance in her face. And they knew she was avoiding their eyes when she leaned forward, smiling at the porter, seeking his sympathy, speaking in her warm, pleasant voice. "Oh, but I feel sure there must be a train before then," she urged, as if by sheer hopefulness she could belie the timetables. "Let me see the board." And she began a cumbered descent from the cab. For a woman of but 42, even allowing for the fact that at this time she was some months gone with child, Julie moved heavily. Not even the loss of a night's rest could rob her face of its girlish freshness, but this very youthfulness and ardor of expression served to emphasize her physical ineptitude. It was as if she had never grown used to her body. Often enough had her children heard her sigh impatiently for wings. Yet Joanna, her younger daughter, looking on, could not believe that swiftness and grace were not mere matters of good-will, and that, therefore, this clumsiness was deliberate. "Why will Mother move like that?" she questioned in childish vexation. And driven by a strong craving, she stared away from the imperfection facing her, and set her eyes instead on a patch of the blue, perfect sky of May, which had shone out suddenly between showers above the housetops. "The man must know about the trains, Mother," Georgie scolded, and turning to the porter, she asked him when the 12 o'clock train reached Edinburgh. "But Aunt Georgina's lunch is at 1, declared the elder boy, Lynne, when he had heard the reply, and spinning on his heel he seemed to find a zest in adding to the family misfortunes. "Aunt Georgina will be cross. And what about the carriage? It'll be waiting at the station for us." At this a disconsolate exclamation came from Sholto, the youngest. Sholto did so love to sit by Mackintosh, his aunt's coachman, whose fur cape smelt of naphtha, as they drove along Princess Street. Georgie glared murderously at her mother. "It's all because Father isn't here," she repeated. But the timetable had showed a train that would leave the central station in half an hour. So the luggage was put back on the railed top of the cab, and the children crowded into it for the 5 minutes' drive. Their last difficulty lay in getting their mother to break off a conversation with the porter. She had discovered that as a lad he had attended her husband's Bible class for foundry boys, and now she was telling him about the evangelistic tour Mr. Bannerman was making in the United States of America. She had to be pushed and pulled, protesting, into the cab. Then someone remembered that a telegram must be sent to Aunt Georgina. But at last they were set out on their way again, and they were soon arranging themselves in the train. 2. Though the third-class compartment which the Bannerman family had secured to themselves would have seated 10 full-grown people with comfort, it now appeared so to overflow with animated life that other travelers, valise in hand, passed it after one hesitating glance through its windows. Certainly the children from the moment of their entrance did everything they could think of to repel fellow passengers. Not only was this by tradition essential to the joy of a journey, but if strangers got in, Mrs. Bannerman was sure to talk to them. She loved and idealized strangers, eagerly furnished them with reading matter, and was swift in leading the talk to eternal verities, all of which was a severe trial to her daughters in their sensitive teens. In most ways leading quite detached lives, and feeling a good deal of contempt each for the other, Georgie and Joanna were at one in this: they hated any publication of their mother's peculiarities. And so young Sholto was posted at one of the platform windows and told to grimace with all his might at anyone who seemed to have designs on the door-handle, while behind him Linnet, disguised as an invalid, lay at full length, propped slightly by a hold-all and covered to the chin with his mother's shepherd-plaid shawl. In another window, an umbrella, crowned with Sholto's Glengarry and draped with Linnet's reefer coat, served as an additional scarecrow. In all this the leader was clearly Georgie. She gave her orders in double Dutch, a secret family language much used and treasured by the four, and the younger ones did her bidding more or less. To the mother's fitful supplication for quiet no one paid much attention. But really Julie was as youthfully elated as any of her children at the adventure of traveling, and they knew it. Her satisfaction, together with great pride in her unmanageable flock, beamed from her. She enjoyed, too, arranging the hand luggage on the racks and beneath the seats, and was joyfully looking forward to opening the letters of that morning, one letter bearing the Philadelphia postmark. She had a day-old newspaper to read as well, and had brought with it several issues of The Believer and of Distant Lands, some of these still in their uncut wrappers of weeks ago and showing marks of dust. In the current number of The Believer she knew there was a breezily up-to-date article by her husband entitled, "Are Miracles Essential?" To read with a clear conscience was a luxury Julie never enjoyed at home, where calls on her time and strength were unending, and household duties, in spite of her 3 servants, ever in arrears. Already on this journey she had expressed some of her pleasant anticipations to the kind guard who sympathized with their loss of the other train. Next, to her daughter's distress, she confided in the ticket collector. "We are going," she told him, "to the assembly of our dear Free Church." "I do wish, Mother, you wouldn't tell everyone where we are going," objected Georgie the moment the door was closed again. "People only laugh at us. The man was laughing. I saw him. What's the use of telling him that Grandpapa came out at the disruption? He's probably a U.P. anyhow." "Dear, dear, how sensitive you children are," replied Julie, undisturbed. She was annoyingly accustomed to such rebukes, and feeling suddenly hungry she opened a small paper bag and began to eat from it with relish. She had thriftily saved half a buttered roll from their hasty breakfast. "What if he did smile, Georgie?" she went on between bites. "It will do him good to smile, and us no harm." Georgie blew an irritated breath, and settling herself with a wriggle in the corner where the umbrella had been, she resolutely opened the book she had brought with her. It was Sartor Resartus. She did not understand it, but it exhilarated her with a sense of superiority to the rest of the family. She glanced scornfully across at her sister, who was reading Titbits, indulging an inferior appetite for mere bits of curious information. The train had moved out of the station, but just then it slowed down and stopped on the high bridge which there spans the Clyde. Joanna, from learning how many times a sovereign beat finely out would engirdle the earth, looked up and out of the window. Below her, framed in the great transverse shanks of the iron grille, the water looked so beautiful that she could have called out. Yet something kept her quite still and mute in her corner. It had been raining half an hour before, and now the sun gleamed on the brown surface of the river and on the wet, grey granite balustrades of the Jamaica Bridge. The bright red and yellow horse-cars flashed as they followed each other northwards and southwards along shining rails, and the passing craft on the water moved in a dun-coloured glory. By one bank, some paddle steamers were being repainted for the coming season. Joanna, with the others, had often sailed in them for summer cruises, and she knew by the number of funnels and their colours to which line each boat belonged. She knew the dredgers, too, obstinate in mid-stream, with their travelling lines of buckets trawling glittering filth from the riverbed, while passing them, a string of half-submerged barges and rafts hung behind a little panting tug. Less familiar was a giant liner that made her slow way seaward. Her decks were deserted. Only a negro leaned gazing upon a rail astern. This picture, cut into sections and made brilliant by the interposing trellis of black metal, appealed not so much to the little girl's untrained eye, as symbolically through her eye to her heart, which leapt in response. The sunshine on that outgoing vessel and the great glistening current of brown water filled her with painful yet exquisite longings. She did not know what ailed her, nor what she desired. She got no further than thinking that she would like to be a stewardess when she grew up. With a warning cry and a long shudder, the train, which had only stopped for a moment, started again. But before it had passed over the bridge, Georgie, too, glancing up from her reading at the disturbance, caught sight of the river. "Oh, look! Just look! Look at the river, all of you!" she shouted, rushing across the carriage. "Mother, Joanna, isn't it simply lovely? Isn't it exquisite?" And in her enthusiasm she dragged her mother to the window at which her sister was seated. "Only look there!" Julie leaned to look back at the retreating vision. She had laid her hand on Joanna's shoulder, partly to steady herself, partly in affection. "Yes, dears, beautiful," she agreed with warmth. "God has put us into a beautiful world. Let us try and make our own lives to match it." And after a pause she quoted words which had risen in her mind at the sight. "They go down to the sea in ships and see his wonders in the mighty deep." Joanna felt miserably inclined to shake off her mother's touch, which had increased to a meaning pressure on her shoulder. It seemed to violate her, and she guessed with hatred at the pleased, ready tears in her mother's eyes. Even while her own tears pricked painfully behind her eyeballs at the beauty of her mother's words, she threw up frantic defenses against their bid for her sympathy. Not for the world would she have yielded. Not for the world could she have told why. The familiar, absurd thought came to her that she was perhaps a changeling or foster child in the Bannerman family, no real relation to any of them. How else explain this trouble, this obstinate aloofness that was so common with her? As for Julie, she sat in her place and reviewed her little family, her hens of gold as she loved to call them. God, in his infinite mercy, she mused, had seen fit to give her the charge of these 4 immortal souls, and she would, with his help, try not to fail in so great a trust. In the scurry that morning she had not found time to kneel as long as usual by her bedside. Without constant and secret prayer she knew herself unable to face the difficulties of daily life. So now she closed her eyes and prayed. She prayed for each of her children, including the one yet unborn, for strength and wisdom to guide their feet in the way of peace, for her husband in Philadelphia and the work he was doing among souls there between the intervals of his business. Lastly, she prayed for the whole family of mankind. But prayers embracing the human race are so generous that upon the soul that offers them they have the soothing and releasing effect of a wide landscape, or a river which has quietly overflowed its banks. And this is what happened to Julie Bannerman. A sense of extraordinary peace lapped her about. The white believers and the blue distant lands she had thought to enjoy were destined to travel back to Glasgow a week later in their unviolated wrappers. She slept. 3. The train ran on with a throbbing rhythm that was grateful to the sleeping woman. Linnet sat in a lethargy as usual, twitching his pale blue delicate eyes in a way he had, and Sholto, who wanted to fire off a new penny pistol, searched his sporran for pink percussion caps. With his Glengarry off, the child showed a bullet-like head covered with short, dark fur, a head that looked as if it could ram enemies out of its way. And the strong knees beneath his tweed kilt were always covered with bruises, which were his pride when the first pain of them was past. Already he was more than a match for Linnet, and his sisters had been compelled to abandon physical reliance in their dealings with him. When he was whipped, he bellowed, but shed few tears, unlike Linnet, who overflowed at a touch. Indeed, it was enough to address Linnet teasingly as President Lincoln, his namesake, to see the corners of his mouth go down. Though he was now 10, his mother had not yet had the heart to cut the fair, effeminate ringlets which reached the collar of his sailor suit. The others, all straight-haired, were proud of Linnet's curls. Georgie and Joanna seemed deep in their reading. Joanna, seeing her mother asleep, had kicked off her shoes without untying the laces. Her brown beaver hat lay beside her. Both girls were dressed alike in porridge-colored coats trimmed after the fashion of the 90s, with panels of terracotta plush. Ugly garments they were, but they had a special quality in their wearers' eyes, because Aunt Purdy from Italy had chosen them. About a month before, Aunt Purdy, Julie's sister, till then known to the children by name only, as poor Aunt Purdy, who led a vaguely romantic, vaguely unmentionable existence on an Italian hilltop, had seized the chance of her disapproving brother-in-law's absence to pay them all a visit in Glasgow. During her short stay, she had turned the Bannerman household upside down. It was a household where personal remarks were not made, but Aunt Purdy's talk had consisted chiefly in personalities. She had turned from her soup at dinner to tell the housemaid that her hair was glorious but her face stupid, had assured Georgie that her neck and hands were her only good points in looks, had drawn up impromptu horoscopes unasked for each member of the family, from Julie to the cook. It was on the occasion of the choosing of the porridge-colored coats that she had announced with all the gravity and force of prophecy that Joanna promised to be a beauty in the course of time. It was a prophecy rebuked by Julie, but both Joanna and Georgie had heard it, and since that day the relations between the two girls had changed subtly. Till then the elder had been a secret bully. When they were dressing together, she would often throw Joanna's clothes onto the dusty top of the wardrobe, and she had enjoyed watching her suffer. But even then she had sometimes felt a curious spasm in herself seeing her youngest sister asleep in the bed they shared. Joanna's skin made her think of wild roses, and there was a suggestion of fragility in these undecided contours that roused something besides her contempt. Not so very long before, at a Christmas party at Aunt Georgina's, when her mother had arrived very late, bringing her whole flock, though only 2 had been expected, Cousin Irene, newly returned from finishing in France, had swept the apologetic little Glasgow group with her tortoiseshell lorgnette. Irene was terribly fashionable. "What sturdy children," she had drawled. Julie, proud of the robust body she had brought forth and reared, had smiled, delighted at the compliment. But Georgie had been lashed by her cousin's patronage. She had stood out crimsoning and looking in that moment sturdier than ever. "That shows all you know," she had exclaimed. "Linnet's extremely delicate. He has to wear a truss. And Joanna is not a bit sturdy. She has to have malt extract with every meal, and it was all Mother could do to rear her at all." What Georgie had not realized before her Aunt Purdy's visit was that Joanna's look of fragility held a promise of future beauty. Now, without question, she knew and accepted it. She felt not a trace of envy. The contempt did not go, but the bullying ceased. Julie still slept. She had in full measure the capacity for making up arrears of sleep. And it was well that she had, for failing to get to bed in the ordinary way and at a reasonable hour of the night was one of the sins that did most easily beset her. She acknowledged it, fought and prayed against it, but with little avail. And her children were as ashamed of it as if she had been a drunkard. To herself, Julie's weakness was a baffling mystery. Night after night, soon after 10 o'clock had struck, however strong her resolve of the earlier evening had been, she was beset by a vision of duties undone. There were letters that should have been answered weeks ago, the accounts needed making up, checks ought to be signed. Throughout the day, interruptions, to which she was ever a victim, had prevented her from attending to these things. And now, between 10 and 11, they collected to form a dark cloud about her. Scratch, scratch would go her unready pen, and she took great pains with her erasures, always having a fine penknife by her in her japanned pencil case, and finally rubbing the place quite smooth with the back of her fingernail. When her husband was at home, he had the authority to drive her to bed, but now that he was away, the girls would wake with an unhappy start hearing the clock strike 2, and would steal in to remonstrate. Never in after life could they hear the sound of a quill pen squeaking along paper without a vision of their mother by candlelight, her face wearing a look of innocent craft mingled with guilt at being found out. True, even then she usually maintained the defensive. So long as she was at her chaotic desk, she was upheld by the sense that she was fulfilling duties, however belatedly. But there were times when, in the delicious quiet of midnight, she would be ensnared by the unread newspaper of that morning, and this, whether discovered in it or not, she held to be sinful. At other times, again, on some slight pretext, such as a fresh box of matches, she would, with many precautions, creep down the basement stairs and prowl about the kitchen, peeping into jars, sniffling inquisitively at their contents, testing Ellen's saucepans with a forefinger to see if they were thoroughly scoured, finding a dozen things amiss. Ultimately, the housewife in her rampant, she would spend 3/4 of an hour cutting up bars of soap into even squares for the economy of drying before use. And when she came to place them neatly in rows on a high shelf, she would find that the shelf wanted dusting. On these occasions she reverted entirely to the careful, secretive, peasant stock from which her family had sprung on her father's side, a strong stock that had risen and married far above itself. In spite of a prickling conscience, Julie enjoyed her stolen visits to the kitchen like a truant schoolgirl, and during such raids her mouth would be set in lines of obstinate naughtiness. When her husband was at home, however, there were but few adventures below stairs for her. Her unpunctuality, her muddle-headedness, and her slowness were very trying to a facile and naturally precise man as he was, and she was achingly aware of her own shortcomings. Not that Sholto treated her harshly. He was forbearance itself, and she knew he recognized her constant struggle to please him. Greatly she craved his affection, and he gave it to her, but not like a spendthrift. He doled it out, while she devoured it hungrily. She was conscious without vanity that he had a fixed perception of her goodness, her inherent purity of heart and motive, and that he consciously kept this in mind when she tried his patience. And for this she was humbly grateful, often telling herself how blessed she was in such a husband. But without knowing it, she thirsted for something Sholto did not give her, as he had it not, and when this thirst attacked her she suffered a sick loneliness of heart that drove her to her knees. There, by her bedside, many a time, with tears, she would ask forgiveness of God for having married. For when she was 25, there had come very definitely to Julie Erskine, as she then was, the call to a religious vocation. Had she been a Roman Catholic, she would undoubtedly have entered some working order such as that church provides, and under its strict rule and constant spiritual exercises might have thriven. But to her the Church of Rome was the Scarlet Woman. So her call demanded simply that special kind of consecration, which, so long as there are leper islands abroad and slums at home, will always remain open to ardent souls of any denomination. Julie had taken her decision, but not yet a definite post for service, when she met Sholto Bannerman, and very soon after their meeting he asked her to become his wife. Sholto, with his immediate charm, had become accustomed to women's admiration, and up to a point he was susceptible. But no woman had ever appealed to him so strongly as this one. Miss Erskine was not pretty, but her physical freshness, notable in itself, was made arresting by some spiritual quality in her which Sholto did not attempt to define. And she was just difficult enough to make the winning of her a pleasure. She would have refused anyone else, but Sholto's chance lay in the fact that they had met in mission work, and in a particular vineyard where he was already an experienced laborer. In 1881 there had swept over Scotland a wave of religious revival, the second and lesser wave set a-going by Moody and Sankey, and in Glasgow alone the registered converts numbered over 32,000. There were stupendous after-meetings which made the City Hall resemble a vast fishing ground, with the blind, sweet-voiced singer and the nasal, humorous Yankee orator as the skillful casters of nets. Both Sholto and Julie had readily lent themselves as helpers, and it was thus that they had met. Julie had hesitated long and seriously, but in the end she had taken Sholto instead of her dream of holiness. He was so handsome, so masterful, yet so gracious, so full of sunshine and apparently so warm. He was so sure, too, that as his wife she would be fulfilling her true destiny. Every argument was on his side. The idea of a home of her own had always worked strongly in Julie. She loved children and seemed made to care for them. So she recanted. But she never forgot her dream. And when her babes came, she told herself that surely the beings born of such a marriage would give themselves in due time to the work from which their mother had turned back. Nay, they would do it far better than she, with her many drawbacks of temperament, could ever have done. So one by one she dedicated them and prayed for them, and was content to be obliterated from the book of life itself, if only her prayers might be answered. With her husband she had a measure of happiness. To the end she idealized him. To the end hid her hunger under self-censure. In the intimate chamber of their married life she was never really awakened. Sholto, in the early days, used to tell her laughing that she compared favorably with other women in her wifely demands, which he declared were an almost fraternal affection. She believed this, and was flattered by it, as he had intended she should be, impressed too by his air of worldly knowledge. But it was not the truth. She wanted utter union with him, and as she could unite with no one, she remained wrapped within herself. When she felt the stirrings of passion in herself, she was dimly ashamed, and had to reason that, after all, this world was peopled by God's own ordinances. Only the yielding up of oneself to mere delight was sinful. As for Sholto, he too was faintly ashamed of his sensual self, but it was not so strong that he could not keep it fairly easily in hand. The baffling truth about him, known to no one, least of all to himself, was that at the very heart of him there was an emptiness. He was a fine, gracious figure of a man, but at the center of his being there was a falling away. This, though he gave other reasons, and believed them, was why he shunned intimacies. Sometimes, when life pressed hard on him, a look of vague fear would cross his face. But it always passed quickly, and the guarded, sunlit emptiness returned. He subscribed to the evangelical system, not passionately like his wife, but because it saved him from thought. He had the faith of a little child. He had also the spasmodic terror of a little child that its faith may be misplaced. Indeed, he was in 20 ways a child. He liked all games, and played them well without taking special pains. He liked laughter, too, and could never resist a pun. Being with his children gave him pleasure, and he took them out for long walks on Saturday afternoon, when they had much ado to keep up with his strong, springing steps. To them it seemed that the earth shook a little under his tread, and they looked up to him as to a god. To women it was his habit to speak banteringly, and they liked it, smiling on after he was gone. But what Sholto loved best of all was public speaking. Better than games, better than being with his children, better than shooting capercailzie and rabbits at Duntarvie, their house in Perthshire, better than his curbed enjoyment of his wife's virginal freshness, was to him the elevation of a platform. This, for him, was the unique sensation of existence. He had the gift of winning and holding attention, and he was supremely conscious of the upturned faces of his audience, drinking in each word as he made point after point with a shallow, limped charm. So long as he was speaking to an assembly, that secret emptiness of his did not matter. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Open the Door by Katherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 2. 4. Julie had wakened and was rummaging in her stuffed handbag for Sholto's letter. To find it, she had to turn everything out upon the seat beside her. There were various purses and pocketbooks, part of her complicated system of account, also several handkerchiefs, a good pair of gloves to put on when she reached Edinburgh, some tracts, pink and yellow, and the paper bag in which the breakfast roll had been, now folded and neatly encircled by an elastic band. Lynne pounced on a piece of toffee he had given to his mother a week ago, but he and his brother at once stopped fighting for the sweet, when at length Julie began to read aloud from the sheets of crackling paper written over in the father's fine, flourishing handwriting. "The blessed work goes on famously here, thank God," he wrote. And his wife raised eyes shining with solemn hilarity, eyes none of the children cared to meet. "Pray, Julie, that our little ones may all become workers in his vineyard, bannermen and bannerwomen of that better country to the end. I have had a troublesome cold this last week, but hope to shake it off in a day or two, D.V. We are having severe weather, and although in other respects superior to ours in Glasgow, the Y.M.C.A. hall here has a very draughty platform. Tell Georgie Porgy that father wears the woolen comforter she knitted for him, and has found it a comforter indeed. But it would hardly do to appear in it while addressing a meeting of 2,000 souls, now would it? Kiss her and Joanna and the boys for me, and tell them father expects them to look after you in his absence, particularly as to getting you to your bed in decent time." "Aha! Do you hear that, mother?" interrupted Georgie, but her mother lifted a forefinger for silence. "Remember," she continued reading, "that the body, ordained as the earthly temple in which the soul dwells during our brief sojourn here, needs reasonable rest and care until that joyful day of our release. To die in harness has always been my prayer, but we have been given certain rules of health on the most sacred authority, as also the common sense enabling us to observe them. May God guide you, my dear wife, in all wisdom, and give you ever more deeply that peace which passeth all understanding. Your affectionate husband, John Sholto Bannerman." Before she was quite finished, Julie's voice broke, and she wiped her eyes with simple ostentation. "Thank God, children, for such a father as you have," she exclaimed. Then, finding that Sholto had added a postscript to his letter, "Since writing this," she read out, "my cold has become worse, and seems now to be on my chest. Not chest of drawers, tell Linnet. But Mrs. Ross here is a kind body and a great poulticer, so I expect D.V. to throw it off shortly." "If father died, would we have a cablegram by the line laid by the Great Eastern?" asked Linnet with unusual animation. "Linnet, how can you?" cried Georgie, whereupon Linnet subsided. But his imagination had been captured by the idea of the cable, and he had been thinking of it while his mother was reading. 2 months ago, They had all gone to Liverpool to see their father off, and the children had been taken over the Great Eastern, which lay there as a show ship before being broken up. Lynne had been impressed by the story of how the cable had been laid under the sea, and now he half hoped that his father would die, so that he should be able to see with his own eyes what a cablegram looked like. He wondered if it got much nibbled by fishes on its way. It was, after all, a united little party that was driven an hour later to Aunt Georgina's imposing front door in Moray Place. The more so because certain humiliation awaited them there. Unpunctuality was a weakness with which Mrs. Balmain had no sympathy, and from their cousin Mabel, who alone had met them at the station, they knew that their telegram had not arrived in time to prevent inconvenience. Mabel, with Irene, Aunt Georgina's only daughter, had already started in the carriage to meet the missed express, whereat Irene had been greatly annoyed. She and the carriage were now paying calls, so that the Bannermans must be content with a common cab. Mabel, who was a Bannerman, not a Balmain, and was not an intimate of the Moray Place household, was sympathetic as always in a misfortune. But neither Georgie nor Joanna failed to notice the sly grin which their orphaned cousin could never wholly restrain when the family from Glasgow got into trouble with their Edinburgh relations. 5. To the Bannermans from Glasgow the worldly grandeur of their father's eldest sister did not make for comfort. They would far rather have stayed, as Mabel did, with the gentler spinster Aunt Ellen in her rambling house at Collinton that had been worn shabby by generations of the family. True, even at Aunt Ellen's there was nothing like the freedom of Colossie Street, but at least one did not suffer from constant strain and terror. Mabel was double-faced, but she put on no airs like Cousin Irene, whose recent engagement to a rising young member of Parliament had caused a stir in Edinburgh society. Mabel was only too glad to be invited to Duntarvie in the holidays and to wear Georgie's outgrown muslins. Though her mother had been a Bannerman, her father had come of less desirable stock. But Aunt Georgina's husband was Lord Westermuir, a judge of the Court of Session, and her prune-colored silk gown that rustled, her long gold earrings that dangled, and the profusion of old lace which was displayed on her handsome bosom, all proclaimed that in her the high-water mark of the Bannerman house had been reached. The same ineffable standard was set by Aunt Georgina's luncheon table, at which on the following day the Glasgow Bannermans took their places. At Moray Place every meal was a ceremony. But luncheon, with its decked sideboard, its gloss of perfect damask, its array of polished crystal and crested silver, and its ormolu-handled fruit dishes of apple green and gold, was for the children the supremely disconcerting event of the day. Joanna had always connected its restrained lavishness with a verse of Scripture often quoted by her mother, bidding us to "seek first the kingdom of God." It was the "all these things" of the latter part of the text, which were to be "added unto" the obedient seeker, that seemed embodied to the carnal eye in Aunt Georgina's table at precisely 1 o'clock each day. And it was a puzzle to the child, considering her mother's fine enthusiasm for God's kingdom, that the Colossie Street appointments should remain so lacking in elegance. That morning Julie had taken the 4 children and Mabel to the opening of the Free Church Assembly. For her it was the treat of the year, and she was so genuinely aglow with it that the children had to share in her elation. Besides, the big ministerial gathering on the mound was an impressive sight, especially to those who had a traditional part in it, and had not both their grandfathers come out at the disruption of 1843? Had not Grandpapa Bannerman been so famous that wherever they visited they saw his engraved portrait hanging in the people's entrance halls? So the young people had been thrilled as they took their seats in the large square building, and they had loved standing up when the compact body of black-coated men, ringed about by their women folk and children, rose to receive the venerable moderator. But the climax was reached when the assembly, without the accompaniment of any instrument, had lifted up its voice in the Old Hundredth. Then Julie, as she sang loudly, had wept with unconcealed joy, and Georgie and Joanna might also have yielded to the surge of emotion had it not been for the smirking scrutiny of Mabel. When Julie shed tears because of God's amazing goodness, her face became enraptured. Yet at the same time one knew that she rejoiced in her capacity for rapture. The emotion was valid, but she hoped it would not go unremarked, and in the way she looked about her with wet eyes there was a hint of reproach for the apathetic world in which her ecstasy found itself singular. To her daughters the perception of all this was bad enough in public places; when it was shared by Mabel it was torture. Mabel, so pretty, dark, and sidelong (when she walked she actually seemed to advance sideways), would look lingeringly at her aunt's face. Then, dropping her eyelids, she would smile to herself. Soon she would send a liquid glance either way to Georgie and Joanna to make sure that they had observed her amusement. She would know at once by their stony expressions that the shaft of ridicule had gone home. And now Aunt Georgina had helped them all to soup from a silver tureen. Georgie was sipping hers in what she knew to be the correct way, from the side of the spoon instead of from the tip as she did at home, and Joanna had nervously raised a glass of water to her lips when she caught her aunt's eye upon her. "We don't usually drink water before our soup, Joanna," said Mrs. Balmayne quietly. "At least," she added, "I don't know how you do it in Glasgow. In Edinburgh it is thought vulgar to drink immediately before food. Besides, it is bad for the stomach." Joanna crimsoned and put down her glass untouched. Neither her mother's kind, grieved glance nor the message of sympathy sent across the table from Georgie's eyes could salve her wound. Though a murderous hatred of her aunt rose in her, she unhesitatingly condemned herself. She had not known any better than to drink water before food, and now she sat disgraced before them all, particularly before Cousin Irene, for whom that very morning at breakfast she had conceived a violent admiration. Oh, why were she and her family not in keeping with the elegance around them? Why were they not cool and at ease at the luncheon table as Cousin Irene was? Joanna and Georgie had long ago agreed that Cousin Irene was a softy and a snob, but at this moment Joanna, with her craving for exquisiteness, was passionately envious of Irene's endowments. She felt ashamed, not only of herself but of the others. She looked across at her mother, who was encouraging Sholto to finish his soup by blowing upon each spoonful; at Linnet, who lounged back in his chair; at Georgie, who was being so careful with her tablespoon; and there was Mabel, smiling hatefully with her eyes on her plate. Joanna reminded herself desperately that the Erskines, on one side at least, were of a far more distinguished history than either the Bannermans or the Balmaynes. But this consideration only added the sting of unfairness to her present sense of inferiority, and she suffered. 6. 3 days later came the news of their father's death from pneumonia. They were all five sitting in Aunt Georgina's little morning room, the only room in the house where the children felt at ease. The boys were on the floor making a paper fire balloon, and Joanna, with the book of directions open in front of her, was at a table cutting out and gluing together the more delicate parts for her brothers. They were very happy and busy amid a litter of tissue paper. But Georgie, sitting by the window, would insist on discussing the verbal inspiration of the Bible, a subject mentioned that morning in the assembly. And Julie had laid down her Asia's Millions, the better to refute her daughter's argument. "It says in Genesis, mother, that Adam and Eve were the first man and woman, now doesn't it?" demanded Georgie. "Yes, dear," Julie admitted, but doubtfully, suspecting a trap. "Yet," pursued the girl with increasing truculence, "when Cain was sent to wander about after killing Abel, he got married and had children. Now who could marry him if he only had brothers and sisters? There couldn't have been cousins. Besides," put in Joanna as she neatly blew out a section of the balloon on which the glue had dried, "it says that God told people not to kill Cain. What people can these have been?" "You must admit it looks a bit fishy, mother," wound up Georgie. "Georgie!" Her mother reprimanded her here on sure ground. "I cannot have such words used of God's holy word." "Oh, well, anyhow, you can't get over the contradiction, can you? But that's only one of heaps. Now, what I say is—" But no one was ever to hear this important saying of Georgie's, for at that moment Aunt Georgina entered the room. Tight in her hand she carried a slip of greenish paper, and though her grip on herself was equally firm, even little Sholto knew instantly that she was the bearer of grave tidings. At her low-voiced, startlingly kind bidding, the children trooped out by the door she had left open. But before it had shut behind them they caught the magic word, "cable," and were terrified by the even more unusual expression on their aunt's lips, "my poor sister." Instinctively the four moved to the end of the passage and huddled close together there, like sheep before the storm breaks. Not a sound came from the little morning room. Lynne durst not ask his sisters the questions about the cable that trembled on his lips. It was thus that their aunt found them when she came out again, softly closing the door after her as if upon a sick room. On her proud face was a look none of them knew, a look of stricken passion that altered her and frightened them. Sholto had been among the few beings his sister had ever loved, and when they were boy and girl together she had been madly proud of him. She laid her hand now on her young namesake's shoulder. "My poor children," she said, "you will have to be very brave for your mother's sake." Georgie was the only one to speak. The others seemed petrified. "It's not anything wrong with father?" she questioned. And on a rising key at her aunt's low reply, she cried out, "No, no, I won't have it. I can't bear it. I tell you it isn't true. Father, father, let me go. Don't touch me." There was horror for Joanna in the noise Georgie was making. Georgie's voice sounded all over the house while Aunt Georgina was so quiet. And how quiet it was in there where mother was. With a quick movement the child broke from the others to run to her mother. But Aunt Georgina caught her by the arm, still gripping Georgie also. "Control yourself, Georgie, and think of your mother," she commanded with grievous severity, and her fingers felt like iron on the young flesh. "Remember, you are the eldest. Think of how your father would wish you to behave." I'll try," sobbed Georgie. "Don't speak to me." And presently their aunt left them, telling them they might go to their mother. In the morning room they found Julie strangely uplifted, and when each had clung to her in turn, she addressed them starry-eyed and lyrical. "My beloved children," she said quietly, "it has pleased our Heavenly Father to lay His hand upon us all and try our faith, whether it be faith indeed. He has taken your earthly father to Himself. We can only pray for strength and look for our refuge in Him, for He is our refuge and our strength in time of trouble. Let us pray to Him now, together, that I, my darlings, may be given the strength to be to you, father and mother both, until it pleases Him in His great mercy to take me also to Himself. Let us pray to the Father of the fatherless." Upon this the tears gushed from her eyes, and she would have knelt down with them at the sofa. But Georgie refused. "I won't pray to your God," she cried out at the pitch of her voice. "If it pleases Him for father to die like this, away from us all, I don't love Him. I hate your God. My God is quite different. I'll go and pray to my God. He'll know that you can't ever make up to me for father. Oh, I can't bear it." And she rushed from the room. "Poor Georgie," said Julie. "God, the maker of our hearts, speaks to us all in different ways." And with the remaining children she poured herself forth in prayer. When at length she had left the boys in Joanna's charge, none of them spoke for a few moments. Then in the gaping chasm of silence Lynne moved diffidently to where his interrupted work still lay on the carpet, and he picked up a streamer of blue paper. "I suppose we may as well finish making our fire balloon, Sholto," he remarked. Now the tears sprung to Joanna's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. It was not that she felt any real personal loss, but something in her little brother's aspect made her see them suddenly as fatherless. "Oh, Lynne!" she exclaimed, striving for a degree of realization. "Think! We'll never hear father blow his nose again like a trumpet in the lobby when he comes home at night." "And he'll never be Lord Provost now either," appended Sholto morosely, "with the 2 lamp posts in front of our door." Lynne nodded, seeing the tragedy in this, and in deference to it he kept to himself his bitter disappointment about the look of the cable. 7. But it was Georgie who was wakened in the small hours of the morning, and taken to her mother's bedside to play the daughter's part there. They had had to send for the doctor at midnight. Aunt Georgina had not been able to lie down nor even take off her dress. She was grim with weariness and sorrow. Henceforth Georgie wore a look of satisfied importance, as of one who has been momentously confided in. But it was some days before Joanna could get her to share the secret. "You must promise faithfully not to tell Mabel," Georgie stipulated, giving way at last. Joanna promised faithfully. "Well, then," said Georgie, lowering her voice to a searching whisper, "we were going to have had a baby, but now it's not coming because of father. And that is why mother is ill, in bed, and seeing the doctor. She only said it was a disappointment. It was Aunt Georgina told me the rest. She said at 15 I was old enough to know. All the same, remember you have promised not to tell Mabel." Joanna, gratifyingly awestruck, gazed at her sister. The collective "we" in Georgie's mouth impressed her strongly. Had she sought in her mind, there were 1,000 questions to be asked. But at 12 one is still used to accepting mysteries without challenge. And so this strange new loss, which was in some indiscoverable way connected with her father's death in America, was stored in the dark lumber room of the child's mind. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 2. As soon as Julie was well enough, she returned home with the children to Glasgow. And there, when they were got past the first excitement of condolences, it looked as if things would continue much as they had been in Sholto's lifetime. Everyone said that the widow bore up wonderfully, that she was an example of Christian fortitude. Sholto's affairs were in good order, though people were surprised at the smallness of his estate, and business acquaintances shook their heads a little, murmuring the word speculations. But Julie herself made no complaint. She was indeed relieved at having to give up her husband's cherished project of moving to a grander house in a more fashionable neighbourhood. Collessie Street, at the top of its precipitous, roughly cobbled hill, had at one time been a residential quarter of distinction. But in 1896 the roomy, solid, black houses, deep bitten by the carbonic deposits of half a century, with their square-pillared porticos and their stone areas guarded by rusty spearhead railings, had a forsaken look. Their domestic curtains were more and more giving place to the ground glass and perforated metal screens of institutions, and where once a famous surgeon had brought up his family, there was now a dingy training home for fallen girls. The place, however, was not without dignity, and to Julie and her children the ugly, well-built house at the corner felt like a part of themselves. They all hated the idea of leaving it, even for the excitement of a West End mansion. From the big day nursery windows on the top story, which commanded wide grey views to the south and west, the girls could remember watching the distant ascent of their first fireworks, rockets soaring in honour of Glasgow's earliest exhibition. From the same windows they had seen with rapture the first lighting of the city by electricity, and 3 times they had hung out great flags over the sills for royal processions. Once Georgie was quite certain that Queen Victoria, driving up Sauchiehall Street, had waved her hand in special acknowledgment to their high window. Within the house, as one entered, the first thing to meet the eye was a richly illuminated scroll, bearing the words, "As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord." It had been Sholto's first act on returning from his wedding trip to hang this text, and Julie often looked at it now, remembering vividly how her bridegroom had stood on a chair to nail it in its trumpery frame full between the marble pillars of the lobby, so that nobody could miss it. He had laughed, and had kissed her afterwards, and the sight of it in these, the early days of her widowhood, always filled her with resolution. But as time went on, it began to be evident that Sholto's widow and his children were variously disposing themselves to serve the Lord in ways which Sholto himself would have dealt with summarily had he been alive. More and more Julie's resolution when she looked at the house text became linked with a stricken conscience. More and more she saw that to play the double part of father and mother was not going to be so easy as at first she had imagined. "I wonder," said Joanna tentatively one night as she and Georgie were getting into bed, "I wonder what father would say if he knew you missed out 'for Jesus' sake' in your prayers now." But Georgie was ready for such questions. "Father isn't the same now as he was," she told her sister. He understands everything now, and knows just what I feel about God and all that." It was at this time, within a year of her father's death, that Joanna had a dream about him. She was sleeping that night with her mother. In spite of many disadvantages, it was still regarded as a treat among them to sleep with mother, and had wakened suddenly at 3 in the morning, with a familiar pang of misery at finding no bedfellow. Julie had not even got so far as to fall asleep at her prayers by the bedside. So Joanna arose, and, shivering with fury and cold, went barefoot down to the parlour. There, as she expected, she found her mother seated before her untidy roll-top desk, with her head fallen on her papers. She had dropped asleep over a letter in the middle of an erasure, and she wore the old squirrel-lined cape in which she always ran out to catch the midnight lifting at the corner pillar. When at last they were both upstairs, Joanna climbed back into bed, and, having exhausted herself in bitter reproach, lay wide awake and silent while her mother undressed. No matter how tired she felt, Julie was meticulous over her toilette. Always she had to dip her brush in the ewer so as to dampen the front part of her hair before plaiting it separately from the rest. Her creamy neck, covered at other times, and her raised unconscious arms, so astonishingly soft and youthful, gave the watching child a deep thrill of pleasure. Soon the thin, sleek plate was ready to be tossed back, and Julie turned out the gas. Then did Joanna creep immediately into her mother's arms, and in that warm, lovely encircling her thin little body was flooded with well-being. When they were both asleep, Joanna dreamed that a visitor was standing on the outside doorstep, ringing and ringing at the bell for admittance, but that she alone of all the house heard the summons. Going downstairs in her dream to open the door, she peeped first through the ground glass which formed its upper panel. Engraved on the glass was the head of a man with a curly beard, long believed by the children, for some inexplicable reason, to be a portrait of Satan, and by putting an eye level with Satan's eye they were accustomed to spy through upon visitors. Joanna did this in her dream, and saw what froze her with horror. It was her father that stood without. He was unmistakable, though in some indefinable way horribly altered, and his presence filled her with repulsion. Father was dead. They had had a cable to say so, had mourned him, and he had no right to come back in this way. In terror, but under a kind of constraint, she opened the door one small inch, and that dreadful stranger who was yet her father tried to push his way into the house. But now hatred overcame every other feeling, and shutting the door with all her might, Joanna fled upstairs. As she went, all her determination was never to let others know who had called. On waking, which she did immediately afterwards, the child was first conscious of immense relief that no such return need in reality be feared. "For," she said to herself in that consciousless moment, "we can do as we please now he is gone." But with complete awakening, all and more than all, the repulsion of her dream turned upon herself. How could she have acted so wickedly in sleep, thought so unkindly on waking? She lay listening to her mother's quiet breathing, picturing her mother's eyes and Georgie's could they have seen into her unloving mind. And for days afterwards, until she had done penance, her heart was heavy. The opportunity for penance came in this way. On the road to school, Georgie and Joanna had to pass a wind-swept corner where a disfigured woman sat all day on a camp stool. Slung from her neck was a stout piece of cardboard on which the words, "Kind friends, I am blind," had been scrawled. And sometimes, though their father had always condemned what he called unorganized, indiscriminate, or spurious charity, particularly in any case so clearly marked as this one was for the blind asylum of which he was a director, one of the girls would slip a penny into the beggar's hand. Once Georgie had spoken to her, asking if she had any children at home, and Joanna had been smitten by the toneless negative of the reply. "Do you think anybody ever kisses her?" she asked her sister, after they had walked on some way in silence. "I don't expect so," had been Georgie's answer. And as an afterthought, she wouldn't be very nice to kiss, would she? It could not be denied. Even while Joanna was feeling obscurely something of that strangest envy of the human soul, the envy of utter misfortune, she shuddered at the thought of touching the afflicted face with her lips. Yet she was sure she ought to. The unkissed woman with the terribly prominent closed eyelids persisted in her imagination. Night after night, when the figure of sorrowful censure visited her bedside, she said to herself, "Tomorrow I will do it. Tomorrow I will make myself kiss her." But day after day, passing to and from school, she had shrunk from the deed which the night before had seemed so possible and right, and gradually she was becoming used to the denial. Under the fresh reproach of her dream, however, Joanna conceived of this kiss, so long withheld, as the appointed expiation. At night she had anguished moments in which her father on one hand and the blind woman on the other levelled at her an accusation the less tolerable for being unspoken. And on the following Sunday she was finally urged to the act. A strange minister was preaching in their church. He spoke with kindling eloquence about the woman who was healed by touching Jesus in the crowd, so that suddenly Joanna, strung to an ecstasy, took her resolve. It would be more correct to say that there flashed in her in that moment the absolute knowledge that she would accomplish the deed next day. On Monday she and Georgie passed the woman as usual. Georgie, who was holding forth on the iniquities of her former mistress, did not even glance towards the camp stool, nor did she look round when a few yards further on Joanna murmured something unintelligible and ran back. Now that the first step was taken, only desperation held her to her task. Her breath went from her, her lips felt parched, and as she stooped to the sightless head, a clang of bells sounded in her ears. For a moment she lost all consciousness of her surroundings. On feeling the nearness of another human being, the poor creature on the stool instinctively held up her little tin mug, and as Joanna drew back after giving the kiss, she saw this gesture. There had been no other response. The face was vacant and unlovely as ever. Joanna felt deeply ashamed. In her self-centered anxiety about the kiss, she had forgotten to bring a penny. "I'll bring you one tomorrow," she assured the beggar hastily. Then turning away, she sped after Georgie. "Were you giving her a penny?" Georgie asked, but without interest. "No." "What were you doing then?" "Nothing. Fastening my shoelace. Go on with what you were saying about Miss Dunbar." All her childhood Joanna had been a fugitive from the realities immediately surrounding her town existence, and her intenser life was lived in her flights. She had many avenues of escape, but of these the best was provided by her passion for the country. And for her, the country and every one of its joys was summed up in the single word Dun Tarvie. The children owed Dun Tarvie, which was a real place, as well as Joanna's home of dreams, to their mother. For Julie, if she yearned principally after her children's souls, cared shrewdly too for their bodies. She would not allow them to have dancing lessons, but she believed in young legs running wild. Above all, she insisted that a free country life for at least 4 months out of the 12 was necessary to counteract the early delicacy of Linnet and Joanna. The old farmhouse in East Perthshire had once belonged to the Erskines, though it had passed half a century ago into the hands of strangers. But when Joanna was 5, Julie learned that it was to be let, and she gave Sholto no peace till he had taken a lease of the place. To the children there was music in the very name of the village from which Dun Tarvie was 3 miles distant uphill, and the square whitewashed house with its red tiling, a paradise for climbers, its ponds, its ruined sawmill, its haphazard garden full of gooseberries, currants, and wizened tea roses, became a far dearer home than the one in town. Their last summer at Dun Tarvie was that before Sholto's death. For some reason there could be no renewal of the lease. Loud were the expressions of sorrow in the household, and Julie, in spite of the enormous addition the place made to her domestic cares, was as sad as the children. As for Joanna, her love for the place, as the end of the time drew near, increased to an agony, and more she withdrew her voice from the chorus of regret. Instead, when she could, she would leave the others and run up and up the moor in front of the house, not once pausing till she reached a secret lair of her own finding, a dry, pale, golden bed among the high heather, close by the little fir wood boundary with its rotting silvery fence, and there, flinging herself on the ground, she would bury her face in the sun-warmed moss and draw deep breaths of the earth. Among these embraces lavished by the child on the earth, embraces more fervent than any she had given as yet to a human being, there was one that stood out forever from the others. One September morning during the last week of their stay, she had slipped out a while before breakfast, taking her way through the fringe of beeches which ran up behind the house, between steeply sloping fields, till it enringed the upper pond. The lower pond, near the outhouses and the swing, was a homely puddle, nozzled in by ducks and navigated by a raft made from the doors of an old shed, with Joanna's stilts as oars. But the upper pond, besides being twice the size of its neighbour, was a mysterious water. It was fed by a natural spring, and the legend of the neighbourhood told of a golden cradle in its depths, containing the body of a king's babe immune from mortal decay. It was rush-bound, betraying its treacherous service in glints only, and wild fowl of many kinds made it their habitation. Foxes in the moonlight slunk to its edge to drink, and on an islet in the middle, season after season, a pair of herons reared their young. To this haunted pool, with its girdle of beech trees, on which Joanna knew every foothold and every untrustworthy branch, she stole that morning. Lying concealed among the drenched reeds of the margin, she waited until the disturbed coots and water hens were reassured about their interminable business. For what seemed an age she stayed motionless, listening intently to each tiny splashing and diving, to the whisperings among the bearded rushes, to the sudden plump of the frogs, to the chuckling of the waterfowl under the banks. At that moment the 12-year-old child entered deeply into nature's heart, and for the first time it came to her that she might make of her rapture a place of retreat for future days. It was a discovery. Henceforth she felt that nothing, no one, would have power to harm her. For all her life now she would have within herself this hidden refuge. Even if she were to be burned at the stake or flayed alive like the people in Fox's Book of Martyrs, she would be able to fly in spirit from her torturers to this reedy water, and they would wonder why she smiled amid the flames. So she lay on till she was bodiless, and only the cold penetrating through her clothes to her skin reminded her. She moved, and only in moving realized she was wet through and cramped. Her stirring startled the old heron. He rose noisily, first trailing his feet a little way along the surface of the tarn, then made away westwards till he became a far speck over the hollow where the nearest farm lay. Stretching herself and shaking the water from her hair, Joanna felt glad at the thought of breakfast. It was good that the others were waiting at home, sitting at a table spread with the floury baps that came each morning fresh baked from the village, and coffee and bramble jam and fresh butter, which she loved to greediness, from their own cow's cream. But before turning homeward between the beech trunks, she stooped once more to the ground, and leaning on her 2 palms, kissed the moist grass till the taste of the earth was on her lips. "If I forget thee, O Dun Tarvey," she whispered, "let my right hand forget its cunning." She was not clear about the meaning of this phrase, but she loved working with her hands, and the words expressed her emotion better than any other words she knew. Then she picked up some odds and ends, a small lichen-covered twig, a skeleton leaf, and the untimely fallen samara of a sycamore, to keep as remembrances of her vow, and racing back to the house she arrived in a glow bright-cheeked, her short skirts dripping from the brackens. Mingled with these raptures were the early stirrings of Joanna's womanhood, and at 7 she had fallen deeply in love with her cousin Gerald Bird, who was then 25. Gerald, only son of Aunt Purdy, was a soldier, and he was recovering from fever caught in India when Julie invited him to Duntarvie. She was sure that he would quickly get strong in that wonderful air, and strong he did get in spite of his aunt's perseverance in probing him for what she called the root of the matter, in spite also of his having left his susceptible heart in the keeping of a blue-eyed jilt in Calcutta. He travelled with the Bannermans from Glasgow and on the little local line which ran from Perth to their village. The compartment was so crowded with people returning from a cattle show that he took Joanna on his knee. Gerald was far from being aware of the bliss his careless contact gave to the small girl, but so it was. For the last 48 hours Joanna had been his passionate slave. Now the loved one held her in his arms, and that she might stay there as long as possible, she pretended to fall asleep, leaning her head against the rough coat he wore. Ever afterwards, the smell and texture of Harris tweed recalled the delirium of that journey in the embrace of a god. To Joanna, Cousin Gerald was indeed a god. He transgressed against all her standards. He even shot chaffinches and robins with his revolver, and afterwards skinned them. Yet she asked for nothing better than to stand watching, while the plumage was slit down the breasts and slipped deftly from the piteous little bodies of Gerald's victims. The young man's lean wrists and his long fingers, so dark and merciless, thrilled the child to the soul. Secretly she imagined herself a little fluttering bird in their cruel yet skilful grasp, and she felt she would gladly have let them crush the life out of her for their own inscrutable ends. Actually, one wet afternoon it had looked to her as if her fantastic wish might come true. She and Gerald were in the coach house where the stanhope and dog cart were kept, among a litter of odds and ends, gardening tools, empty flower pots, wheelbarrows, and rolls of wire netting for the chicken runs, which Sholto was always making, and for perhaps half an hour she had been watching in rapt silence while a pearly-breasted chaffinch was stuffed and sewed up. But, suddenly tired of his finicking task, Gerald threw down his work and stretched his arms above his head with a groan. He was sitting on the worn bench by the door, with his back to the dripping eaves, and presently, to amuse himself, he drew Joanna between his knees. Smiling, he pointed his penknife, that was still blood-stained, against the child's breast, almost cutting through the wool of her faded, tightly stretched jersey, and he threatened to skin her like a little wild bird. To his surprise, for he expected her to wriggle or protest, Joanna stood dumb and quite still and strange in his grip. So he soon stopped teasing her. But he had provided her with a theme which she afterwards embroidered out of all recognition in many an erotic rhapsody. Joanna admired everything about her cousin. She idolized his brown face and bright grey piercing gaze, vibrated at the sight of his hands, and at any time, night or day, could see with her mind's eye the wave with which his hair crossed his brow. She had tried hard to make her own hair lie like his, but where the line of growth began round her forehead, there was what Georgie called her baby fringe, and this crop of short new hairs, fairer than the rest, would do nothing but curve downwards in obstinate, fine half hoops of gold. There was, however, one secret about Gerald which terrified while it fascinated her. It happened one afternoon that, climbing about the old sawmill, he slipped and hurt his foot. Some stones in the crumbling walls had given way, and when he picked himself up he limped with a screwed-up face to the burn that flowed from under the ruin. Joanna was there in the boggy field picking marshmallows and some reeds to make a rattle, and Gerald sat down on the bank near her. Already his foot was beginning to swell, and he wanted to dip it in the water. Joanna stood beside him, clutching her heavy-headed yellow flowers, and the beards and sharp points of the reeds tickled her chin. She watched the young man take off his shoe with a grimace and peel the sock from the bruised ankle. And as he rolled back the grey flannel of his trousers halfway to the knee, she saw with a pang of delicious horror that his leg was hairy. From the ankle upwards it was covered with black silky hairs that clung to the gleaming skin. The child's first thought, that her cousin was the victim of some terrible blemish, passed almost at once. There could be no mistaking his unassumed indifference, so in a moment she knew she must accept this strange thing as normal. Men, grown-up young men, were like this. Later on she often visualized their amazing ankles guiltily, but she would not for the world have spoken of her discovery, not even to Georgie. Yet another incident, which made its mark on the still folded woman in Joanna, belonged to this time at Duntarvie. And like the ecstasy by the upper pond, it happened during the Bannermans' last summer there, when the girl was entering her teens. She and the others, with Mabel, who always spent July with them, had been making blaeberry wine down in front of the house, by that same burn which further on flowed beneath the sawmill. It was late afternoon, on one of these endless midsummer days of childhood in the north, when the sun puts off its setting till long, long after bedtime. The children had been up on the moor for hours past, with mugs and baskets, picking the new ripened fruit which grows so fragrant and near the ground, its leaves showing dapper among the heather. Their faces and hands, their bare legs and underclothes were stained with purple. They had eaten their fill, and had rolled afterwards on the green, richly decked table of the moor. And now, using their handkerchiefs as strainers, they were crushing the gathered berries till the dark juice ran through into jars beneath. 3 times a sounding call had come from the house, and at last Georgie and Mabel lingeringly climbed the bank towards the road, dragging the small boys with them. "Come on to supper, Joanna," they cried over their shoulders in their young, high voices as they came to the rickety one-legged gate of the garden. But Joanna, though she cried in return that she was just coming, made no movement to follow them. Instead, she began to trail her dyed handkerchief in the water, startling the little shadowy trout that were so hard to catch. And every now and then she tossed back the long, loosened strands of her hair, the better to see her own reflection in the brown mirror of the stream. Dreamily she wished she were as pretty as the little girl in the water. But a shadow passed, blurring the magic, and Joanna looked up quickly to see Alec Petty standing on the opposite bank. Alec, the lad from the nearest farm, was a handsome rascal of 15, supple as an Indian and almost as brown, with a skin as soft as the corduroy of his breeches. He often came across the hill to help with odd jobs at Duntarvie, and in a sense was the children's playmate. He was great at bird nesting, at draining ponds and damming streams, and in the Easter orgies of wind burning he was the acknowledged leader. Himself in the grip of a curious, still excitement, he would dare the others to jump after him over bigger and bigger bonfires, and Joanna especially would fly in a frenzy at his bidding over the great crackling bushes, her eyes tight shut, her hair full of sparks, and her clothes singeing amid the smoke. Afterwards, when the flames had died down, they would all rush about, stamping on the embers, kicking up fiery spouts with their scorched shoes, and screaming like curlews in a gale. Only when the fires were quite out and black would a certain estrangement in their relations with Alec reassert itself, and this would remain more or less until Easter came round again. He was useful to them, and in a way they loved him, but they did not trust him. As he stood now looking across at Joanna with careless, glinting eyes that were the colour of the water below, Alec showed his white teeth with an impudent grin. "Hullo, Alec," said the girl shyly. In reply, the boy jumped over to her side and immediately helped himself royally to her blaeberry wine. Then, unasked, he plunged his fingers into one of the baskets and empurpled his mouth widely with a great handful of fruit. "You look awful bonny, Joe," he said thoughtfully, with steady eyes on her, and again he crushed a mouthful of berries against his palate. It was the first time Joanna had ever been called pretty to her face. She was moved and did not know what to say. "So do you," she countered bashfully, and at this Alec burst into a ringing, appreciative laugh. After that there was a silence between them, and Joanna gathered her things together and stood up. But the boy put out his hand hastily and touched her wet arm. He was looking at her oddly when she glanced into his eyes. "If you'll come up yonder on the moor with me, Joanna," he said, rather fearful, but with a word of cajolery in his rich voice, "I'll show you what lads is for." A minute later she entered the house, while Alec, unabashed by her shy denial, went whistling and cutting solitary capers across the darkening moor. But the thrill of the boy's touch remained with the girl, and the shameless young pagan look he had given her took its place also in her dreams. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Section 4 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. Open the Door by Catherine Carswell. Book 1, Chapter 3. For in town, Joanna led almost wholly a dream life. The indoor existence, the hard streets which she hated, though they made a good playground, the petty boredom of school, and the growing disharmony at home all drove her in upon herself. In two respects only was the child's being vivid, in the activity of her body and in her dreams. At 12 she was a reckless rider, a menace to foot passengers, of a maimed tricycle horse which had once been dappled and fiery of nostril. And when nursery shows were got up, with Sholto as Handy Andy and Lynne as the performer of transparent conjuring tricks, Joanna, dressed in tights, suspiciously recalling woven underwear, always performed upon the trapeze. But what satisfied her most deeply was climbing. Climbing involved a mental and physical equilibrium which was a delight. She welcomed the cool excitement that possessed her in dangerous places, up high trees and on the windy edges of roofs. She learned to walk steadily, balancing with her arms along the top of a narrow paling, and knew how to trust only half her weight to a weak foothold, passing in a swift, predetermined rhythm to one more secure. At such moments she was the queen of her own body, and not of her body alone, but of a whole system of laws she could not begin to formulate. Joanna, however, was afraid of jumping. She always felt terrified of a jump beforehand, and afterwards, practice as she might, it jarred her painfully. Often, when her companions had leapt unhesitatingly one after another from the rather high back garden wall at Coletti Street into the stony lane beyond, she had to stay behind for long minutes. To have sat on the wall and scrambled down with a twist would have been easy enough, but this the child would not do, and she always jumped in the end, though no one looked on, and she was sick with fear. Once, indeed, of her own accord, she set herself a jump that was mere foolhardiness. There was a legend in the nursery that Cousin Gerald had jumped from the parlor window across the area at the back of the house, a considerable feat even for a young man, and the time came when Joanna got it into her head that she must do it too. It was weeks before she could bring herself to the point, and often she would stand by the window looking at the forbidding stone drop, some 6 feet wide and 12 deep, which separated the house from the sloping green below. Then one day, in the middle of the Latin lesson at school, a lesson through which Joanna habitually dreamed, it came to her that she would do it that evening. When she got home she went straight to the parlor. It was empty. and she opened the window and, quaking, climbed out upon the sill. Suppose she managed the jump but did not land high enough on the slope. That would mean overbalancing into the awful area, and suppose she slipped on leaving the sill. Her palms, wet with fear, clove to the pane behind her. She had a prickling agony all over the front of her body. She was lost if she jumped, yet she knew she would have no peace till she did. She shut her eyes, opened them again, leaned back for impetus. If I am killed, it can't be helped, was the thought that flashed through her mind like a solution. Why had she not thought of that before? And springing with all her strength, she landed on her hands and knees, well up on the grass. It had been easy as easy, she told herself when she picked herself up, but she was shaking all over as she went up the dark kitchen stair, and she never attempted it again. As a dreamer, the child was of that sort whose imaginings are never without some touch of the practical, and the material and the ideal often went curiously linked. One night, not long after her 13th birthday, just as she was dropping off to sleep, an idea flashed in her mind, and it so worked upon her that she lay awake for hours. Perhaps it had been suggested to her by the description of the tabernacle which her mother had been reading at evening prayers. Anyhow, her notion was herself to build a temple using as her materials candles in a wooden box. She thought of the vistas of pillars this temple would have. Beautiful white pillars, more beautiful than the alabaster ones in the city chambers, rising out of a floor of wax which was to be scored and scored across while still soft to make it like a marble pavement. Tossing from side to side on her bed, she wondered whether the pillars should be left plain or fluted by an excoriating fingernail. As the possibilities of her design grew upon her, she became more and more wakeful with a touch of fever. She would have, she determined, a tiny Ark of the Covenant made from a wax-coated matchbox, and at either end, guarding it, she would put the 2 little stucco angels Aunt Purdy had brought her from Italy. She would gild them, and a vision floated before her of kneeling cherubim gleaming between aisles of flawless marble, all the work of her own hands. Next morning was a Saturday, and Joanna, hardly able to bear her excitement, ran with her weekly 6pence down the hill to the grocer. Though he gave her the cheapest candles to be had, there were only 12 in the packet, and they looked disappointingly unlike marble. On the other hand, they were longer than she had expected, and forgetting for the moment the considerable size of Aunt Purdy's angels, Joanna thought she might reduce the scale of the temple by making 2 pillars out of each candle. When she got back to the house, breathless, her mother opened the door to her and could not help noticing her bright countenance. Questioned, the child poured forth an incoherent tale about matchboxes, marble pillars, and angels. Julie did not attempt to follow it. She only comprehended an unusual excitement, and she noticed with a pang that at such moments her daughter bore a strong likeness to poor Aunt Purdy. "Would that I could see my dear child as much concerned about spiritual things," she lamented, with a grieved shake of her head. When Joanna set to work upstairs with more doggedness now than enthusiasm, the result was a conflagration which left a large hole in the nursery carpet. Then and there the remaining candles were confiscated for household use. But Julie, always scrupulous in money matters, gave the temple builder as many pence as they had cost. Even during Sholto's lifetime there had hung over Julie's dressing table a rival text to the one in the lobby. No richly illuminated scroll this, but a simple square of glossy maroon-colored cardboard, silver-edged, and showing up in silver letters the words, "To the Jew first." The importance of the Jews had been a subject on which Julie and her husband had differed, sometimes painfully. Julie, try as she might, and she never gave up trying, had not been able to convince Sholto that God's promises in the prophets had been particularly to his chosen people. The curses, Sholto would admit, must apply to Israel, but everything else he appropriated to himself and those like-minded with him. nor would he admit his illogicality in the matter. It was without his approval, therefore, that his wife had gone regularly to a seedy and unpopular Jewish mission on the south side of the river. Julie's belief was that the scattered nation had been ordained to preach the gospel in all parts of the world, thus hastening the return of Christ. She could not help regarding the most unattractive Hebrew as a second, or at least as a third cousin of her Savior. And the lustrous-eyed men in greasy clothes who had cringed before Sholto expanded, sometimes alarmingly, in the sunshine of his widow's frank sympathy. More and more often they were to be seen at her table. As for Sholto's attitude with regard to the second advent, Julie had found it still more puzzling. As an evangelical, he had perforce held theoretically correct views on the subject. But Julie had only to mention what to her was the most joyous topic of the Gospels to realize that he considered the actual prospect highly inconvenient. In this, as in the Jewish question, Sholto had had the discreet backing of his minister, Dr. Rankin, and Julie had come away worsted more than once from visiting her pastor with a request that he would lend his pulpit to one of her Hebrew protégés. But Sholto had been dead over a year before the idea of leaving St. Jude's occurred seriously to her. It was a bold idea, for till then the Bannermans' church had been as much a part of themselves as their house. Indeed, it was more deeply connected than the house with their family tradition. Their grandfather had made it famous among Glasgow churches, and in the eyes of many among the congregation, their father, as a prominent elder, had been a more important figure there than Dr. Rankin the minister, who had begun his career merely as the great Dr. Bannerman's assistant. From the gallery, whither they were banished 4 times a year on Communion Sundays, the children used to lean forward with awe in their hearts, and in their throats a choking sense of their father's dignity. Sholto always led the other elders in their solemn progress through the napkin-decked body of the church to the choir rails, and there, after the grave order of the Scottish service, they partook of the broken bread from Dr. Rankin's thin hands before they dispensed it, pew by pew, to the waiting congregation. The children, of course, had all been baptized at these same choir rails. They were known individually to each member, and every detail of the building was as familiar to them as the interior of their nursery. How well Joanna knew the pattern of the colored diamond-shaped panes in the high rectangular windows. There were 2 yellow diamonds, then a blue, then 2 more yellow, and a red square at each corner. Then there was the dark, highly varnished pulpit with its canopy of mahogany spires. Often she had half hoped, half feared that the great bristling lid would fall by its own weight on Dr. Rankin, extinguishing him in the middle of his sermon like a jack-in-the-box. Yet it remained poised, and certainly its intricacies provided a maze in which a child's imagination could run riot. It was one of Joanna's fantasies to picture herself and her cousin Gerald, conveniently reduced to scale, playing a madly amorous yet innocent game of hide-and-seek amid the wilds of this Gothic forest. But a period of changes had come in which Sholto was prime mover, and the canopy had been done away with. At the same time, offertory bags were substituted for the plates at the door. A paid quartet was added to the choir. The congregation was requested, with very partial success, to join in the Lord's Prayer, and the whole church was upholstered in blue-gray rep instead of in crimson as formerly. Sholto had always advocated what he called a bright service. The only way to keep a hold on our young people, he would say breezily in the face of conservatism. Certainly, at the time of his death, the decoration of St. Jude's vied with its service and sprightliness. With its white and pale blue paint, its gilding, and its palm trees and niches, it resembled a casino rather than a church, and the paid vocalists never for one moment allowed it to be forgotten that they were paid. A stranger could have picked them out as they stood shoulder to shoulder in the van of the choir, the contralto as manful and almost as mustachioed as the bass, singing the praises of God right into the faces of those who were fortunate enough to occupy the front pews. The only thing not in keeping with this airy spirit of renovation was the minister himself. Dr. Rankin was bleak-faced, with hard-bitten features, and a smouldering misery in his deep-set eyes, and he so constantly sought his text in the Pauline epistles that the children came to fancy him a reincarnation of the apostle. Georgie, in particular, conceived a violent dislike towards St. Paul in the person of Dr. Rankin, and within 6 months of her father's death she began to wander from St. Jude's on Sunday evenings. As Julie herself paid tentative visits to other places of worship in her search for some richer milk of the Word, she could not well forbid her daughter. But when Georgie began to attend openly the church of Mr. Nares, a congregational pulpiteer and a strenuous moralist from England, who was reputed little better than a Unitarian, things were serious. Since Dr. Rankin had refused Julie's request that he would preach at least once a year on the millennium, she had not felt able to call upon him for his pastoral advice. She had longed to consult him about Georgie, but she could not forget the manner of his refusal, nor the way he had looked at her, making her feel herself peculiar. What was to be done? After much prayer, Julie summoned all her courage and once more visited her minister. She entered the dark study feeling painfully shy and forsaken, and when Dr. Rankin rose in his unsmiling way to shake her by the hand and bid her be seated, she was smitten by a keen consciousness of widowhood. The truth was that shyness was his own affliction. Julie could have knelt before him, covering his hands with her tears, begging his counsel in her many difficulties, pouring out her heart to him, but his own forbidding reticence made of any such action a ludicrous impossibility. So she sat down in silence, praying within herself desperately that she might be given the strength to see her task through. She must try to put her case without exposing the needs of her soul in any way that he would shrink from as undignified. So, restraining herself, and in an agony of faltering, she told him that unless he could give her and her children greater spiritual nourishment, she had prayerfully decided to leave St. Jude's. His forbearance when she had said her say brought her nearer to breaking down than ever. No one knew better than she what it meant to Dr. Rankin to lose the Bannerman family in this way, yet he uttered no reproach. He merely said she must do as she felt best, advised her to send Georgie to a boarding school, and expressed a hope that at least his family and hers would remain on friendly terms. Bob, his 15-year-old son, was a constant visitor at Collessie Street, and it would be a pity, the minister said with a wintry gleam of humor crossing his face, that the children should cease to enjoy each other's society because Mrs. Bannerman could not conscientiously enjoy his sermons. So yellow-haired Bob Rankin came about the house as much as before, and for a time he struck up quite a friendship with Joanna. But Julie became subject to fits of depression which no wrestlings of the spirit seemed to avert or allay. Indeed, the attacks grew denser in quality and longer in duration, till her old conviction of sin in marrying became almost abiding. Her children suffered, seeing their mother's increasing difficulties in the routine of life, but as yet they did not guess at the depths of her dejection, nor at her heroism. Scrupulously she went on with her duties, but sometimes the God she worshipped appeared less like the Father to her than like the stupendous tradesman of the universe who slowly renders his accounts. In her wanderings from church to church she sought her ideal pastor in vain. Ministers began to fight shy of her, and she became increasingly nervous of them, though her convictions never wavered. Her severance from St. Jude's told both on her and on the children. Church-going became spasmodic and a matter for individual decision. Sometimes, of a Sunday, the Bannermans would have extra-long family prayers at home, instead of going to any outside service, and as likely as not a Jew from the South Side Mission would officiate. But Julie never felt perfectly easy about such shifts. The household seemed disheveled. Besides, in any other place of worship, than St. Jude, Sholto Bannerman's widow found herself a nobody. She began somehow to lose caste a little, and shrank from the greetings of her husband's old acquaintances. As time went on, she would once in a while steal in on a Sunday evening to the very back of Dr. Rankin's gallery, taking all precautions to avoid observation, and there she would listen to his arid discourse carefully and with tears, to know whether she might not return to his fold without violating her conscience. The children could always tell by her face at supper when she had been to St. Jude's. End of chapter 3. Section 5 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nan Dodge. Open the Door by Catherine Carswell. Book 1, Chapter 4. Each year the family fell farther apart. Shortly after the interview with Dr. Rankin, Julie took his advice and Georgie was sent to a boarding school at Bristol. But though the school was only decided upon after much prayer and careful inquiry, the girl returned for her holidays less manageable at the end of every term. Both Julie's daughters had derived from her in full force the capacity for ecstasy, but she seemed powerless to direct their energies, and with increasing grief she saw her prayers apparently unanswered. Her faith was sorely tried, and often she wept in secret. But she always renewed the attack, and with a peculiar obstinacy, maddening to them, attempted to force her vision on the children. Once they had been ready to drink in their mother's words as the essence of truth, and she had flashed veritable heaven at her babes from her apocalyptic eyes. Now it needed all her courage to maintain her beliefs in the face of their entrenched hostility. Also, Julie failed them socially, and the girls felt this more than they knew. They were no longer invited to Aunt Georgina's. Soon they hardly went anywhere. Sholto's acquaintances dropped off one by one, and most of Julie's friends in the Lord were either freakish or out at elbow, so that Joanna came to think that heaven must have a predilection for ill-looking oddities. Some of them turned out to be rogues as well. One, a Negro revivalist to whom Julie's efforts had opened 2 Glasgow pulpits, was discovered to be a bigamist on a brilliant scale. Another, a Polish-American Jew who had paid long visits to them in Collesi Street and addressed many drawing-room meetings there, absconded with the money collected for the establishment of a Hebrew mission church in New York. Even the more deserving were feeble creatures in any earthly sense, and Julie herself sometimes mourned the days of her youth when God's people made a better show in the world of mammon. She never put down the change to her own growing eccentricity. Though always perfectly cleanly and carefully in detail, she was dressing herself with increasing dowdiness, and she sorely grudged herself a new garment. Her income was strained by the children's growing needs, but she none the less continued, as Sholto had done, to set aside 1/10 of it for the Lord, and never did she refuse an appeal for help, whether made to her purse, her time, or her strength. She was loved by the poor, but Joanna and Georgie, just as they would have given all the spiritual qualities of their home for material graciousness, would gladly have exchanged their mother's unselfishness for dignity and tact. It was therefore natural that both the girls should turn for help to the fine arts. It was a misfortune that neither was greatly gifted, but Georgie, at any rate, had no hesitation in accepting her own enthusiasm as marked talent, if not genius. The only thing she was uncertain about was the field in which this talent was to have play. She had thought of writing, and once actually started a novel in which Mr. Barr, the organist of St. Jude's, with whom both she and Joanna were in love, was to be saved from his unfortunate weakness for the bottle by a heroine remarkably like Georgie herself in everything except appearance. But in the 2nd chapter unexpected difficulties arose, and at the same time Georgie heard Madame Neruda play at one of Sir Charles Halley's concerts. From that day the girl decided that music was her natural means of expression, and the violin her instrument. It was dreadful to think how much time she had already wasted over the piano. So Georgie was given violin lessons at the school in Bristol, and when at 19 she came home for good, she wandered from teacher to teacher, much as her mother wandered from church to church. Each time she meditated a change there were the best reasons for condemning her present instructor, and before very long it came to this, that no one in Glasgow could give her precisely what she needed. There was a man in Dresden. She was certain that if she could only go to Dresden. "But, dear, you seemed to be getting on so nicely," Julie pleaded when Germany was first mentioned. "Mrs. Boyd was charmed with the way you played Simple Aveux the other day at the Canal Boatman's PSA." "Mrs. Boyd!" cried Georgie in loud scorn. "What does Mrs. Boyd know about music? She would like Simple Aveux, and that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Simple Aveux is the kind of piece Miss Findlay gives to all her pupils, because she thinks it will please their friends to hear them play it in the drawing-room at night, because it's tuney. Don't you see that if I'm ever to do anything with my violin, anything real, I must go somewhere where they take music seriously?" This discussion, one of many, happened one Sunday evening in spring. Julie and her daughters were returning after church from a walk along the Great Western Road, and Joanna, seeking a refuge from the distress by her side, found it in the beauty of the world about her. For the Great Western Road at sunset on a fine Sunday is a romantic highway. Once a stranger had stopped Joanna there, and sweeping off his hat had asked in broken English how soon, continuing westwards, he should get to the sea. The question, though geographically astonishing, gave some expression of the magnanimous charm of the road. Now troops of church-goers, their faces illuminated by the glow on the horizon, sauntered westwards, and others with their faces in the shadow returned to the town. Innumerable couples, Highland servants chattering loudly in Gaelic, strings of very young girls in their Sabbath finery, young men with buttonholes and whirling canes who eyed the girls as they passed, all used the whole breadth of the road for walking, and only moved aside deliberately to make way for a jogging Sunday horse-cart. Joanna, steeping her mind in vague dreams, tried not to hear what Georgie and her mother were saying, but the argument continued even after they had got home and were waiting in the parlour for supper. Joanna's silence was taken for granted, and she sat by the window looking out. She still tried not to listen, though it was harder indoors. "But you said only the other day, dear," it was the pained yet patient mother's voice speaking, "that Miss Findlay was a splendid teacher and thought so highly of you. Besides, poor thing, you know her circumstances, and what the loss of a pupil means to her, quite apart from the hurt to her feelings." From the window now Joanna was watching two pigeons, burnished on their high perch by the hidden sunset. They sat on the ledge of a house opposite, one motionless as a carved bird, the other making his toilette. With gentle yet precise movements, the male arranged his breast and back feathers, unfolded, folded, and refolded his wings, and when at length all was to his liking, he sidled caressingly up to his mate. "Of course," shouted Georgie, "if you were going to sacrifice my career to charity—" At that word, as at a signal, both pigeons took flight. Joanna followed their swift passage across the clear cube of sky, then, sighing, turned to face the dark interior. Georgie had her way and went to Dresden. The photographs of Joachim and Neruda vanished from the bedroom mantelpiece. The motto, "Genius consists in an infinite capacity for taking pains," which had been pinned up also, went along with them in Georgie's trunk. At first the family felt a strange blank in the mornings, no longer being awakened by the thin scrape of exercises in the third position. Though Georgie did not realize it, her victory was due not so much to her own forcefulness as to her mother's desire that she should be provided with the means of earning her own livelihood. Secretly, Julie disbelieved in Georgie's dreams of the concert platform, but if the girl really loved music, she would be the better equipped for having studied abroad. Matrimony, in Julie's eyes, was not a thing to be sought for its own sake, and if her daughters neither married nor felt the call to be missionaries, they would have to do something for themselves. Sholto's estate, when divested of his legacies to charity, had not amounted to more than £7,000, and when this should come at Julie's death to be divided equally between the 4 children, the portions would not be large. With the same practical end in view, Joanna was allowed to forsake her high school for the School of Art when she was barely 17, and not yet in the 6th form. For some time it had been understood at home that Joanna should become an artist. She was neat-figured. Her mother always counted on her to print the invitations and decorate the collection card for the monthly Jewish meeting held in the drawing room, and at school she generally carried off a second prize for drawing. What sort of an artist she wanted to become she did not yet know, but that could be decided later. Another change at this time was the coming of Mabel to Coletti Street. Mabel, faced even more urgently than her cousins by the necessity of earning a living, had decided to become a hospital nurse, and before starting her regular training she came to spend a winter of study in Glasgow. Julie told herself that this was a happy arrangement for Joanna during Georgie's absence. The 2 boys, now 14 and 12, lived apart in a world of their own. School claimed them all day and lessons most of the evening, and on Saturdays they went off to football, returning mud-coated and arguing about half-backs and scrums, fouls and forwards. But in reality it was Julie herself, in dire need of sympathy, who fastened on Mabel when she came. Mabel was nothing if not sympathetic, and her aunt poured into her ready ears much that had better have remained unspoken, while in return Mabel imparted many of the confidences she had at various times received from Georgie and Joanna. Julie, already admiring her niece's choice of a profession, was impressed by a maturity in the girl quite lacking in her own daughters. She attributed it to the fact that Mabel was an orphan, and she rejoiced in the good influence Mabel was bound to exercise over Joanna, whose bedroom she was to share. The remarkable thing was that Joanna, receptive as she was at this time, remained immune to this same influence. 7 years earlier, both she and Georgie had taken a passive pleasure in Mabel's fertile invention in the field of childish indecencies, but in their later girlhood they had provided a disappointing market for her primitive anecdotes. Georgie, in fact, had warned her sister that there were others like their cousin at the school in Bristol, and that all that kind of thing was detestable as one grew older. And now Mabel, at 19, returning to the charge with a smattering of physiology, a great store of bald tales, and some grotesque confidences of the hospital, found Joanna unresponsive. It was not that Joanna made any prudish objections. In a sense she even listened, but while she continued, as in childhood, to hoard the correct and incorrect together in the dark chambers of her mind, she by nature ignored all that made the telling savoury to Mabel. If she was still amazingly ignorant about life, it was not exactly from lack of information. At Duntarvie she had been in close touch with nature. In Glasgow she had been allowed to play in the streets. Julie was no believer in ignorance for young people. She had even approached Joanna once or twice with an attempt at definite enlightenment. But Joanna had shied so badly and so persistently that at length she was left to herself. She would not have it that her very considerable knowledge of natural processes should in any real way affect the love fantasy in which she now had her being. Constantly and to the full she indulged herself in the drug habit of maidenhood, but her waking dreams were quite as innocent as they were sensuous. What she learned from Mabel, therefore, was kept jealously shrouded. It was no more true to her than it was true that members of the Young Men's Christian Association, because they were men, were potential lovers. Yet all the time a lover was what she unceasingly sought. In the streets, at church, on tramcars and steamers, at concerts, even at religious meetings, Joanna was forever seeking faces that would suit the hero's part in those dreams of which the constant heroine was herself. In any kind of assemblage there was sure to be one such face at least, and when she had found it she knew a dozen ways by which to induce immediate delirium. She need only, for instance, recall with closed eyes a moonlight cruise on the Clyde the midsummer before. The paddle steamer loaded with embracing lovers had churned phosphorescently through the black lochs. The band had played dance music. At intervals the spray of fainting rockets had been shaken down the dark sky. No one seeing her aloof eyes and still face would have guessed at the eagerness of the girl's search. Young men feared her, knowing she hardly saw them. Yet at 18, a little weary of fruitless emotion, a little dream-sick, the conviction had begun to force itself on Joanna that she was without attraction. For the past 10 years she had lavished unreciprocated passion on individuals of both sexes. She had worshipped Gerald Bird, had longed to reclaim the boozing organist of St. Jude's, had trembled in the presence of her geography teacher at the high school, a plain middle-aged woman with mysterious eyes, and these were but 3 out of many. But never yet, so far as Joanna knew, had she figured for an instant in the dreams of another human being, and she was beginning to give up hope. Clearly she foresaw a dismal stretch of life to an unloved old age. End of chapter 4.
Section 6 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 1. 1. 2 years passed in this way, and when Joanna was 20 and full of desperation, she heard that Bob Rankin was coming to Glasgow for his Easter holiday. She had been 17 the last time she saw her old playmate, he 18. 2 years after his interview with Julie, Dr. Rankin's health had begun to fail, and after struggling on gallantly for a while with a colleague and successor, he had retired as Minister Emeritus to Tunbridge Wells, where he had a married sister. He himself had been long a widower. He had hoped rather than suggested that Bob should enter the ministry. But the boy was set on being a mining engineer, and on leaving school went to South Kensington to study at the School of Mines. Thenceforward his visits to Glasgow had been rare. But on the Easter immediately following Joanna's 20th birthday, Dr. Rankin was sent to Bad Nauheim, and Bob came to stay with one of the oldest families of the St. Jude's congregation, the Boyds of High Kelvin Place. From the moment Joanna heard from Mamie Boyd that Bob was expected, her imagination busied itself with the coming meeting. In her condition any excitement was welcome. But most welcome of all was an excitement that promised to bring nearer to her that great and solid world, in the existence of which she believed as only your dreamer can believe. Would Bob be much changed, she wondered, and gazing into her mirror she tried to see herself with his eyes. Would he tease her about her long skirts and her hair done up? She wore it in a fine shining knob now on the top of her head. It was wonderful how suddenly her lassitude gave place to gaiety. She recalled the little constraint that had arisen between Bob and herself during his last school holidays in Glasgow. How clearly she was able to relive it. They had started romping, as in the old childish days, but Bob's touch on her had brought a giddiness. He had tried to snatch a sketch-book from her, and she, half pretending, half really shy of letting him see her drawings, had fought to keep it. They had wrestled for it, Bob grunting with laughter when in the tussle they upset a small table covered with books, until he got her pinned against the wall and she had to own herself beaten. A tremble of pleasure went through her now at the feeling of his yellow tousled head, so near to hers as it had been, and his red, laughing, triumphant face. There had come a sudden steadiness into his blue eyes, as if he had observed something new in her or in himself. Then his eyelids, with their pale lashes like veils, had drooped, and he had let her arms go. She had felt like water that runs swiftly over an edge of a rock, that shivers in mid-air before falling in a shaken dazzle of delight down into nothingness. And now she was to see him again. On the evening he was expected, she spent a long time over her dressing. She took a hot bath. Everything must be perfect. And though it was only Wednesday, she put on every stitch clean. She hoped Bob would not think her dress too odd. She had designed it and made it herself at the School of Art, and it was of thin, crinkly apple-green silk, quite untrimmed. She could not help feeling elated when she ran into her mother's room to see herself in the long wardrobe glass. She felt sure the narrow apple-green ribbon looked well round her hair, but it was a trial that her cheeks became so easily scarlet. She was thankful Mabel was not to be in that night. And the boys had gone to Aunt Ellen for Easter. There would only be her mother. While still in her mother's room, Joanna heard the doorbell ring, and she listened throbbing while the visitor hung up his hat and crossed the tiled lobby to the parlor at the back of the house. How was she to go down, to enter the room? But after all, it was astonishingly easy. And when they had shaken hands firmly and were talking hard, she asked herself what she had been afraid of. It was like the jump out of the parlor window long ago, the same relief, the same slight trembling afterwards. Bob's hair wasn't so yellow as it used to be. In this light it was the color of ashes. His voice was the same, though, soft, almost lazy. And he still grunted funnily when he laughed. His eyes, Joanna could not bring herself to look at his eyes after the first encounter. She looked instead at his hair, at her own hands, at the fern case by the window, in which her mother cherished delicate little plants. And she heard herself chattering freely about the School of Art and asking Bob all about London. But in the depths of her confused heart she knew it was not like old times, however hard both might pretend it was. At the very first glance something must have happened between them. Otherwise why could she not look at Bob? And why did he never for a moment stop looking at her? She wondered at herself for having imagined he would laugh at her for being grown up. She could not now have asked him what he thought of her hair. She had caught a glimpse of her new self in his eyes, and under her chatter she felt lost and troubled. But it was a sort of happiness, too, this breaking the life in her out of the cold confines. At tea the mother's presence was a respite. Joanna was like a child again, hiding in her mother's skirt and peeping out from that refuge at the too persistent stranger. She tried hard to collect herself. If Bob would have spared her only for 1 minute. But then all of a sudden her lips curved into a smile, and from that moment she smiled uncontrollably. She would have given anything to hide her burning, smiling face. There was panic in her breast, and to recover gravity she tried to think of the saddest thing she knew. She thought of the crown of thorns. But this was useless, especially when Julie was questioning Bob about the Presbyterian churches in London. Only when she looked up and found herself in Bob's waiting eyes did Joanna stop smiling, and then her breath went from her. And after tea came prayers. Prayers at Coletti Street took place without respect of visitors, and generally Joanna resented this with bitter ennui. But tonight everything was different. She did not know what she looked for in the coming act of worship, but she felt it held something hidden for Bob and herself. Till then, they would both be in suspense. When the servants had come upstairs and were in their places near the door, Julie opened her Bible on the half-cleared tea-table, and with a short prayer that God would not let his word return to him void, she began to read the passage for that evening. Joanna, with her spreading apple-green skirts crinkled as petals that are folded in a poppy bud, sat very still on the worn leather sofa, and Bob in an armchair faced her across the hearth-rug. She seemed to him like an early spring flower, and his eyes, young and disturbed, never left her. As for Joanna, though she gazed steadfastly aside at the crumbling coals, the young man's presence was putting a spell upon her. The space between them vibrated unceasingly, and there was magic for both of them in the familiar, unheeded poetry the mother was reading. Even Julie's interpolations as she read the Bible had no power this evening to irritate her daughter, and as if knowing this, she lingered to her heart's content on the precious phrases, explaining them to the servants and drawing the sweetness from each word before she passed on. Poor Julie! After a day of small desperations, she now came to refresh herself at God's footstool with an eagerness that made her quite blind to what was passing beside her. Half an hour hence she would be staggering once more under her burden, but for this blessed space she was laying it aside with deep-drawn sighs of content. May God bless to us his holy word. Let us pray." At this signal the servants rustled starchily from their seats, and Joanna and Bob stood up. It was the moment Joanna then knew, for which they had both been waiting. As her mother and the servants knelt before their chairs, she raised at last her full eyelids, and with his whole being Bob held her glance. It was only an instant that they stood thus, but to Joanna it seemed an age. Then Bob crossed to her side, and trembling they knelt down together at the sofa. As soon as they knew by the modulations of her voice that Julie's prayer was in full flight heavenwards, the boy and girl, so far as they could for nervousness, began to look into their new situation. In her own agitation, Joanna made no allowance for Bob's, but his was the greater. She felt rather than saw that his right hand lay palm upwards close by her left elbow on the rubbed leather sofa. It lay waiting there, dumb and humble, for hers. She was thrilled by this, but at the same time a little spasm of disappointment passed through her. Why could not Bob take her hand simply, boldly? Was it not the man's part? Here was she, ready at a touch to give all that could be asked for. But swiftly that moment passed. After all, this was Bob's way of asking, and she had never been asked before. Besides, though she did not guess at his shy terror, Joanna could read aright the urgency of his desire. The knowledge of this set an abrupt flame leaping in her. She became wooer as well as wooed. With averted face and eyes obstinately closed, she shifted her weight wholly on to her right elbow, and her left hand, released, slid down and laid itself on the patient hand beneath. Timidly she gave herself, yet with fullness, palm to palm. And Bob clasped her in a rapture of gratitude. With his first touch she was flooded with happiness. But at his kiss she became dreadfully conscious of her knuckles, which she felt must stick out hard against his lips. If only she had hands like Georgie's, with soft dimples instead of knuckles. How she wished to be perfect for him. 2. After all, she had only a few minutes alone with Bob before he left the house an hour later, and even then they were not secure from interruption. Hardly had they risen from their knees when Mabel came into the parlor, and though Joanna tried afterwards, she could never recollect her cousin's excuse for this unexpectedly early return. All she could recall was the picture of Mabel looking up at Bob with her coy, curiously liquid gaze from under the brim of her hat as she took it off. But Bob had no eyes that evening for anyone but Joanna, and after some talk, suddenly, as if he had that moment remembered something, he said he must be off. Joanna went with him to the lobby and stood watching his rather blundering actions at the hat stand. In his acute self-consciousness he fumbled like a blind man. The two did not speak for a few minutes, partly from shyness, partly because Mabel had only just disappeared round the bend of the staircase, leaving the parlor, where Julie still was, with the door open. But, to Joanna's delight, Bob in a low voice began talking to her in double Dutch. That she herself or Georgie or the boys should ever forget their old secret language was of course unimaginable. Yet she had not dreamed that Bob would remember it. Bob, a grown man who had gone out into the world. Joanna loved him for it, and she blushed at him, bright with grateful surprise. "Joey," he whispered as he tugged on his waterproof, "can't you come out for a minute?" "I'll try," breathed Joanna in return, and she wondered at her calmness, making this her first appointment with a lover. "I'll wait at the corner of Burn Street where we used to play Peever," said Bob. "How long will you be?" "I'll come as quick as I can." "I'll wait a half-hour. Promise you'll come." "I'll come within 10 minutes." "All right. But remember, I'll wait half an hour." She opened the door and he went out. They had not touched each other since they knelt at the sofa. They were waiting. Joanna shut the door and for a moment stood suspended, uncertain. Her pulses raced and her brain was working swiftly. She was afraid to follow Bob at once. From the outside the front door could only be shut with a bang, and she knew her mother would run out at the sound, and standing on the steps would call to ask her where she was going. That she could not have borne. But she feared still more to go into the parlor or upstairs, lest her return to the lobby should be somehow prevented. So she hovered in the dim hall, resting on tiptoe, ready for flight. She listened with sharpened hearing to the sounds in the house. She ought to go and change her thin slippers, but Mabel was still in the bedroom. Joanna could hear her moving, though she was 2 floors distant. Scarcely half a minute had passed, but in despair she was sure Bob must be tired of waiting. He would be gone. He would think she didn't care. It was terrible. Half frantic, she pulled on the blue woolen tammy which was on the hat stand, and threw a short old tweed cape round her shoulders. Then passing the bottom of the stairs, and slipping quiet as a shadow down the long tiled passage, she looked into the parlor. Julie was there, standing burdened by the table. With one uncomfortable hand she clutched some little flower glass which needed fresh water, with the other she held up a newspaper. Something on the printed page had caught her eye just as she was leaving the room, but not for the world would she relinquish duty for enjoyment. It was like her thus to tax self-indulgence with physical discomfort. "Mother, I'm running to the post. I'll be back in a minute." Joanna rattled out the old formula in a colorless voice and was off, not waiting for an answer. Before her mother had taken in her words, she had fled the house. She went the length of Khaleesi Street like the wind. Then, feeling safe, she made her way more slowly towards the place where Bob would be waiting. 3. Some clock was striking the last strokes of 8, but dark had scarcely fallen. It had been a wet afternoon, and though the streets were drying rapidly now under a sounding wind, they still held pearly reflections of the pale, torn sky. Where the moisture stayed in shallow pools, it was like the high light on round white pearls. Where the shadows of the tall houses congregated, it was like gray and black pearl. Soft clouds, gray as doves, drove slowly across the luminous sky. The universe was washed clear of color, and the world through which Joanna sped light-footed might have been one of those dim pictures in which children take delight, pictures that lie scattered by the thousand on the seashore, and are so cunningly painted on the pearly inward of each deserted shell. And though along the whole vista of dark stone street there was no tree, the emergency of spring made itself felt as surely as in any country woodland. Certainly the young woman in each pulse and duct and pore of her body was alive to the season's clamor. She was unfurled like a flag to the wind of spring. For the first time since she had lain by the margin of the upper pond at Duntarvie, she found herself able to look full upon beauty without grieving. In the interval there had always been a discord between herself and her apprehension of beauty outside herself. Sunsets, the faces of flowers, the evening star raised steadily like a torch above a screen of cloud, these had been hardly endurable, always lacking the consummation they called for. But tonight she felt at one with the whole earth's loveliness, for she was desired, and her lover awaited her coming. At the appointed corner, Bob in his shabby waterproof moved to meet her. "Let's go down there, shall we?" he suggested. And with a nervous movement of his chin he indicated the hill that plunged downwards on their right. There was no one else in the quiet street but a lamplighter who scurried on in front of them, lighting the yellow lamps one after another, till he turned a corner, and with the coming to life of the lamps, as by a miracle, the world was flooded with transparent, wonderful blue. "Now," thought Joanna as they reached one of the flights of stone steps in which places eased the steepness of the hill, "now he will tell me he loves me." Surely the moment had come, the moment for which all her life she had been waiting. When they were gone down the first flight, Bob jerked out his arm and just touched the back of her cape. It was as if he meant to enfold her. But instead, losing courage, he dropped his hand and took hers, pressing it with an abrupt, terrified action against him. With the back of her fingers, Joanna could feel the hard outer muscles of his thigh through his waterproof. Thus joined, they went on more slowly across the paved landing to the top of the next flight. "Joey, do you really care?" he whispered. This was something altogether different from her imaginings, but not for anything would Joanna let Bob think she judged him. Besides, there was an appeal in his muffled voice and in his dimly seen face which moved her. "Yes," she returned in small, bereft tones. "Of course I do." Then, fearing this may be the wrong answer, she added, "If I didn't, I shouldn't let you hold my hand." And she gave him a timid, beseeching look. Bob stopped, glancing swiftly up and down the steps. Still never a soul. Far, far below was the foggy, incandescent track of the new city road, with its crowds, its passing cars full of light, and its sordid glare of shop windows made beautiful by distance. But up here, the two of them clinging together in the dark blue middle air, seemed suspended on a ladder between earth and sky, a frail ladder that was shaken by the traveling wind. "Will you kiss me? Just once?" he pleaded, drooping his head towards her. This, again, was not of the pattern of Joanna's dreams. Had she been all wrong about love? Well, if she had, it was her fault, not love's. She must still believe, and follow where love led. So she turned her obedient face to Bob, and he bent shyly down to her. He was completely surprised by the rich surrender of her lips, she no less amazed by the bashfulness of his. "Is this the first time anyone has kissed you?" The question slipped instinctively, jealousy from him. The girl's heart leapt in response to that. "Yes," she replied with joyous truthfulness, "the very first time." "I'm glad," he said. In the little pause that followed, Joanna felt that it was her turn. "Is it the first time you have kissed anyone?" she asked, ignoring, as he had done, the fact that all the virility of their first intimate touch had been on her side. "It isn't the same for a man," Bob told her, and a smile flickered across his face. "You mean you have?" Joanna was intent, and her real unconscious hope was that he had kissed many women. "Only once, and it was not like this at all. It didn't count, really." Joanna was silent for a moment. She tried to feel disappointment that she was not the first. "But now you'll never kiss anyone else," she exacted. "Never, never again." "I shan't want to," Bob assured her. "No, but promise." "I promise. There. And now kiss me again." "You kiss me this time," ventured Joanna with a daring that shook her. She felt a new recklessness of response, and this time, as he pressed her lips more manfully, a kind of drunkenness crept up behind her eyes. Yielding to it was like plunging down and down, forfeiting one's identity, losing the power of sight. Bob's features became indistinct and dreamlike. "How wonderful your lips feel," said Bob solemnly, as if he were reading out a text in church. "Do they?" Joanna felt them with her fingertips, wondering. "I love your hands, Bob. I was looking at them at prayers," she said in return. But she did not tell him that it was because they reminded her of Gerald's hands. "Tell me," he asked her presently, when they had walked some way on in silence, "how long have you cared?" And Joanna, floating in a rosy haze, was easily harmonious at the cost of truth. "I must have cared for years and years without knowing it," she replied, happy in pleasing him. "And you?" "I suppose I must have too." "I wonder what makes you like me, Bob." "I think it's because you are so gentle." So they strolled homewards, lying sweetly to one another and their own hearts for love's sake, till they came to the bridge which led across to High Kelvin Place. Here Bob stopped, saying he would see Joanna home again. But before turning back they paused, leaning on the parapet of the Hing Hung Bridge, and they gazed down in the wooded bed where the river was only betrayed from time to time by the snaky gleam. To the right rose a sheer escarpment of stone, and towering yet higher behind it, tier upon tier of flats full of windows, seemed in the darkness to be a dense forest screen hung unevenly with barred, many-colored lanterns. To their left ran the low crescent of shops, like a necklace of gold and brilliants curved in a velvet case and with the colored lights of a chemist, a great ruby and emerald for its central gems. And above them, across the great moist arch of sky, so candid and pale, an endless volume of cloud streamed up like smoke from the horizon. "How lovely everything is!" murmured Joanna entranced, and she longed for Bob to take her in his arms, and with her all the wonder of the night which was in her heart. But he seemed in a dream, and as they returned hand in hand to Collessie Street, she felt there was a shadow over him. He himself could not have named it, but he was beset by that dread of young men, the dread that he would never be able to earn a living. He was working now, he told her, for an examination in the autumn, and much depended on his passing it. That he was going up for it at all he owed to his father's sacrifices. And what with this and with his father's illness, Bob was oppressed and fearful. He broke it to her that after the examination he would be going to South Africa. One got on faster abroad, and he longed to pay back his father without delay. It would mean, of course, that Joanna and he would have to wait for years to be married, but not for so many years as if he stayed in this country. The question was, could Joanna wait for him? Yes, Joanna could wait, a lifetime if need be. She showed him shining eyes of assurance. She was gluttonous for sacrifice. And would she not mind keeping everything a secret from other people for the present? To announce it would only distress his father needlessly. Besides, until he had some definite prospects, he would rather have nothing said. Joanna agreed almost rapturously to everything, though the situation as it unfolded struck some unacknowledged misery into her. She declared that he was not asking anything nearly difficult enough for her. She wished to be put to the hardest tests. Indeed, Bob was a little taken aback by her eagerness. Were women then so easy to win? Her capitulation seemed as complete as though it came at the end of a long siege. When he gravely kissed her good night, she surprised him again, though herself still more, by pressing her body with a swift wildness against his. It was only for a delirious instant that she leaned so. But later, as she lay awake thinking over what had happened, it was upon this instant that she dwelt most of all. For her it was the astonishing jewel of the evening. Yet even so she did not let herself look closely and directly into it. Her choice was to keep it vague and veiled, and she hid it forthwith in the inner shrine of a temple not made with candles. 4. Though Bob had still a fortnight of holiday before him, the summer session at Glasgow University opened the next day, and Joanna and Mabel went together to the anatomy class at 3 o'clock. Joanna had promised to meet Bob afterwards, and at 4 she was racing towards the gate of the Botanic Gardens where he waited. Escaping from Mabel had not been easy, but she had managed it somehow. She distinguished Bob's figure from a distance, though he was standing with his back to her, and she wondered how it was that with all men so much alike, one's lover should be so unmistakable. He was at the entrance to one of the glass houses, which, with their squatting, opalescent bosses, are like breastplates of mother of pearl. Under the bright lift of the sky, that seemed to have burst upwards through tatters of brown cloud, the world showed a shouting violence of color. Yet it was the lassitude of spring that assailed the two as they strolled about the hilly red paths of the garden. They talked disjointedly and with uncomfortable silences in which Joanna found herself drifting irresistibly into solitary dreams. They passed some stunted stone pines that laid their dark heads together in a conspiracy, their black tufts and tassels showing in Japanese detail against the sky. And by the side of these bandit trees a company of beeches stood like nuns, so detached and pure were they in their pallor. Joanna, thinking these things, found herself again and again inattentive to what Bob was saying. Still unlinked, they descended to the Kelvin by a long, winding flight of timber-edged steps cut in the steep earth of the ravine. Quickly the sunshine was left behind, and they dropped into the damp, shrubby gloom. Then, mounting the slight wooden bridge, so arched that it had slats nailed across for foothold, they stood in the sunlight once more and looked down at the stream. Among the willows leaning top-heavily over the swollen current, some of the longest twigs were already threaded with silver. The water kept catching at their drooping ends and letting them go again. 2 grayish swans stayed themselves on the swirling surface. The rank grass was sprinkled with a few scraggy hyacinths. Joanna wished it was more beautiful. "I say, Joanna," said Bob, and something in his abrupt voice made her search his face quickly. "After all I wrote to Dad this morning to say that, telling him about you and me—" "But I thought—" began Joanna in concern. "Yes, I know. But afterwards I felt that if it got round to him and I hadn't told him, it would hurt him. Besides, well, I told George Boyd last night. We were sitting up talking by the fire. You don't mind, Joey, do you? It was really because I'm so proud of your caring about me." "I don't see why I should mind," replied Joanna unsurely. "It was you yourself that said—" "I know," admitted Bob, "and I still think we ought to keep it to ourselves as much as possible. George has promised not to say a word to anyone. But with Dad so anxious about me and ill and all that—" His voice trailed off weakly. "I'm afraid he's pretty bad. The doctors don't seem too hopeful. Even at the worst it will most likely be a long business." Bob gazed with gloomy, rather foolish eyes upstream at the anchored swans and bobbing willow slips, and a nerve in his cheek twitched slightly as he spoke of his father. Joanna looked at him, and far down in her heart came the perception that he was no use to her. But never, never would she admit it. Her eyes rested on his sensitive, too short upper lip, and remembering the night before, she found she could conjure up again that curious drunken feeling behind the eyeballs. "Bob," she whispered, moving closer to him. "Yes." He slipped her hand with his into his pocket and looked aslant at her. "Promise me." Why, of course she must love him if his touch made her voiceless. "Promise me you won't stop loving me whatever your father says." And Bob promised. But Joanna scarcely listened now. So long as they stood linked ever so slightly, the stream of her being ran full and sweetly, and Bob, too, was at peace. 5. Joanna had shown her drawings to Bob, and he had admired them. And she had made tea for him in her new studio that she was so proud of, though it was only a little draughty attic wedged under the slates of a high block of offices in town. And now, as they sat there at either side of the tea table, a wicked silence sprang between them. It had not been wicked at first, it had simply been rather wretched. Neither had seemed to have anything more to say. and while Bob fidgeted with his cigarette, Joanna had let herself slip under a spell of inertness. But wickedly, after a few moments, she had begun to wonder how long, left to itself, the silence would last. At first she could not, now she would not break it. What would Bob do? She waited, her hostility increasing instant by instant till she was perfect in hardness against him. And when he sprang up as if to him the situation was no longer bearable, a little cold, satisfied flame shot up within her. But she was unprepared. And when Bob strode to the back of her chair, thrust his hand under her armpits, and jerked her roughly to her feet, it shocked her like an explosion. For a second she stood outraged and quite still where he had put her, then wrenching herself from his hold, she walked to the window without looking at him. Bob followed, and they both stood staring out in consternation at the chimney pots and the knotted meshes of telegraph wires. "You hurt my arms," said Joanna in a queer muted voice. "Why did you?" "I didn't know. I'm sorry." He, too, sounded strangled. She glanced at him, but could make nothing of his face. She had hoped to find strength there, but she saw him bewildered and quivering, cheated of his manhood. "Truly I'm sorry," he repeated. "Somehow I couldn't bear to see you sit still a moment longer, never thinking of me at all. Kiss and be friends, Joanna." He eyed her guiltily, and guiltily she went into his arms. They had not before felt so close to each other. End of section 6. Section 7 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 2. 6. When she was alone, however, Joanna remembered the exasperation in Bob's touch. What had happened? She did not know, though in her self-infatuated humility she was ready to lay all the blame at her own door. If she were to be great in love as she had dreamed, she would have to go some other way about it. With her brain on fire she devised a plan, a fresh, surprising way in which to shine before Bob, and that night before going to bed she posted a note asking him to lunch with her at the studio next day. "Be sure," she wrote in the postscript, "to bring a new penny with you. It's for something special. Don't fail me." After a restless night she went out and ran in and out of shops, spending her pocket money with a perilous elation. She bought flowers, fruit, and the most tempting luncheon food that she could find. She even went to a licensed grocer for the first time in her life, and asked for a bottle of their very best champagne. Never having seen, much less tasted champagne, she imagined a ruby-colored vintage in the tiny bottle all trussed up in gilt paper, for which the man asked 12 and 6 pence. Willingly she would have given him all the money left in her purse. The next thing was wine-glasses, for there were none at home, and Joanna bought 2 that caught her fancy in the window of a second-hand dealer. Set exquisitely on their octagonal stems, they were like the calyxes of water-lilies, and the ancient flint glass from which they had been cut seemed to imprison the faint green shimmer of river water and the criss-cross of reeds. When Bob arrived, he was dumbfounded by the extravagance of these preparations, and by the convulsive welcome in Joanna's embrace. She asked him at once if he had brought his new penny, and he showed it to her, wondering. Seeing her corybantic face, he felt afraid and even a little sheepish. She would not answer any questions, but made him uncork the champagne, and cried out in amused distress when, instead of ruby, a pool of amber rose hissing in one of the wine-glasses. He laughed too, then making her sit on his knees, and some of her strange gaiety diffused itself into his veins also. "As we are engaged," said Joanna radiantly, "I want you to give me an engagement ring. It's always done, you know." And she paused a moment, rejoicing in her lover's clear discomfort. "You see, Mother and Mabel know now," she continued smoothly. "They do they?" Saying this, Bob sat up, almost dislodging Joanna, but she clung to him, and with eyes full of cruel tenderness watched his trouble grow. "Well, why not?" she challenged gently. "You told Georgie and your father. I really only told Mabel, and Mabel, though I said she mustn't, told Mother. It was mean of her, but is there any reason why they shouldn't both know now?" "Of course not. No reason. Only—" Bob broke off to begin afresh with, "What did she say? Did she mind?" Mother? No. She was nice about it, especially when I told her it would be years before we could get married, or even tell people we were engaged. She'll want to speak to me, though. She does. Do you mind? Of course not. But Bob did mind. Joanna knew by his slackened hold on her. In the little silence she stood up and began to tidy her hair at the mirror over the mantelpiece. "And Mabel?" Bob asked presently. Joanna turned smiling broadly with her arms still raised, and she had never been more attractive to him than at this moment. "Mabel asked me to show her my ring," she replied. "So that's why you want me to give you a ring?" "Don't be a silly, Bob. I only want to wear something you've given me." "Do you think I haven't thought of it?" said the young man wretchedly. "I haven't any money now, but as soon as I have—" "Oh, Bob dear," Joanna sang to him with ringing sweetness, "it isn't a real engagement ring with a diamond on it I want. A bit of string or an elastic band would do perfectly if it could be made to last. That's why I got you to bring the penny today. Show it to me again." Coming close to him, she collapsed softly on the floor with her hands on his knees, and she looked up at him with shining eyes of false worship. "Now this is what I want you to do," she told him. "Give the penny to George and get him to put it in the puncher down at the yard. He did one for Mamie once. You'll see what a perfect ring it makes, with the date inside and everything, just like a wedding ring. And then you'll put it on my finger, and I'll wear it forever and ever." Bob pulled her to him and hugged her between his knees, fond but in misery. "You are splendid, Joanna," he said. "I'm far too commonplace for you. You should marry a poet, or something or other of that sort." Though she was flattered by it, Joanna did not like this remark. She became very still in his arms, then withdrew a little, sitting back childishly on her heels. "You know what I said that day on the bridge in the Botanic Gardens?" she began, not looking at his face. "What, particularly? About your always, always loving me?" "Yes." "And the first time you kissed me I made you promise never to kiss anybody else?" "Yes." "That was all wrong," she insisted, beginning to glow again. "Last night I was thinking things over. If people love each other they shouldn't make bargains or tie each other down. Much less, of course, if they don't love each other. I want you to feel quite, quite free. And if you should ever stop wanting me, you aren't to feel bad or anything. You are just to tell me straight out. That is to be our sort of engagement." She took Bob's hand, but there was no response in it, even when she laid her cheek against it. "I suppose you mean it's the same way on your side, too?" asked Bob, taking his hand away. For a moment Joanna felt the impulse to unsay all that she had said. And with the slightest encouragement she would have thrown her arms around him, giving and demanding afresh the immemorial vows of love. But there was that in his downcast eye and twitching cheek which kept her isolated. "Surely," she said dully instead, "you wouldn't want to hold me against my will." "You know I shouldn't." "Well, neither should I you. That's all I mean." So Joanna's carefully planned betrothal feast ended in flatness. 8. Within the next week Bob received 3 letters from his father. They were grave and affectionate, containing no definite reproach, but flying unmistakable signals of distress. There was an appeal in their restrained exhaustion, and the son knew that the writing of them had cost something. Bob had his talk, too, with Julie, and though she had been kind, he came away writhing. He had barely escaped having to kneel down on the parlor floor with her to pray for guidance in a matter of such moment as the joining of his life with another's. As for Mabel, she had congratulated him with a sly touch of amusement in her eyes, which made him redden uncomfortably afterwards, and often at Courtney Street he noticed her calculating glance pass between himself and his betrothed as though there were for Mabel some secret edification in their connection. He hated going to Courtney Street, and always tried to get Joanna to meet him outside or at her studio. But early one afternoon he was caught in a heavy shower in town and ran into the Bannerman's house for shelter. Joanna was not there, but Mabel was, and Bob and she sat talking until Joanna should come in. Before 10 minutes had passed, Bob became aware that he was enjoying himself as he had not enjoyed himself for weeks. Mabel was wonderfully pleasant company. She made none of that emotional demand on him that he was conscious of when he was with Joanna. She neither exalted him into something that he was not, nor pushed him into a mere puppet's place. His manhood expanded itself in Mabel's sensual warmth, and it was a relief that she did not touch his imagination. He began to have a glimmering of what was wrong between him and Joanna. She would not let him be himself. She had no use for the man in him, the man he essentially was. She did not even see what he was, much less love it. Mabel never got near his emotions. He felt no excitement sitting here with her. Yet she went straight to the male in him, recognized it, made him feel pleased to be what he was. She interested his mind, too, and he found himself watching her face. Even when she was not talking, he found himself wondering what were her thoughts. Why had it never struck him before that Mabel was clever? But just as he was asking himself this, Mabel invited him with a sigh to sympathize with her stupidity. "Joanna, now, makes me feel so commonplace and silly you can't think," she said. "She's like a person in a book, I always think, don't you? But I never succeed in being anything but ordinary and stupid." "I shouldn't have thought you were stupid, whatever you were," replied Bob. He was smiling at her, his eyes lively and a little teasing. If he had had a mustache, he would have twisted it upwards. "Oh, but I am." Mabel gave him a look of earnest innocence, leaning forward and hugging her knees as if for some comfort. "I shouldn't like you to know how stupid. For instance, do you know I haven't yet picked up double Dutch, though Georgie says it's easy as easy, and Sholto could do it when he was 6. Bob laughed. "It's only a catch. Do you mean to say you really don't know how to do it?" "Really and truly," Mabel assured him. "If you'll try to teach me," she begged meekly, "you'll see for yourself what a little idiot I am." Bob knew it was all humbug, but it was trifling, feminine humbug, and behind its shallow pretense Mabel and he understood each other and were at ease. He despised and rather liked her. Above all, he was grateful to her. It was good to feel himself a man, even to feel a little manly contempt for a girl's trickiness. He could not feel contempt for Joanna even when she was most absurd. When Joanna came in, she found them chattering between bursts of laughter in the long withheld language, and she knew at once how happy the two had been. Her greeting to Bob was forcedly casual, and soon Mabel, with an elaborate assumption that nothing was amiss, left the parlor. Joanna, who had walked over to the window, stood there biting her lips to keep from crying. "What's up?" asked Bob, and he had persuaded himself into speaking rather truculently. Why, from Joanna's manner one would think he had been caught kissing Mabel, when surely never on earth had there been a more innocent conversation. Joanna turned on him in passionate mortification. "You know perfectly well that we never allowed Mabel to learn double Dutch." "But, Joe, you don't mean to say you keep up a babyish thing like that, now we're grown up? I'd forgotten all about it. Anyway, what in the world does it matter, her knowing it, if she wants to?" "Don't call me Joe. I hate it. You knew perfectly well," the girl repeated. "I tell you it never occurred to me that there was still anything in an old thing like that." Meeting under Mabel's eyes, they had not kissed each other, and now it struck both of them at the same moment that if only they could kiss quickly, all might be well. But they could not approach each other. Under Bob's wretchedness he was setting hard and triumphant against her, and Joanna, while she could feel it, could do nothing. She could only wait. But she had a fierce longing for him to lay things bare for both of them. "I want to talk to you, Joanna." "Go on," she muttered. She leaned by the misted fern case, and behind her the grass in the back garden sloped vivid against the gray afternoon storm, and the newly laid path stood out ruddy with wetness. "How can I, if you stand like that, with your back to me?" His petulant voice was attractive to her, but when she turned and sat down to hear him, she was frozen again, seeing his propitiating glance. Blind she was to his pathos and his decency. She could only hate him for being afraid of her, and she hated herself for having made him afraid. She would like him to have beaten her and made her his, but instead he was cringing now in expectation of punishment. So she sat aloof and forbidding, her hands folded, watching her power in misuse. "I feel a beast, Joanna," he began at last, and she knew by his voice how his lower lip was trembling. "But you know what you said that day in the studio?" For assent she could only look up. She could not speak. She knew now what was coming, and with all the energy of her egoism she was preparing to meet the shock without a cry. He should see how she could stand by her bargain. "I find I'm not so sure of myself as I ought to be, which isn't fair to you," he continued. "Besides, you asked me to tell you if I wasn't, didn't you? And you said you'd tell me if you weren't?" Bob knew this was an untrue beginning, but it came in handy. The larger truth he was grappling with was too difficult. "The fact is, you are far too good for me," he said, and he stopped in despair. But now it was out. That was something. He had only to wait for Joanna. Her eyes were downcast again, and she was so still that Bob longed for an explosion. A little cool excitement took him, as it often did in the laboratory when he watched a test tube for the verification of some risky hypothesis. What would she do? "Are you in love with Mabel?" she asked after a moment, and in the chasm of silence that followed, their glances clashed injuriously. "No, of course not." Bob's voice was sincerely indignant, but by the light of this indignation there flashed in Joanna a clear outline, like a map thrown upon an illuminated screen. "But being with Mabel makes you feel you aren't sure about me," she said. "Perhaps," Bob admitted slowly. "But I'm not in love with Mabel," he added. "You can take that from me. I'm not. Never was, never will be." Though he struggled nearer to the truth now, it still remained beyond his grasp that Joanna, with her romantic cravings, had sent him smack into the merely sensual Mabel, and that, as things were, a man's love could not thrive with neither. A sudden resigned sadness descended on Joanna, blotting out emotion for the time with its lassitude. It was all too difficult for her to understand. She felt a faint nausea, and only longed to be alone. There was no inclination either to plead or to weep. In a sort of dream she listened to her own voice calmly releasing Bob. What was it like to him that she saw the remainder of life stretching before her like a dull, dusty road? There was not one kind thought in her for him. He had failed her and made her fail. Still in a dream she watched herself take him to the door and shake his hand mechanically. But Bob lingered on the steps. And as he looked at her, standing there 6 inches above him on the doormat, staring past him at the rain, the truth broke from him. It hurt him, and he hoped it would hurt her. "If only you had cared one bit for me, Joanna." "I for you?" Joanna looked at him now. "Yes, that has been it. You've never cared a straw, only for yourself and for something. Ideas, perhaps? I don't know what. Never for me." At this, something seemed to snap in Joanna's brain, and the gray street danced scarlet before her eyes. She raised her right hand, swung it far back, and putting strength into the open palm, struck the side of Bob's fascinated face. His bowler hat bounded down the steps with an absurd hollow sound at each contact, and rolled across the wet pavement to rest on the grating of an overworked drain. And after one petrified moment he followed it, his hand to his stung cheek. But before he picked it up, Joanna was gone into the house, and the door was shut. 8. She ran back to the parlor. For a minute she remained furious, glowing from her undreamed-of action. But this faded quickly and left her ill with chagrin. Who could have foreseen such an ending to heroic love? What had happened? She must think? No, she must not think. Not yet, not for some time. The noise of someone stirring in the room overhead interrupted her at her task of blindfolding thought. There was a sound as if a book had been dropped, and the crystals on the chandeliers tinkled from the vibration. Mabel. Yes, it must be Mabel in the drawing room. Mabel, sitting smiling to herself. Perhaps she had been at the window, had seen what had happened. Joanna felt her vanity flayed. It was a relief, however, having to call upon her energies, so as to escape the slanting, malicious sympathy of her cousin's eyes. And stealing from the parlor, she went on tiptoe to the hat stand where she had thrown her wet coat on coming in. As if in league with her action, there was a sudden, resolute reinforcement in the sound of the rain outside, and some unconscious instinct of care made the girl take off the trimmed hat she was wearing, and pull on instead the old tammy in which she had met Bob the first time. Once outside she ran in terror, turning uphill at the first corner so as to get quickly out of range of all the windows. The heavens were emptying themselves with determined violence, and Joanna rejoiced in the downpour. She gave herself to it, lifting her face to the drench. Soon she stopped running, but held to a rapid walk as though bound on some definite errand. I mustn't think, she told herself, making the words keep in time with her footfalls. Not till I get away. Not till I find a place to hide in. Soon she was in a road where green tram cars were running. She swung herself on to a westward bound car between stopping places, and enjoyed the excitement of the spring. There were empty seats inside, but Joanna climbed upstairs. The slight rain came down torrential, and recoiled hissing from the stone setts. The dark slate roofs gleamed against a slowly lightening pall of sky as if they had been varnished. On the exposed Kelvin bridge a few shining umbrellas hurried and fought their way across to the comparative shelter of the houses at each end. Joanna, with fierce satisfaction, grew wetter and wetter. Perhaps she would get pneumonia and die. Father had died of pneumonia. But she felt beautifully warm from her run. When the car reached the terminus, she got down and struck off sharply to the right, her quickest way of reaching wooded country. After passing some unsightly tenement blocks and crossing the canal, she took an uphill bend between hedges in which last year's leaves rattled fretfully. It was a narrow lane, and for a while she was kept back by a horse and cart. The big, beautiful bulk of the horse was strained to the incline in a cloud of steam, and steam flew back in gusts from its nostrils. But Joanna must go on, so she ran up the slippery bank and was soon far ahead. With every step she fled back to her childhood, back to the protection of her dreams. She was seeking the woods as Julie would have taken refuge in prayer. She had failed and must find comfort. There was not yet in her the strength to face failure uncomforted. And at last she was in the country, though it was all wrapped in cold clouds and mist. There were pastures now on either side, divided by grey stone dikes. A mare on the road shied badly at the lines of white water standing in the fields, and her rider, bowing before the arrowy rain, punished her reeking flanks viciously with his crop. Still further on, the road crossed a stream that flowed level with its banks. It was the color of flint, and the white, angry little crests on its surface were like parings of horn. Joanna pulled her gloves off, took Bob's penny ring from her finger, and dropped it into the water. It disappeared without a splash. That was done, anyhow. Her gloves were too wet to put on again, so she flung them after the ring. At the next turn in the road she saw what she wanted. Up to the left, beyond a hilly field, a fringe of trees ran along a crest of high ground, and they were like the trees on the way to the upper pond at Duntarvie. At once Joanna left the road, squeezed through an unlatched gate, and with her feet sinking at each step deeper in sopping cattle tracks, she made for her wooded summit. When she reached the trees she rejoiced to find that they were mostly beeches. Their trunks, wrinkled and sweating, were stained in dark patches with the rain, and the floor of dead foliage glowed purple and sodden. As the girl wound her arms round one of the strong, lovely trees, pressing her cheek against its wet hide, a thrush flew out from the undergrowth with a disturbed, chuckling cry. Now was the time to think things out clearly and bravely, to find out what had happened, and to face it. But she noticed a leaf that fluttered captive, pierced by a sharp twig, and first she must set it free. Next a blackbird distracted her attention. He sat grooming himself for some minutes, then flew off with a spatter of raindrops. So instead of thinking, Joanna sat on the driest log she could find and slipped moment by moment deeper into the familiar softness of dreams. Soon, very soon, the false image Bob had shattered pieced itself together again, and she saw herself again in the shape of her vanity. Was not this her supreme opportunity? Could she not prove to Bob what it was that he had cast aside? Yes, she would go on loving him in spite of himself, loving him and waiting. She had a vision of his returning penitent and impassioned after many years to find her true, unreproachful, angelically forgiving. He would return of his own free will, after long pining in vain for a word, a sign from her. Glowing, she imagined the moment when he would rush across continents to fling himself at her feet, the intervening years having flashed by like minutes. But there ran as usual on the heels of Joanna's fantasy the necessity for concrete action. Bob was leaving the day after tomorrow. Her first notion had been neither to see him nor to answer any letter he might write, but to wait silently through the years. But suppose he neither came nor wrote? Then he would not know of her heroic decision, a thing not to be contemplated. No, she must see him that night before she slept. But how? If she called at the Boyds' house, she was unlikely to see him alone. This small but practical difficulty, with its demand on resource, was refreshing, And even before her plan was complete, hope danced in Joanna's veins once more. Perhaps after all she would not have to wait for years. Voluptuously she saw herself begging Bob's forgiveness. She wallowed beforehand in their mutual abasement, which was to end with fresh avowals and herself enthroned. So she descended from her beech-grown height and made for town again, tucking her wet hair up under the woolen cap that was heavy with rain. In the tram car a young man with a small mustache stared persistently at her, and when she alighted he followed her with his eyes as long as he could. This was by no means displeasing to Joanna, but she told herself how glad she was that Bob had no mustache. At the stationer's she bought note paper and a pencil, and without pausing scribbled this note to Bob: "Come out and see me for a minute. I do want to speak to you. I'm waiting in the close next door. Joanna." Having addressed it, she walked quivering toward High Kelvin Place, and the first likely errand boy that passed was waylaid by her and told how he might earn sixpence if he were clever. Several times he had to repeat his instructions before Joanna would let him go. And the plan worked smoothly. The messenger had scarcely claimed his money when Bob stepped bareheaded out of the Boyd's house. He looked in his odd blind way to one side and another before he discovered Joanna, and watching him she felt faint with excitement. "I say, you are wet, Joanna," was his first remark when they had met. Her skirts dripped on the stone flags, and Bob touched her soaked sleeve timidly. Rings of hair, curled and darkened by the rain, lay close against her cheeks. He found her freshened face splendid. "Where on earth have you been? How did you manage to send me this?" And he flicked the note which was still in his hand. Joanna had told him how she had gone into the country and thrown his ring into a river. But before she could disclose her intention of loving him forever, she saw that Bob was looking on the ground, and she knew herself in the wrong again. It was all no use. His only suggestion was that she should change quickly into dry clothes. That was all then. But what were his thoughts? How unfair that she could not, that she would never know. This unfairness it was that goaded her into asking him again if he loved Mabel. And she really longed for his admission. But no, he still denied it, and she believed him. He did not love Mabel. Then why? Why? How gladly would Joanna have put him on the rack, if so she could have wrung some damaging thing from him. But he would only say with maddening quietness that one couldn't argue about a feeling. "Good night, then," said Joanna, unable suddenly for more, and she left him, going down the steps. Yet when Bob uttered her name with pleading, she had to look back. "Aren't you going to kiss me good-bye?" he asked. She stood amazed at him, and the notion that he was an idiot careered through her brain. Either he was an idiot, or what he had just said was forever inexcusable. But instead of widening the distance between them, Joanna went on looking over her shoulder at him, and she saw how dejectedly he lingered in the dark entrance. He was going away the day after tomorrow and was asking for a good-bye kiss. Why would she not give one? In all simplicity now she ran back to him, and in the shadow of the close she threw her arms around his neck and pressed her shell-cold face to his. To Bob it was the sweetest of their few kisses, but it was a farewell kiss, and short, and he let her go. This time she ran from him without looking back. 9. She did not see Bob again before he left, and with his going her life became empty. All charm and interest went from her studies, and before long her manifest indifference had its effect upon her teachers. They ceased to feel any professional responsibility where she was concerned. She became a notorious shirker of classes and passed much time in listless dabbling at her studio. Sometimes she lapsed for hours into solitary idleness. And at home it was worse. At home there was a jarring on the girl's exposed nerves at every turn. Julie's late nights were telling at last on her health. She was losing her wonderful recuperative power, and she suffered from swollen ankles. The children knew now when she had slept more on her chair than in her bed by a puffiness that showed round her eyes in the mornings. But nothing they could do or say made any difference, so they were all cutting adrift from her. Georgie in the autumn was going to London. She returned from Dresden late in June, her dream of emulating Neruda gone, but her enthusiasm intact. A Dresden fellow student with a new system of teaching children was opening a small music school in Hampstead, and she had asked Georgie to help her. Georgie's capital, a sum of £400, which she and Joanna alike had by their father's will, would be involved. But what a chance after only 1 year's study abroad! So Georgie got her way. There remained the boys, and though they were full of their own occupations, their activities brought the curves of their lives nearer to Joanna's than they had been since nursery days. Linnet, with a mind to the law, and a berth promised him in Mr. Boyd's excellent firm, was preparing for leaving certificates. He was studious rather than clever, and often he would come to Joanna begging her to go over an English essay, or he would ask her advice on a mathematical problem, the principles of which had first to be explained to her, so far behind had he left his sister in school subjects. Sholto, on the other hand, dreamed imperial dreams which wavered constantly between Canada and Australia. He loved open air, the exercise of his muscles, and all handicrafts. As soon as he left the academy he was going to the agricultural college, after which, before leaving the country, he would apprentice himself to some farmer in the lowlands. Meanwhile he spent his leisure in a shed in the back green where he had a carpenter's bench. He made stools and medicine cupboards and little tables, and afterwards poker worked them to his immense satisfaction. And though Joanna from her art school heights despised such a facile mode of decoration, she couldn't help growing interested when he asked her for designs. And at Christmas time especially they turned out between them heaps of blotters and photograph frames. And in return for his sister's help, Sholto would gladly devote a whole Saturday afternoon to her when she was trying to turn the shed stove into a furnace for enamel work. But after Bob's kisses there was no more savor for Joanna in her brother's companionship, and she had a miserable summer. She was glad of one thing only, that Mabel had gone back to stay with Aunt Ellen. She was too dispirited even to protest against the small and hideous villa which Julie took for 2 months on one of the Clyde locks. And although the boys enjoyed the sea fishing and knocking about in boats, all 5 got badly on each other's nerves during the holiday. Georgie resented not having been consulted in the choice of a place. They might at least have remembered that she hated the Clyde and felt ill there. A cold and rainy season did not help. Georgie criticized unceasingly, and unceasingly practiced her fiddle in the only sitting room. Her diligence, as Janet the cook said, was something awful. Now and then Georgie would demand of the others if they didn't notice the extraordinary difference in her tone, due to Dresden. And if the answer was doubtful, she argued the point till a definitely favorable reply was forthcoming. Once, when Sholto stuck to his guns and insisted that it sounded the very same as before, she said, "Well, it can't be helped what you think. I know it's quite different." Absence had made her very sensitive to the failings of her family, and she girded particularly at her mother. Then Sholto, who could be as inimical to his mother as any of them, would step out as her champion. Georgie and he had always been peculiarly capable of irritating each other, and now they squabbled maddeningly over trifles. Linnet took to mooning, Joanna was quiet and wretched, Julie with many tears prayed for guidance and forgiveness. Yet there were hours when for a quiet, breathing space the 5 seemed to regain something of their forgotten early harmony. One promising afternoon, Joanna and Georgie packed a picnic basket, and with rugs and a kettle they all climbed the hill behind the house. Sholto pushed his mother up the steepest places with such vigor that she laughed like a schoolgirl with her clear, bell-like laugh. Then when they had sat down and spread out their belongings, Linnet took her shoes off, and Joanna pulled out the toes of her thick cashmere stockings in the way Julie loved, because it eased her poor feet. Next, Georgie massaged the tell-tale ankles, remonstrating with them, but more gently than usual, while the others ran here and there, calling to each other in echoing voices, and collecting wood and dry bits of heather for the fire. Joanna was always happy tending a fire, and the boiling of the kettle was her special charge. After tea they even forbore to object when Julie read out to them from Asia's Millions how the gospel was spreading among the mandarins. Yet another interval of reunion was to remain as a happy memory. It had been raining since dawn, but towards evening the sky cleared, and Linnet suggested that they should all go fishing in the bay. It was a job to get started, but once down the steep lane from the house Julie was easy to manage. With encouraging cries the 4 hauled the rowing boat down the stony beach, and Julie, very heavy and awkward, was helped aboard from the little jetty. When they had anchored over the fishing ground, quarreled amicably over the lines, and baited their hooks, the mother gazed at the lingering sunset and felt that heaven was very near to earth. Memories of the early days of her motherhood brought happy tears, and she turned her swimming eyes from the radiant west to her full-grown sons and daughters beside her. Georgie was exclaiming excitedly as she wound in the jerking line. She was sure it was either 3 whiting at once or an enormous dogfish, which Sholto would have trouble in killing. And when a very small but vigorous lythe appeared over the side, they all shouted with laughter at her. Joanna caught 3 flounders running through forgetting to pull her hooks a yard up from the bottom. But Julie said she liked flounders better than whiting, and was going to have these cooked for supper that very night. Linnet had no luck at all, and kept shifting his tackle from one side to the other, till at last he got settled in the bows with his Norfolk coated back to his mother. She noticed how like his father he was growing about the shoulders, one hitched a little higher than the other. Sholto astern held his line between his knees. Both his hands were busy with a Jew's harp. It was, he said, the appropriate instrument for the son of a mother in Israel. Then, as the deliberate northern night drew on, and they began to feel cold, they shipped the anchor and rowed back, the 4 taking an oar each. Being used to boats since they could remember, all rowed well. At the end of each stroke the phosphorescence streamed from their blades simultaneously, and went swarming like millions of fireflies into the black water. And keeping time with their strokes, the Bannermans sang. They sang, a southerly wind and a cloudy sky, and many old rounds and catches they had learned in the nursery from their father, for Sholto in his youth had been a great choir member. And their voices, on the quiet stretch of hill-shadowed loch, sounded very happy, very youthful and plaintive. Julie could not join in for tears. Besides, though she had a pretty voice, she was apt, she knew, to go out of tune, and she would not for anything have spoiled her children's singing. 10. But in autumn, with Georgie gone, Mabel again in Edinburgh, and the old life in Coletti Street resumed, Joanna sank into a kind of marasmus, a wasting without fever or apparent disease. She still found Bob's behavior quite baffling, and spasmodically the hope still sprang in her that he would return at length with some undreamed-of explanation. But here was no sustenance for life, and as the weeks dragged on she felt so sore and lonely that she would even have welcomed the return of Mabel. End of section 7. Section 8 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 1. 1. One day, upon coming into the house, she found a letter waiting for her on the lobby table. She knew at once that it wasn't from Bob. Her first glance on coming in was always at the lobby table, in case there might be a letter from him, and anything else was a disappointment. But this letter, or rather a package, had some interest. It was rolled up carelessly in a newspaper wrapper, stamped with an Italian stamp, and marked Manoscritti to save in postage. She would have opened it at once, but her hands were full, and she was tired. So she took it unopened to her bedroom, and threw it on the bed while she rid herself of her outdoor clothes. She kicked off her shoes in the way her mother never ceased to deplore, tossed her hat upon the chest of drawers, and her coat across a chair. How tired she was! Stooping to the mirror on the dressing table and thrusting back her hair with both hands, she peered at her face in the fading light. She was certainly rather white, and there were blue, pathetic shadows under her eyes. A wave of self-pity swept over her. People said youth was a happy time. She knew better. And there and then she determined that she would harbor no such sentiment in old age. "Don't forget," she adjured herself, "don't ever let yourself forget that when you were young you were very, very unhappy." And throwing herself with the utmost dejection upon the bed, she lay there staring at the ceiling. Oh, how familiar that ceiling was! There in the middle were the plugged-up holes in the plaster showing where the trapeze had hung, in the days when the room was a nursery. And there in one corner was a network of cracks like a map. Long ago Joanna had connected this network with her mother's weekly petition at prayers for India, China, and the distant islands of the sea. And looking at it now, she wished vehemently that she had been born in one of these remote lands. She was certain that no one in China or the distant Isles could be so bereft of life as she. Why, in India girls married at 12, and we were asked to be sorry for them. As she stretched out her arms in a gesture of weariness, the back of her hand came against the forgotten letter. There it was, still unopened. She remained supine. She would barely admit the diversion, but she lost not a moment in stripping off the wrapper. And in no time, then, she was sitting upright to smooth out the flimsy foreign sheets against her knee. They were so crossed and recrossed as to be legible only with difficulty, but she had glanced at the end, and with a queer little shock of excitement had discovered who the writer was. It was a letter from Aunt Purdy in Italy. After some reshuffling, Joanna found the beginning. "My dear child and niece," she read, "you will no doubt be surprised to hear from me, and possibly your mother will be displeased at my writing. But the latter cannot be helped, and as for the former, life is and ever will be full of surprises for you as for me. How, you ask, do I know this? Ebbene, as we say here, I will tell you. This morning, it is now evening, and from my lovely cot as I write I can see the sun dropping behind my beloved Carrarus like a ball of fire. I was clearing an old trunk when I came upon a family birthday book. To refresh my memory, I began looking through it. The quotations for each day are found from our dear Robbie Burns. And what do you think I found? Why, that the only 2 births in March for our family are yours and my own. Do you realize what that means, Joanna? No, you do not. But your Aunt Purdy will tell you, for she has devoted years of her life to studying the wondrous signs of the zodiac. And March, the month of Aries, the ram, i.e. the lamb, is the most mystical month of the 12. It is in March that the earth is born afresh every year. Our Saviour was born in March, not in December as is vulgarly supposed, though I will not go into that now. And the chosen of God, those who are sent into the world to teach and to suffer, above all, my Joanna, to suffer, see the light under the celestial dominion of the Lamb, which was from the foundation of the world. To suffer, but also to rejoice, as those born in any of the other months know not joy." Here followed a rough diagram of the zodiacal signs. "This, then," ran the letter again, "is why I write to you, of all my kindred. Though you are of a younger generation, and I doubt not that whatever you have heard of me from your deluded conventional father and my poor weak sister must have prejudiced you against me. Probably also you are stupid. But you were born in March, and this gives me hope that my voice will pierce through all the falseness and deadness enclosing a sister soul. I believe that some day you will come out to this glorious land of liberty and sunshine, this refuge of great-hearted exiles like myself, like dear Byron, like Shelley, and a host of others to whom freedom was life." The letter ended with a fervent, if indefinite, invitation. Joanna's interest was excited. She resented her aunt's disparagement of her parents. The zodiacal signs did not greatly impress her, but she was roused because of the immediate echoing of her own nature to Aunt Purdy's. The letter meant to her far more than it said, and it did more than it meant. It opened an unexpected door of escape. She remembered now, of a sudden, how her mother had sometimes sadly remarked upon a likeness between her and the strange aunt. This must now be verified, and instantly. She ran downstairs to the drawing-room, and there, kneeling all eagerness before the inlaid cabinet, with its glass doors at either side displaying missionary trophies, she lifted out the family album. It had gilt-edged boards and brass clamps and clasps, and lay heavy on her lap as she opened it. Yes, here was Aunt Purdy, one of a group of quaint little girls with long drawers showing under their funny dresses. And here she was coquettish in a voluminous riding habit looped up in half a dozen places, with her hair in a net and a tiny billycock hat tipped over her nose. And here again she looked up from an open book, her chin in her hand, her pretty elbow on a fringed table, her soul in her eyes. In all the full-face portraits, the eyes, rather more deeply set in the head than Joanna's, were remarkable, oracular in their intensity. Earnestly searching for a likeness to herself, the girl found it most clear in a carte de visite photograph in which her aunt was looking down at a baby on her knees, while a little boy, surely Gerald, leaned against his mother's full skirts, his legs in their striped trousers mannishly crossed. Here the capricious sunlight had proclaimed the resemblance unmistakably, and Joanna saw that it was one of contour rather than of features. There was a faintly Japanese suggestion, a flatness of structure. It must have been this, thought Joanna, that had made Nilsson, one of the art school masters, tell her once how like she was to a primitive Sienese painting. Then, as she still searched the album, an idea blazed in her mind. She would learn Latin. Why had she never thought of it before? The word Italy had always held for her even more than the ordinary measure of romance. Julie's eyes had lightened when she talked to her children of Italy, much as they lightened when she talked of heaven. Grandpapa Erskine, with his generous theory of education, had taken his motherless daughters while still in their teens to Rome. In Rome he had accepted the charge of the Presbyterian Church, and had begun to write his life of Hildebrand. In Rome, later on, after forming many ties with the land of his adoption, he had died. There were cousins of Joanna's in Italy of whom she knew very little. Gerald had sisters, while another Erskine, Aunt Minnie, was married to a Frenchman and had a large family at Turin. They never came to England, but they sent cards and photographs at Christmas time, giving glimpses of a life wonderfully different from the life in Glasgow. And now had come this voice from Italy, claiming Joanna out of all the connection as a kindred spirit. Surely it was the voice of life. Surely she would answer it. And to begin with, she would go to the Italian class at the university. The session was just beginning. She would go to Gilmore Hill to make sure, that very afternoon. 2. Still enlivened with her thoughts, she approached one of the southern entrances of the park through which she was going to the university, and there it came upon her with surprise that she was walking amid beauty. The October day was yielding up its breath in faint, dun-colored vapors, and the poor and harsh outlines of this region had borrowed for the time an appealing loveliness. Church spires, St. Jude's among them, and tall houses, mysterious at their bases, rose triumphantly through the sullied lower air to the serenely brooding blue above, where they seemed suspended. And away to the left, on its hill, dominating the park, the Gothic University stood high and black and alien against the sky. Before entering by the wide iron gates, Joanna paused to look. Here, too, all was clothed with the magic of the hour. By day a squalid, railed enclosure where growing things found a precarious life, the park showed itself now as a place of wonder, a dim paradise, which as the evening deepened would become murmurous with lovers. In her full response the girl drew an audible breath of delight and entered. After all, it was good at this moment just to be alive, just to breathe. The desire came upon her for liberated movement, the deep-set human longing for wings. If only one could flit, swift and noiseless through the haze. She glanced behind her. It was barely the hour for lovers. No one was in sight. She chose one of the higher terraces on her right, where many a time as a child she had bowled a hoop, and started to run. Her feet made hardly any sound speeding along the path of hard earth, and her light balanced body was exonerated in its flight through the dusk. But before reaching the flagstaff and the group of Crimean guns that threatened the university from their height, she sat down on a bench and stayed there motionless a while. From here she overlooked the whole park. Behind her curved the topmost terrace, with its stone balustrade and its crown of steep French roofs. Below lay the level murkiness where moving water was, and captive wild birds uttered disturbing cries. Triple globes marked where the new granite bridge spanned the Kelvin, and in places a pair of yellow lamps showed how a cab threaded one of the wider ways. It was a little world to itself, shut in and stuporose. But beyond it, to the south, where a brilliant segment of light marked its confines, Joanna could see where the real world began. Nay, she could hear, coming from the Clyde across all that distance, yet as if it were the beating of her own heart, the dull, steady pounding of the yards. But when the first quiverings of pleasure were subsided, the beauty and pathos of her surroundings became a trouble to her, and she wondered, as she had wondered countless times before, why this should be. Why was she not content simply to admire and enjoy loveliness when she had perceived it? Why must she suffer from the desire herself to be or do some loveliness? What was this ever thwarted need of her being to give itself utterly to the achievement of she knew not what? She recalled her mother's words years ago on seeing the Clyde shipping in sunshine. Let us make our lives to match it. And passionately, Joanna wanted to conform to loveliness. She longed to be in harmony with the beauty she had always worshipped. But how? Perhaps, as Dr. Rankin had so often used his pulpit to say, this desire, ever unfulfilled, and this oppression, proved that her home was in heaven, not on earth. Her mother, she knew, believed this. And was there not something in one's soul which proclaimed it to be true? She rose slowly. She was tired again, and unhappy, and the evening was barren of magic. Still, with a certain saving stolidity, she persevered in her resolution and walked on to the university. There she learned that she was too late, as the matriculation office was closed for the day. It was scarcely a disappointment. On her way out, walking listlessly through the quadrangle where the professors live, she heard behind her the footsteps of someone gaining on her, and before she had reached the postern, a man passed her, stepping quickly in the dusk. She saw that he was smallish and slight, that he wore no overcoat, and something foreign about his alert figure drew her attention. The next moment, as if in response to this, the stranger turned his head and regarded her fixedly. Thereupon Joanna's observation ceased to be conscious. She had become too acutely aware of herself under his curiously frank scrutiny. She carried home with her the impression of a white, small-featured face that seemed scornfully alive. The man must be a foreigner, probably an Italian. Who else should he be but Celebrini, the Italian lecturer, whom, as it happened, she did not know by sight? The certainty that he could be of none other quickened her failing resolve to join the class of which she was the teacher. 3. On the opening day, a week later, she arrived 10 minutes before the hour of the lesson to find herself alone with one young man amid a shabby expanse of benches. Both fellow students were too shy to speak, and Joanna, observing no more than that her companion was dark and bashful, chose a place at some distance from him. The ordinary university youth did not interest her, even while he might embarrass her, and she gazed with suppressed excitement at the dusty Gothic window panes on which flaws of rain were appearing. There was no doubt in her mind that the lecturer would be the stranger who had stared at her by the gate. Presently a third person came in, and Joanna recognized a Mrs. Lovett, to whom she had been introduced not long ago at an evening entertainment at the art school. Mrs. Lovett, a great friend of the director, was a patron of the arts and a well-known figure in the West End. Joanna blushed with pleasure now when the little woman greeted her unhesitatingly. "I've forgotten your name," she said, "but I remember quite well being introduced to you by my friend Val Plummer." And she sat down by Joanna, bemoaning the size of the class. She was a middle-aged woman, but girlish looking, with very bright eyes in her wrinkled, pretty face. Under a soft gray felt hat, her gray hair showed in a becoming disorder, and with her gray, flowing clothes, she looked like a disheveled but attractive and perfectly composed little gray mouse. She remembered admiring Joanna's appearance, and studied her now with bright approval, and also with what Joanna felt to be a touch of amused criticism. Without knowing it, the girl coveted the elder woman's ease and her general air of experience. The next to arrive was the lecturer, and as he stepped up to the rostrum, Joanna looked up eagerly. The disappointment was intense. There, standing above her, was an emaciated tall old man, bearded and rather bent. Surely there was some mistake. Surely Dr. Celebrini, the real Dr. Celebrini, must be ill, and this old man had come to tell them so. So firm was her dream that it had to persist a little in the face of reality. But the next instant she knew that there had been no mistake except her own. She had believed, because she had so strongly desired the likely thing to be true. There was no lecture that day, and Dr. Celebrini told them that unless at least 6 students were forthcoming, there could be no class that session. This had been decided by the Senate. He took down their names, however, and Joanna learned that Mrs. Lovett's Christian name was Mildred. The dark boy, who mumbled his name with a Scotch tongue, was called Lawrence Urquhart. He left the classroom while Joanna was helping Mrs. Lovett to collect her scattered belongings. Some colored beads had rolled out of a leather wallet onto the floor, and the two in picking them up became still more friendly. Mrs. Lovett hoped that Joanna would come to one of her informal Friday evenings, and if no more students turned up, she had the idea of having an Italian class in her own house. They went out together, and as they passed from the darkness of the cloisters to daylight, the sound of a door closing made them both look back. Between the broad stone pillars a man was hastening in their direction. Joanna could not see his face, but she knew him instantly for her foreigner. "It is Rasponi, isn't it?" exclaimed Mrs. Lovett, screwing up short-sighted eyes. "The very man I want to speak to." And leaving her companion, she ran impulsively towards the Italian. Joanna was shaken, and she became half dead with embarrassment. Should she go slowly on? Should she wait? Should she hurry off? No doubt the right thing would be for her to simply disappear. But her fiercer longing chained her feet to the spot, and in a few seconds she was joined by the others. On the first meeting of their eyes, Joanna saw that recognition danced in Rasponi's, and something besides recognition. As her name was made known to him, he smiled, showing a line of short, milk-white teeth, and his hand flew uncontrollably to his little black mustache. His face in the daylight was not so much white, Joanna saw, as ivory, with fine, carven features and remarkable eyelids. There was something of the hardness of ivory in him, too, and there, under the loose gray tweeds he was wearing, she knew his body was like a coiled spring of steel. He was energy itself, but energy pent, not radiant. Joanna had never been so aware of anything, had never imagined anything so living. She was acutely disquieted by his nearness. In the quadrangle he excused himself for a moment, as he wished to hand in a note at a professor's house. The two women walked on slowly. "Isn't he beautiful?" Mildred Lovett turned twinkling to her companion. "And a genius as well. It seems too much for one man." Joanna, startled, had no response ready. Did one call men beautiful? Women were beautiful, of course, but men, with their hairy ankles? And he was a genius as well. This meant an artist of some kind, no doubt. To conceal her confusion, she asked what he did. Mrs. Lovett was surprised at the other's ignorance. "Don't tell me you haven't seen him racing about the roads on that diabolical bicycle of his!" she exclaimed. "I should have thought everybody in Glasgow must know him by now." And she told how Rasponi had fitted one of the new internal combustion engines to a specially strong bicycle of his own design, and how he was doing research work at the university in connection with a new machine for flying. "People laugh at him," she ended, "but I'm convinced myself that he'll succeed in time. He'll either fly or break his neck, perhaps both." After Rasponi had come up with them again, they stood talking for a minute by the postern, at the very spot where Joanna and he had first looked at each other. When Mrs. Lovett had spoken of the small Italian class, he turned to Joanna. "You already know some Italian, perhaps, eh?" His English had the exaggerated precision of the foreigner. It was not broken, but over perfect. Joanna shook her head, and smiling he moved his eyes to Mrs. Lovett. "Yet Mrs. Bannerman looks more Italian than I, though so fair. Do you not see it?" he asked her. "Modern Italian, perhaps, no? But of the Seicento. Why, there is her portrait in London in your National Gallery by a painter of the Venetian school, Bernardino Licinio, I think it is. You know it? But surely, the portrait of a young man it calls itself, but I have always doubted it, and it pleased me to have my doubts confirmed." Mrs. Lovett, her head on one side, looked at Joanna and tried to remember the picture he described. She was not successful, but agreed warmly that Miss Bannerman had struck her from the first as quite early Italian. Botticelli, she thought, or was it Luini? There was surely an angel wonderfully like her in one of Leonardo's groups. Unaccustomed to such talk, the young woman felt herself redden furiously. Nor was she spared by Rasponi. His eyes seemed to search her face, then they dwelt on her breast, then sought her feet. When Mrs. Lovett invited them both to have tea at her house one day soon, there seemed of a sudden no more to say. Joanna took leave of them somehow. 4. In spite of its meager beginnings, the Italian class prospered. There came to be 7 students in all. But the original 3 remained slightly apart from the rest, in a vague fellowship of their own, and they greeted each other with a special friendliness. Lawrence Urquhart was so manifestly glad to be included that Mrs. Lovett, in the kindness of her heart, invited him also to tea, and she liked the shy eagerness of his acceptance. His oddly featured, dark face pleased her too, now that she came to look at it. "Have you noticed what engaging eyes the creature has?" she asked Joanna. "They are pretty often turned in your direction." But Joanna almost resented words that once would have flattered her. She was absorbed by the emotions Rasponi had aroused. From the first he had sought her openly, the whole face of her life was changed. On the second day of the Italian class she had found him waiting for her by the gate. He had moved to meet her, sweeping off his hat with a gesture she would have found ridiculous in another man. But as he did it, it seemed beautifully to place power in her hands. "It has cleared after the rain," he said. "Do you go down the hill and through the park? If so, that is my way also. My lodging is on the other side. May I go with you as far as our way lies together?" Joanna had meant to walk through the park, but suddenly, feeling flight to be imperative, she lied, saying that today she must take the nearer tram home. Rasponi gave a faint shrug which combined disappointment with resignation. "May I come, then, as far as the terminus with you?" he said. To this there seemed only one possible reply, and she gave an unskilful assent, trying hard not to appear as raw and schoolgirlish as she felt. The Southerner appeared to her a creature incapable of awkwardness. Passionately she wished that her upbringing had been more gracious. At the park entrance, which was also the stopping place for Joanna's tram, 3 street musicians were tuning up. There was a harpist on a camp stool, a standing fiddler, and a cripple in a wheelchair, with a rug hiding his legs. They had settled themselves in the corner made by a church and the park railings, and instinctively Rasponi and Joanna paused, waiting for them to strike up. Joanna glanced back towards the university. At the top of Gilmore Hill, where the road cuts the sunset across, 2 cyclists had at that moment mounted from the far side. Their figures, poised in the golden air of the summit, stayed for a breath, suspended as by a miracle. Then their machines swept downwards. There was a rush of wind, a shrill whirring of bells, and they disappeared round the curve of the tram lines. At that same instant, as if by conspiracy, the little band by the gates broke into dance music. In the girl something was set free, and her heart exulted. No wonder Pilcher chose this hill to test his gliders. She looked at Rasponi to discover the meaning of his remark. He too was staring back up the way they had come, but his eyes shone with purpose. "Perhaps you saw him trying them?" he continued. "It must be about 5 years since his Glasgow experiments. A good man, that Pilcher." But Joanna had not heard of Pilcher till now. She felt ashamed under Rasponi's incredulous glance, and was relieved when he put the subject aside. There was still no car at the terminus. The harpist was thrumming diligently, the fiddler swayed as he tore the insistent melody out of his instrument, the deformed man in the chair gave forth the same air more delicately on a flute. They played well, and Joanna stood with Rasponi to hear the valse out. "Ah, you see that!" This exclamation, vibrating and jubilant, was drawn from her companion by an action of the busy little flautist. He had swiftly exchanged his flute for a handful of bound reeds, lying concealed on his knees, and at a recurring phase of the melody he blew into the panpipes, drawing them sharply back and forth against his lips. "Now we know why he has to hide his feet," said Rasponi. And this time Joanna understood. He had moved closer to her under cover of the music. He spoke low, intimately. She nodded, smiling too, and their eyes met. Elated, the Italian was twisting up his mustache, and for the first time the girl saw his narrow, rapacious lips. Ah, yes, Mrs. Lovett was right. Beautiful he was, fine, gem-like. Yet for all his delicate, glittering quality, more male than any other man she had yet seen. Immediately the car came. She moved towards it, though before it could start the trolley pole would have to be changed round. Rasponi saw her into it, lifted his hat, and to her surprise went off at once. He did not even turn around. She would have given anything to be by his side, but was committed to her perverse choice. She watched him till he was no more than a speck near the central fountain. End of section 8. Section 9 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 6, Part 2. 5. Looking back afterwards, she was no more able to trace the hurried sequence of events which led to her marriage with Mario Rasponi than one is able to relate the procession of incidents in a dream. Indeed, it took its place appropriately in what was still a dream life. Outwardly there was an admirable semblance of intention, even of calm. But the girl was not yet near waking, and she proceeded in a kind of deliberate trance which brooked neither interference from without nor direction by her own shrouded intelligence. One of the strangest things in the strange business was that Mario never persuaded her into saying that she loved him. She was captured by his ardor, and after the first weak resistance worked, defiant of opposition, for their speedy marriage. But often she still cried at nights for Bob, and felt as if she must go mad in her renewed efforts towards understanding him. Twice she wrote to him. Surely if there was a scrap of real feeling in him for her, it would show now. But he remained aloof. He begged her to be sure of her own mind, wished her good luck, whatever her decision. In spite of this, Joanna would have gone to him had he been in England. She believed that a sight of his face might have held her firm against Mario. But while awaiting the result of his examination, he was with his father in Germany. And all the time Mario's onslaught continued. The researches which had brought him to Glasgow were complete. He wanted to get back to Italy, where there was work after his own heart for the asking, and he was set on taking Joanna with him whether he won her love or not. His judgment told him that her quick consent was a likelihood, for love there would be time enough later. Actually, he preferred it so. It satisfied an insane violence that was part of him. To Julie he was attentive and affectionate in a bright filial way which gave her great pleasure. He enlivened her, and she felt at home with him as she always did with foreigners. She loved airing her rusty Italian while he praised her intonation. His enthusiasm, his clear unworldliness warmed her heart. They had long and on her side impassionate talks about the persecution of the Jews in Russia. She was delighted with his interest in politics. She was still more delighted that he enjoyed her society. Here was a young, clever man who did not fight shy of her. At first, Joanna wondered that her mother made so light of Mario's frank irreligion. Was it possible that one to whom faith was everything could overlook its absence in a son-in-law? Yet the explanation was simple. Rasponi came of a strict Catholic family. One of his uncles was a cardinal. And the fact that he had broken with the Church of Rome was by Julie accounted to him for righteousness. Then there were the rides he gave her. He had rigged up a wicker trailer and attached it to that amazing machine of his which Julie would insist on calling the velocipede. She enjoyed every moment of the velocipede from its arrival at the front door. She liked to feel the neighbors at their windows while Mario was tucking her in. She smiled happily at the little crowd of children who gathered around, and when he rang his bell and took her slowly down the long slope to Woodlands Road and back again, she was in raptures. Each time they went out thus, her wonder was new. She could not grow accustomed to it. But she would not hear about his flying. If we had been meant to fly, she said, looking sorrowfully at him, God would have given us wings. And she refused to listen to his ready arguments, so he let her be. To Joanna he spoke little of his work, but much of women's place in the scheme of things. He laughed to scorn her ideas of companionship between man and woman. "Do you think I would choose you," he exclaimed, one day, "if I wished for a companion? You, a little, ignorant girl from Glasgow, with no experience of life, no knowledge of what most interests me, machinery, no intellect to speak of. Why, you don't even know my language. Some day, say 20 years hence, when you have learned all I have to teach you, you may be a fit companion for a man, and then only perhaps. But by then you will have lost what now sets my heart on fire. Companion! My poor baby, you do not know what you are talking of. And what it is you want, you still less know. Would you be here with me now, dropping your eyes before the desire in mine, if we were companions? I think not." Joanna and he were having tea at a little wayside hotel to which he had brought her in his trailer. The country air had reddened her cheeks, but Mario was whiter than ever, and his eyes danced dark and fanatical in his head. The girl had no answer ready to his tirade, and he expected none. He continued, "You and your Bob may be companions if you please, both of you free to come and go, to take other companions, as many as you like, to live apart, to discuss this theory and that when you meet. Very good. You might have his companionship. Does it satisfy you?" Rolling her bread into balls on the tablecloth, Joanna tried to collect her scattered forces. She could never stand up to Mario in argument, and was so perturbed under his glance that her ideas seemed to melt like snow wreaths near a bonfire. "Can't one have the two things together?" she appealed to him, timidly. "In theory, perhaps," he replied, and as he spoke he buttoned up with an air of finality the high collar of his leather coat. "But not in practice. Not at least when I am the man and you the woman. There is at this moment a man at the corner table who has been looking at you, and I want to kill him for daring to do so. Is that companionship? Nah. Let us go back. Waiter, the bill." As the two left the room, Mario, holding the door open for her, glared at the man in the corner. He was an inoffensive young fellow who had been struck, not really so much by Joanna as by the atmosphere engendered by the couple. The moment they had gone, the other people in the room began to discuss them. Another of their talks was in the park. It was strange how, in Joanna's emotions, the park became to be associated with Mario as the Botanic Gardens were with Bob. And in the same way the two wooings were bound up with their seasons. Bob's young love, so confused and pathetic, had been in the early spring. Mario's was in the late autumn. And autumn even more than spring is disturbing to those who give themselves readily to nature's impulses. For if in spring we are pierced by the innumerable points of flame which dart skywards from the ground, in autumn our senses are more subtly assailed. For passion's sake, then, the earth's laying aside her ornaments. There is a new restlessness and rapture of bird life, a new sense of disquiet and elation. The wooded places are full of the intoxicating smolder of fecundity. On this November evening, traces of a recent hail shower still gleamed on the black railings, on the slopes of grass, on the dark-bodied trees, each standing in the circle of its own lovely droppings. The naked sky, lofty and compassionate, flung its arch over a glittering world. And in that arch, incredibly remote, ineffably pure, hung the pale, waxing moon like a beaker of fretted silver. To the right of the path chosen by Mario and Joanna, a tree crowned with a top-knot of ivy sheltered a noisy tribe of starlings. It swayed gently under the birds' impetuous communings. Over the pink granite bridge swung a glossy private carriage drawn by a pair of bays, and Mario pulled Joanna aside so that she should not be spattered by the mud which lay thick on the road. Having crossed the river, the two climbed the further hill. Here and there were seats on the little semicircular terraces facing the university, and on one of these they sat down. Mario, as usual, spoke first. "How like olives those are, except for the color," he said. "Are they not?" He was pointing to a group of small, distorted trees on the slope below them. "I've never seen olive trees." "No, but you shall, and soon. Yes, as soon as possible." Mario spoke meditatively, as if calculating, and his eyes did not leave the trees. The girl wondered at his prolonged interest in them. "What kind of trees are they?" he asked her. Joanna didn't know. Now he looked at her. "Do you know anything?" Joanna crimsoned. Truly, beside this man she felt her ignorance, but deeper than her shame was the sensual gratification of this inferiority. "That one is a willow, I know," she said, pointing to a nearer tree. Its long, pliant boughs trailed their ends on the grass all around it, hiding the central stem. "Isn't it like a cage?" "A cage, yes," he agreed, and again he turned his eyes from the tree to Joanna's face. "How would you like to live in a cage full of sunshine and beauty and delight, a cage of which the man you loved kept the key?" "I don't think I should like it, thank you." "Why not? A cage is a prison, isn't it?" "A prison?" Mario made a gesture of despair. "Oh, you English women with your phrases." "I'm not English, I'm Scotch." "Well, you Scottish women with your theories. Tell me, what are the things in the world of best to a woman? Are they not air, light, gaiety, love, ease, shelter from the brutalities of life, children, tenderness, adoration? Does this freedom you talk of secure these? Does it not in reality make them impossible? Tell me, you learned little girl of Glasgow, will freedom give you what you hunger for? Look at me and tell me." But Joanna stared persistently at the willow. "Look at me," he repeated. "Why should I look at you?" she opposed him with low-voiced obstinacy, "if I want to go on looking at the tree?" Her words sounded to her indescribably childish and silly, but she was near to tears. "You are afraid to look at me," said Mario, and the old taunt succeeded. Joanna turned her face to him. More beautiful she was to him than any picture he had formed of her. He leaned nearer, gripping the back of the bench with one hand. "I feel as if once, centuries ago, I had kept you in a cave, and you liked it," he said. "And so that I might have your portrait painted without the painter falling in love with you, I dressed you as a young man. I shall take you to see that portrait in London, and later when we go to Italy together, I shall get Maddalena, my sister, to make you a suit of black cloth with a linen chemise open at the neck, like the girl in the picture. Maddalena is clever at dress. She will teach you also how to clothe yourself as a woman, for even in this you are ignorant. The coat you wear now is so hideous I shudder at it. Yes, Maddalena shall teach you much, but I shall teach you more. Then, after many years, when at last your youth is gone and your beauty, you will be a fit companion for men. What do you say? Will you stay and go to school there?" Mario's voice rose as he waved an arm at the darkening university. "Or will you come away and learn from me? There you will have books and bones. Here, with me," touching his breast, "you will have all that is of value in either books or bones. You will have life, and very soon you must decide." 6. Next morning Joanna woke very early, yet feeling unusually refreshed. She was conscious of an exquisite calm, and had a vision, crystal clear and unshaken, of existence. All difficulties fell from her. She knew now, as if it were written on her bedroom wall, that she would be Mario's wife and would go away with him to Italy. Already she had shed her life in Glasgow like a husk. Had it happened in sleep? Before her now lay the new life, and she set her face towards it freed. She was done with questioning. Everything was beautifully simple. Mario needed her, no one else did. It was wonderful to be needed by this dark, exigent man with the curious beauty that took her breath away. Everything could be left to him. She had only to hold out her hands, to give. Splendid, giving to anyone who wanted what you had with such blazing eagerness. She would think no more about Bob. He had failed her, or she had failed him. Which she might never know. Thinking of Bob, she seemed to see his face drowned in tears. There was a fountain of tears in her for Bob, or for herself in connection with Bob. That must be sealed up. There were no tears in her for Mario. This was a thought that gave strength. Mario might frighten her. He would never be able to hurt her as Bob had hurt her, as Bob was hurting her even now. It was through her dreams that Bob hurt her. About Mario she had no dreams. He was her escape into reality. Resting there in bed, lapped by the silken warmth of her half-awakened body, she wondered why Mario, who wanted her so much more than ever Bob had wanted her, should estimate her so much lower. Bob had admired her drawing, her clothes, the way she did her hair. But Mario? She recalled the first time she had taken him to her studio, how he had poured scorn on her drawing, reminding her in his denunciations of Nilsson, the Swedish master of design at the art school, who was the only teacher for whom she had even attempted to work during this last term. "You draw with your head alone," Mario had said. "One must draw with one's heart, one's blood." And in quick boredom he had turned from her work to the pair of old wine glasses, from which, 8 months before, Bob and she had drunk their betrothal champagne. "These now," he had exclaimed, "these are truly beautiful. Look at them and see how the maker understood the working of glass with his heart as well as with his brain. And so in the glass you find the wickedness of his heart proclaimed as well as the goodness, a piece of pure, defiant art. In your drawing you suppress the evil that partly creates you, so there is no good there either, no beauty of life. How did you come by the glasses? They are Irish, I should think." Taking them from the mantelpiece, blowing off the studio dust, holding them delicately to the light, Mario had considered them with that intentness of his which was always a wonder to Joanna. He never looked at anything vaguely, as she, confused and absorbed by her own emotions, so constantly did. He had raised his brows as she told him how she had bought them of a dealer for a few shillings. "But I won't tell him why I got them," she had said to herself. "That will be a secret always between them and me and Bob." Yet immediately something that did not seem herself had made her tell him. He had watched her face during the brief, hesitating recital, still holding the glasses delicately by their stems, one in either hand, between the forefinger and the thumb. And when she was done he had raised his hands a very little and opened his fingers. And the glasses, the lovely wine glasses that were like river water full of the shimmer of wavelets and crisscross reeds, had been shattered on the hearthstone in 10,000,000 shivers. He had offered no apology. "That, then, is the end of them," he had said. That was all. Yes, it might be she did not love this man. But she exulted in him. She exulted in his certitude, in his power of action. To her he appeared unhampered, and therefore godlike. And he so gloriously knew what he wanted. He wanted her, Joanna, out of all the world of women. Well, he was to have her. It was decided, and decided by some power quite outside of her will. 7. From that moment the end was lost in sight of the many exigencies of the means. On the amazing central fact of her marriage Joanna did not let herself dwell, even in her most solitary hours. All her energies and her awakening powers of management were thrown into bringing about the wedding with the least possible delay. Once she had pledged herself to Mario, there seemed no valid reason for delay, while there were many for haste. The sooner he returned to Italy, the better their prospects. But he would not suffer a parting. He was afraid of losing her. And Joanna was glad of his refusal, for she shared his fear, and shared it strangely on his account. "If he goes away, he'll never get me," was her scarce articulate thought. So they both conspired in doing away with the inevitable obstacles. And soon their haste, which to their small circle had at first seemed the height of unreason, assumed an air of almost common sense. It was a little sudden, perhaps, but after all the circumstances were exceptional. As for Julie, in the turn things had taken she perceived the finger of God. Of late she had been conscious of Joanna's restless lassitude. But from any appeal for confidence, the girl had at once recoiled further than ever into herself. To pray and sorrow in private, then, was all the mother could do. And might not Mario be God's answer? One must have faith. Had Sholto been alive, all would have been different. 8. In Glasgow, at the moment, the Bannermans were awkwardly placed for a pastor, so after much talk it was decided that the wedding should take place in London. Mario went on first to arrange matters with the Italian consul, who was a friend, and Joanna followed with her mother. They so nearly missed the London train that it had begun to move before they were on board. Julie, worn out by the rush, sank down at once in the carriage, but Joanna stayed in the corridor and hung out of the window to say good-bye to her brothers. Lynne, rushing alongside, thrust something into her hand, something small wrapped in tissue paper. "That's my present," he panted. "I hadn't any money, but I thought you'd be able to wear this. You'd better not tell Mother. She might be vexed." Joanna clutched the little packet and nodded and smiled. She couldn't see for tears. The train ran faster and Lynne stopped. He waved his cap up and down in a queer, jerky way, as if shy of moving his arms in public. Further down the platform stood Sholto, making wide gestures with two handkerchiefs. He had been learning signaling in his cadet corps at school. Suddenly, the sister felt like a deserter. How could she leave the boys? Why was she doing it? To get married? It seemed unnatural, monstrous. Sholto had worked hard to get his present finished in time. It was a poker-worked toilet set. Brushes, hand mirror, boxes and tray, all with the same lily-of-the-valley design. She leaned out, waving. She waved and waved till the train, curving, cut the platform from sight. Then, in the corridor, she opened Lynne's package. He had given her his father's gold signet ring. It had been his since his 15th birthday, and though he never wore it, they all knew he treasured it. It bore the Bannerman crest, Pro Patria, under a naked demi-man holding a banner. Joanna put it on under her glove. 9. The night before the wedding, Georgie cried a good deal, for she was sure Joanna didn't properly love the man she was marrying, and marriage without love was the desecration of desecrations. Georgie came to sleep at the little temperance hotel in Bloomsbury, where Julie had taken rooms, and she shared Joanna's bed. Joanna's replies to her questions confirmed her worst fears. Her sister was entering a loveless marriage. But Georgie understood that it could not be stopped, and miserable as she was, it was Georgie who insisted on a white satin bow upon the coachman's whip. They had hired a carriage with 2 horses. Georgie said they must have 2, to take them to the registrar's, where Mario waited with his friend the consul. The marriage was over in 5 minutes, and they all drove on to the station for lunch. Joanna, in a blue travelling dress, the price of which she would not tell Georgie, and a little white, close-fitting hat, smote on her mother's heart. She looked so unprepared, so lamentably young. Yet to the last she had sheered away from all maternal warnings and counsel. The farewell was scrappy and confused. Julie, at the last moment, remembering injunctions about Aunt Purdy to whom she was sending presents, almost forgot to kiss Joanna good-bye. Georgie blubbered, but bore up. Mario was angry because there were other people in the carriage. But at this Joanna felt a secret relief. Not till they were on the Dover packet did she come alive to the strange adventure. She had not been out of England before. The Channel boat was different from any steamer on the Clyde. The waters of the Channel rippled and shone as she had never seen other waters ripple and shine. Near her some people chattered in French. The sailors ran about. There was a smell of biscuits and brandy, of ropes, of tar, of engines, of the sea, the smell of foreign travel. A handsome woman, very well dressed, with beautifully tinted hair, scarlet lips, and blackened eyes, looked Joanna down and up, and Joanna took her envy for criticism. Mario had gone to find deck chairs. He stood at some distance speaking to a sailor, his shoulders moving. Very foreign and animated, yet very much at home he seemed to her in these unaccustomed surroundings. Afraid, but thrilled through and through, his bride watched him. That man in the gray suit was her husband. He was a stranger to her. At this moment he appeared a complete stranger. Yet she had left her mother, her home, all that was familiar to come away with him. This, then, was life at last. But it seemed less real, more dreamlike than anything that had gone before. She was going to a strange land, was going among strangers, was going along with that passionate stranger in the gray suit. The train of experience was alight. Greatly she feared it, but not for anything would she have escaped. Soon Mario came, with the sailor, carrying chairs. When he had made things comfortable in his deft, experienced way, he groped under the spread rug for Joanna's hand. The middle-aged woman with the very red lips looked on for a moment, then she turned with a little smile, and leaning on the deck rail, gazed toward the coast of France. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Kennedy, South Australia. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 7, Part 1. 1. They were to spend their honeymoon at Vallombrosa. For Mario, the place had happy memories of childhood. For Joanna, the lovely-sounding name seemed to breathe the essence of a dream Italy. She imagined Vallombrosa as a wonderful, classic valley, shaded by great trees such as never grew at home, and it was grief to her that they could not go there by a through train from Calais. They would have to stay a night in Florence on the way. Mario had not told his sister of their movements, so no one met them at the station. Joanna had not believed any journey could be so long and so tiring, but as they crossed a deserted piazza to their hotel, a porter running before them with their hand luggage, the midnight air refreshed her wonderfully. She was invigorated, too, even in the darkness, by the strangeness of everything. Among these unfamiliar buildings, breathing this new air, walking under this foreign sky, the man with whom she had passed the last 48 hours in a cramped room of a railway carriage became suddenly an old and tried friend. She clung to his arm and reassured herself by stealing glances at his dim profile. Though he did not once turn his face to hers, she knew he was preoccupied utterly by thoughts of her. At the hotel bureau, some letters were handed to Mario, but he stuffed them into his pocket without looking at them. Then Joanna and he were taken up in a lift and followed their luggage down a long passage. The bedroom had the highest ceiling Joanna had ever seen in a bedroom, and the loftiest windows with curtains arranged in a different way from any curtains at home. But she was most of all struck by the two little high beds. These were pushed together, made up as one, and turned into a huge diaphanous tent by white draperies which hung from high wooden poles. Instinctively, Joanna fancied some bridal symbol, and she would not have been surprised if the snowy hangings had been crowned with orange blossoms. But Mario, seeing her interest, explained the mosquito curtains to her, and as she curiously fingered the net, the porter smiled and said something to Mario. It was clearly the first time the young signora had been in Italy. When they were left alone, Mario glanced over his letters and handed one in a grey envelope to Joanna. "For you," he said, and throwing his own unopened on a table, he went into the adjoining bathroom, where Joanna heard him turn on a water tap. At the sight of the handwriting on her letter, Joanna caught her breath. It was from Bob. Its presence here in Italy a miracle till she saw that it had been forwarded from Calais Street in Lynette's hand. It must have reached home immediately after her leaving, and so had outrun her on the journey south. What could Bob have to say? But why did it matter what he said? The envelope felt very thin. Suppose now, too late, Bob were to tell her that he loved her, that he had loved her all along. Why else should he have written? Sitting half on, half against the bed, so that the poles at the corners creaked from the strain on the netting, Joanna read the short note Bob had written her. He wished her well. He had passed his examination, would shortly start for Africa. He was hers ever, Bob. And underneath the signature, as a postscript, he had set the words, "Have a good time." That was all. Joanna, more shaken than she knew by the sight of Bob's handwriting, was relieved and chagrined in the same moment. She was tired out too from the journey, irritated by the dust which felt gritty against her skin all over her body. Overwrought by the excitement of Mario's persistent wooing in the dark railway carriage. Throwing back her head and puckering up her face like a child, she burst out crying. As the first loud, desolate wail escaped her, she felt tremendous surprise. "I've never cried like this before," she said within herself. "What can be happening to me?" And she went on crying aloud, finding wonderful relief and a kind of healing in the new unrestraint. Hearing the noise above his own splashing, Mario came running into her with a frightened face. His hands were wet, and he had taken off his coat and his collar, which made him into a stranger again. He questioned Joanna anxiously. What was wrong? She did not know, but between her astonished sobs, she tried to tell him. She was afraid he would be angry, but instead he was kind. She handed him the letter to read, and having glanced through it, he let it fall on the carpet, comforting her with his cool, damp hands. And presently, before she had quite stopped crying, he took her to the mirror and made her laugh at the sight of her dirty, tear-stained cheeks. He pulled the pins out of her hat with his deft fingers and covered her face with kisses. "You see, I love you, dirt and all," he said, holding her, laughing at her, brushing the letter and her tears aside as mere childishness. Joanna's heart was warm with gratitude to him. This man knew how to treat her, and now with his wet, pushed-back hair and his strong, bare neck, he looked boyish, different from the Mario she had known before. He had irresistible grace. No one had warned her of the beauty men conceal between their disfiguring clothes, their stiff collars. 2. Early next morning she was awakened by the chant of a goat-herd passing with his flock under the hotel windows. Hearing it first in her dreams, this most fascinating of Florentine street cries seemed to her a melody of unearthly sweetness. Then following, and mingling with it, came other strange cries, and sounds floating from the foreign street, through the closed shutters into the quite high-walled room. It was dark in the room, but she became immediately aware that sunlight of a kind she had never yet seen was filling the outside world, beating strongly like waves against the fast-bolted shutters. Everything was strange, but strangest of all was to see on the pillow beside hers the dark, disordered head of the man who had married her. He was still asleep, his face turned away, and keeping quite still on her side with her knees drawn up and her palm under her cheek. Joanna thought of the past night. Wave after wave of purely physical recollection swept through her, but at the same time in her brain a cool spectator seemed to be sitting aloof and in judgment. This then was marriage. This droll device, this astonishing, grotesque experience was what the poets had sung since the beginning. To this, all her quivering dreams had led, all Mario's wooing touches and his glances of fire. The reality made her feel a stranger in a strange world, not a rebellious stranger. She was humbly anxious to conform to reality, eager to accept and get used to the new aspect of things, but she was before all things astounded. Suddenly, she felt she must gaze at her husband under the altered conditions he had created, and raising herself very cautiously on her elbow, she leaned over and peered down at him in the half-light. He was sleeping like a child, with imperceptible breathing, and he had the innocent look of a child on his unconscious face. Joanna, by gentle degrees, shifted her position till she was crouching over Mario. Then suddenly he opened infantine eyes. She was caught, and she hung above him breathless, gazing ensnared, stirred to a new feeling by the changing in his eyes from babe to man. The next moment his hands had found her, and he drew her down, uttering a deep, chuckling groan of content. "Mia moglie," he breathed triumphantly. "Mia moglie, mia moglie, moglie mia." 3. Vallombrosa was as deserted as lovers could wish. The season had ended weeks ago. Hotels and pensions were forbiddingly closed as if for eternity, and except for the peasants and the bitter-faced young priest, there was not a soul about. Even the foresta had its shutters barred, though the careful padrone walked through the house each day, throwing them open to the sunshine for a few hours to keep the place aired. The humble little Villino Medici to which Mario and Joanna went was the only exception, and its proprietor was never tired of telling his guests that they were having the finest weather of the year hitherto. There was hot sunshine all day, and only the least hint of frost every evening. Joanna had been entranced by their journey up in the funicular. This was the last thing she expected, to go uphill to Vallombrosa. It was late afternoon, and the yet unfallen gold of chestnuts and Italian oaks glowed with an intimate joyousness against the remote amethyst of the sky, which grew deeper moment by moment. The few passengers, some soldiers and market women with whom Mario and his wife first shared the train, alighted at stopping places on the lower part of the hill. So the two were soon left alone except for the conductor, who had twinkling eyes, an indigo chin, and a huge grey moustache. He smiled indulgently on them and allowed them to stand out on the little platform in front while he turned his fat shoulders on them and read his Corriere as long as the light lasted. They leaned forward on the rail, he watching her, she gazing with delight, first on one side, then on another, of the stony, winding track which hardly seemed to violate the hillside. The little engine behind them throbbed gallantly as it pushed them up and up. They did not speak much, but now and then Mario kissed Joanna's shoulder, keeping his lips there till she felt their warmth and their hunger through her thin blouse. It seemed years since the early morning when she had found something ludicrous and inadequate in the decree of nature. Now she thought of the coming night with awakening senses, and for the first time with deliberate intent to stir her husband's pulses, she turned in the quivering light and looked at him. Joanna hardly recognized herself in this voluptuous charmer under Italian skies. But was it right? Did all wives feel and behave like this? She thought of her mother, of Mrs. Boyd, of Aunt Georgina, of the teaching and traditions on which she had been nourished. Which was right? Those traditions or this abandonment? It seemed impossible that both could be right. Yet could anything be wrong which gave such release, such harmony with the golden world and the violet heavens? It harmed no one, and it had swept away the uneasiness under which her youth had laboured for so long. She could laugh now in a voice she hardly knew, could cry easily, refreshingly, could express her emotions swiftly in gestures. She no longer jarred on herself. Joanna remembered a frequent saying of her mother's, that the test of a thing's rightness was whether one could pray to God about it without shame. Well, she had never felt so full of worship. Therefore it must be right. And yet, with her husband's arm around her, she looked down between the gold and silver of some birch trees to the great plain below. The mist lay there like fallen columns, and the river, which Mario told her was the Arno, wound in and out, shiny like a snail's track. A high old villa on a pointed hill massed itself grandly with its bodyguard of cypress against the sky. Some trees near had scarlet stems, from which a few green leaves hung limply. As Joanna gazed, the sky, changing from violet to an intenser blue, seemed to tremble downwards on the waiting earth like a lover assured of his welcome, yet incredulous of his good fortune. Again she turned her face to Mario, this time without a trace of consciousness or coquetry. And all the magic of the Italian night now dwelt for her in his eyes. They had to drive from the station some miles in a little open carriage. There was no moon, and the road ran in darkness through the high, breathless pine forests. But, lying back with their heads against the folded hood of the carriage, they could watch the deep blue winding river of night sky flowing between the treetops with its foam of stars. So as to lean back comfortably, Joanna took off her hat and wound a white scarf round her head and neck. Mario said it made her look like a nun, and he knelt on the carriage floor at her feet to make love to her. His beseeching face seemed to her like a piece of escaped starlight on her knees. 4. Next morning he took her through the woods to a little pillared shrine in which the dead leaves were drifted in heaps. On the way they passed many other shrines, and Joanna exclaimed at their number and at the feeling of happiness their presence gave to her. In Mario's shrine, he and his sister Maddalena had often played as children, and as he sat there now with his wife, he talked gaily of his boyhood, which had been very happy. Again and again, as he was speaking, Joanna felt all the old, accustomed moral values slipping away, and it came to her that she must put new ones in their places, without a soul from the old life to help her. In a perfectly matter-of-fact way, Mario told that his father had never married his mother, as was indeed reasonable, seeing that Count Rasponi was the head of a so famous family, and Maria Cecchi merely the daughter of a professor of mechanics at Turin. Besides, the whole affair had been simply a youthful escapade. As was proper, however, Maria's father had brought pressure to bear on the house of Rasponi, with the fitting result that Mario was legitimized and educated at his father's expense. Within a year of his birth, his mother had found a husband in her own class, a simple surgeon, and of that marriage was Maddalena born. Since reaching her teens, said Mario, his half-sister had treated him constantly as though he, not she, had been the younger. She had not married, and since the death of both her parents he had lived with her. Warmly he praised her qualities. When you see her, he smiled, you will see a veritable Italian woman. But Joanna was nervous of the ordeal awaiting her in Florence, where a long visit to Maddalena had been promised. And even when they had left the shrine, crossing a road and descending a green slope all dappled with sunshine, she was still anxiously forecasting the meeting between herself and this unknown, perhaps hostile, sister-in-law. Nothing Mario could say brought reassurance. Yet a moment later, Maddalena was forgotten, and all else. For Joanna, attracted irresistibly by a company of trees which stood further down in a hollow of the slope, had run forward, and was trying how many falling leaves she could catch. There were perhaps a dozen trees together, with stems as white as milk, and their leaves blowing silver against the blue sky, and in their slender posturings and shadows interlaced, they were like a group of Botticelli's women. Mario stood and laughed as she raced to and fro after the leaves. Every puff of the morning air loosened one or two. Sometimes in a stillness many showered at once. But they evaded the grasp like wild things in their wavering course downwards, and each time she lost one, Joanna cried out with disappointment. Each leaf you catch brings a happy year, she called out, bird-like and shrill, to Mario. and though he found her excitement childish and in some curious way unwelcome, he presently joined in the game. Already Joanna had grown clever at it. She was getting leaf after leaf, and she laughed with joyous spitefulness because her husband did not catch one. Then they grew tired and sat down, and Joanna counted her happy years. Sheep came and cropped the short grass near them, and in another part of the dimpled field 2 little horses never ceased waving their tails. The hours went winged. Here life seemed quite simple. There was no past, no future, only the simple, beautifully rounded present. 5. 3 days later, Mario said he must stay indoors that afternoon to write letters. He suggested that Joanna too should write, sitting at the table beside him. As yet, she had only sent a postcard home each day and had torn up several attempts at a letter to her mother. But she felt incapable of setting words on paper and said that she would wait for him outside. A look of distress crossed Mario's face, but he let her go, telling her twice over exactly to which spot between the disused fish ponds of the monastery he would follow her in a very short time. As they parted, there was a moment of enmity between them, and Joanna knew that he had guessed at and hated her longing to be alone. Yet as she went slowly down the hill, her solitude was very sweet to her. It was the first time since she had been alone in any way that counted since her marriage. When Mario was with her, she could only feel. Now she could think quietly, luxuriously. It was as if tight coils in her mind were unloosed, and this, though she had been unaware lately of any strain in his company. Sitting on a log between the ponds and the edge of the wood, she faced the neat quadrangles of water, and her thoughts flew to Coletti Street. What were they all doing? Without warning, an overmastering affection for her mother swept through her. "When I go back," she told herself passionately, "I'll be loving and most tender, and Mother will be so happy at that, and the boys too. Why have I always been so cold when I love them so very dearly? I wonder they can like me at all. But they will love me when they find how changed I am. I shall like them to love me tremendously." Then sharply came the realization of foolishness in all such thoughts. The old life was over, and with it, its chances of loving and winning love. There might be other chances later, never the same again. And now it seemed to Joanna that she could easily, oh, so easily, have been a loving daughter. It was simply that she had not thought of it at the time. Again she found herself saying, "When I get back." And again she had to pull herself up. How was it that she could not make herself believe that she had finally broken with the life at home? How was it that she could never, for long, rid of herself the irrational conviction that her life with Mario was an interlude which would soon pass? "When I get back." Only the night before she had unwittingly let the phrase fall in talk with Mario, and had stopped short, seeing the look in his eyes. He had demanded the meaning of her words, but she had no explanation. "You speak as if you were my mistress," he had said. "Remember, you are my wife. And as I am an Italian, you are my wife for as long as I live." He had looked strangely angry, Joanna thought, considering that it was after all a natural slip. But now, as she sat waiting for him through this first long half-hour of separation, she knew she could figure no future in their marriage. Once, twice, 3 times she tried, and the vain attempts made her so unhappy that she rose and went a little way into the wood. "I have no imagination, that's it," she told herself for comfort. Or perhaps all newly married women feel like that. As she strayed in and out amid the thin skirting of trees, she knew, as if she saw him, how Mario was writing with a frown on his face, and hurriedly, that he might join her with the least possible delay. Before letting her go, he had told her she never need expect to walk out alone in Florence, not even for 5 minutes. But this, she determined, must be put down to his ever-passing vexation. That he should have spoken it in earnest, she could not well conceive. Yet there had been that in his face as he spoke, a look of fixed, almost maniacal resolve, that she was shaken at the remembrance. She had once wondered if Bob were mad. Now she asked herself the same question of Mario. Were all men mad? She felt lonely in the world, like someone from another star. Would she ever learn the ways of Earth? Ever feel herself at home here? If she had even possessed memories of another world, there would be some solid standing in this. But as she was, she seemed to belong nowhere. At that moment, Mario stepped out of the Velino looking in her direction. From her shelter of trees, Joanna saw him, and saw him worried by her absence, but she would make no sign. Instead, to tease him still more, she hid behind one of the broader tree trunks and gathered her bright blue skirts close to her legs, so there might be no reassuring flutter. As the afternoon was cool, she had borrowed one of her husband's knitted waistcoat with sleeves, which he wore when bicycling, and with little orange wool coat over a vivid gown she looked like some gay-coloured shy bird. She couldn't help laughing to herself as she watched the unwillingness with which Mario turned in at the monastery gates with his letters. If they did not go at once, they would miss the post. Besides, she knew that he had to buy stamps, but she saw him hesitate, and twice he looked over his shoulder before he could enter the little post office at the top of the courtyard. He was gone but a few seconds. Then, pushing his letters hastily into the outside box, he ran across the wide, paved space and came running all the way down to the fish ponds. Joanna, still in hiding, smiled broadly and held her breath. Her heart was leaping deliciously. When he came quite close, she meant to run into his arms. Now she could hear his quickened breathing as he looked uncertainly on either side. Then he called her name. "Giovanna! Giovanna!" he called, and she no longer smiled. At the note of unlooked-for panic in his voice, her blood stood still. All idea of the embrace she had planned died in her. She stepped out from behind her tree, confronting him. His face was livid, insane, and he stumbled over a root as he ran towards her. "Never do that again," he commanded in a strangling fury. "But you shall not again have the chance while I live, for not again you shall go out by yourself." He stood close to her, and now that his fear was past, he was threatening her. Joanna shrank a step back, but he caught her wrists. "What did it mean last night that you spoke as if we shall not be long together? Eh? You tell me, what did it mean?" Joanna shook her head, and she had to moisten her lips with her tongue before she could answer. "I don't know." "You don't know? Dio mio! Can I trust you? What are you? What kind of a woman? I don't know. I know nothing of you. You have treacherous eyes. Down in the field yesterday they were green as the grass. Now they are grey. They change. And your little tongue just now crept out between your lips like a viper. What is the meaning of it? What do you hide from me?" Joanna, though now she felt both afraid and in the wrong, stared proudly at her husband, then turned her eyes away with ostentatious carelessness. Anyhow, he had no right to speak so to her, and she must be angry in self-defence. At the same time, there was a secret, inebriating enjoyment for her in it all. In a new way, she became conscious of her power as a woman. "I did it for fun, of course," she said. "Can't you understand a joke?" "You did it for fun. A joke! One day you would perhaps think it fun to be unfaithful to me. It would be your little joke to deceive your husband. Perhaps this is the kind of woman you really are. Have you been unfaithful to me already? Here among the trees. That dog of a priest. At Joanna's very heart something cried out that she was truly accused. But to stifle and deny that voice all her powers leapt up like ruffians. Her brain repulsed his words as preposterous. Her flesh sprang taut, so that with one sharp movement she wrenched her hands free, and from her lips came an exclamation as of one bitterly injured. But in her anger, she knew at once that she was no match for Mario, and the next moment she had rushed into another falseness. "Mario," she said, looking at him very quietly, "I don't understand. You know I only hid for fun. It was silly of me, and I'm sorry it put you out. But I did nothing wrong." She spoke with false, lovely gentleness, deceiving herself as well as Mario, and immediately he was full of penitence. "Forgive what I said. It meant nothing, but you make me suffer so terribly. You should not have hidden in that way. I cannot bear it. Never hide from me again. Let us say no more, either of us. Let us kiss and forgive." He held out his arms with the expression Joanna most loved on his face, human and pleading, very winning to her, and she ran into his embrace. "What are you like?" he whispered, when they had stood some moments wrapped together in that solitary place. "What are you like, Giovanna?" And he drew back his head the better to see his wife's face. "To me, your body is like steel and white swansdown. Your neck, your breasts are soft as swansdown. Your straight, fine thighs are like steel. Your arms, so long and small, are like the necks of swans. I should like never to let you go. I wish you could be buckled to me, close like this for always. When you go from me, I feel as if my vitals have been torn out. So empty, quite useless." He held her still longer, bracing his body hard against hers, and suddenly he laughed. "I love you for being so strong," he said. "Do you know you have muscles like a leopardess? I must teach you to fence with the sabres. I have a pair in Florence. We shall fence in the evenings when I come home, in our own room, and you shall wear the black suit Madalena is to make for you. I believe, Giovanna, you could wrestle with me and make it difficult for me to throw you." At the challenge, Joanna, who had been hanging limp and heavy in his arms, tightened her hold on him with an excited laugh. Though so near the Velino, their seclusion at this hour was perfect. Over her husband's shoulder, between the trees, away along the road, she could just see a tiny black figure, the priest, on his way to Compline. She remembered his young, unhappy face, and for that moment it was not Mario that she held against her breast. They began to wrestle. Silently, save for little, gasping laughs when one for the minute got the better, they strove with one another. They swayed to and fro, staggering. Sometimes they would lean against a tree, panting, then start afresh. Joanna fought her hardest at once, and Mario matched himself to her, always keeping something in reserve. As a schoolgirl might, Joanna really strained every nerve to prove the stronger, till, at length, seeing the laughter in her face die under the grimness of supreme effort, Mario used his full strength suddenly and threw her. She had tried her best, and she rejoiced that he had beaten her. He had made her his anew, and she longed for him. For the first time she was truly his bride, he her bridegroom. "Mario! Oh, Mario, look at the sky," she breathed. "The colour of it." As they lay there all slackly, resting on their backs on the sweet ground, recovering their breath, staring up and up between the treetops at the quiet sky, the monastery bell began to ring for Compline. The smell of fresh-hewn wood came to them, and the sharp fragrance of the pine needles. Now and then a cone rustled heavily from branch to branch and thudded to the earth. Somewhere a cicada whirred like a pygmy's loom, weaving indefatigably some fairy web. Another hidden being spoke in eager whisperings as a pencil moving over paper speaks, faltering at times as if the poet flagged, but only to begin again with the speed of inspiration. Yet another tiny creature of the forest shrilled, and shrilled with its insistent thread-like voice. The austere, Gothic woodland, regular as stone, measured and set in that place by anointed hands, was full of life. There was life in the aisles of air between the trees, life in the dark plumes, life in the stark shafts, life amid the defiant roots. The sky palpitated from blue to violet, from violet to still deeper blue, and a star came down and glittered like a tear in the black meshes of the pine.
Section 11 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Open the Door by Catherine CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 7, Part 2. 6. From that evening till the end of their fortnight at Vallombrosa, Joanna lived wholly in the new world Mario had created for her. It was a glowing world, inhabited only by the man and the desired woman. They were always out of doors, and the forest was a shield shutting them off from every beyond of thought. Joanna's bodily well-being was flawless, and they walked, sometimes long distances, Mario taking pride in her vigor and staying power. She was no longer troubled by a conviction of impermanence, nor by the dread of what awaited her. But Mario, though he never left her side, was often in torture. He felt she was escaping him always. When she gazed away from him at trees or stars in a long rapture, he could hardly bear it. Even when she entranced him by leaping response to his passion, he had the sense that she was keeping her ultimate self immune, that she was holding back, waiting for some other touch than his. But of all this he said nothing to her. He could not even formulate it clearly to himself. Only by some frantic quality in his embraces did his grievance find expression. What they had was not love, but it had beauty, and it served. 7. It was in Florence that she began to feel herself a prisoner. They had not been 2 days with Maddalena in the little brown villa at San Gervasio before Joanna knew how far Mario had been from joking when he had spoken of keeping her in a cage. In Glasgow, the seeming extravagance of his words had helped her to blind herself to their truth. By the fish ponds at Vallombrosa, she had chosen to take his outbreak as a lover's passing frenzy. Even in Florence at first, she refused to believe that her husband, if he could, would have had her go veiled like an Eastern woman, that he would have kept her sequestered behind high walls while business claimed him, that this desire of his was no bridegroom's freak, but a necessity of his nature, as much a part of him as his pallor or the blackness of his hair. And Maddalena shared his view. Maddalena was to keep the door of the cage. It was true that walking in the streets of Florence was an entirely different experience from walking in the streets of Glasgow. Joanna had to admit that to herself even before Maddalena pointed it out. With her west of Scotland fairness of skin, so distinct from any Italian fairness, she was a clear mark for every bold Italian eye. Besides, at the moment, she carried upon her the lovely bloom which comes to some women when they are first possessed. People twisted their heads round to look, and drew one another's attention to her, and she dreaded the stares because of Mario's distorted face. She found this rage of his hard to reconcile with his light treatment of Bob's letter. One day, within a week of their arrival, they went together to change some English money at Cook's office in the Via Tornabuoni. The place was crowded. A young Italian, marking Joanna, nudged his companion, and they both fixed eyes on her, murmuring to each other. They were at some distance, but in spite of the crowd, Joanna knew by Mario's lowering brows that he had observed them. He even stepped towards them balefully as they passed out by the glass doors to the street. If only he wouldn't take any notice, she thought with anger. Then, just before her, at the little window of the bureau de change, some question was asked with a marked Edinburgh accent. Talking to the clerk about a circular note stood a middle-aged Scotsman. He had grey hair and a kind, shrewd face, and by the side of Mario's frenzy, his known demeanour lacerated her with homesickness. What was she doing among these insolent and jealous Italians? She longed to ask help of this safe man with the so familiar speech. From the look of him, she felt sure he must know her Aunt Georgina. But when he moved away without a glance in her direction, she merely took his place mutely and picked up her silver and nickel pieces without counting them. Not speaking, she and Mario walked back down the Via Tornabuoni. Mario was inwardly vowing that his wife should go no step by herself in town or country, no matter how she might plead. He wondered if even Maddalena could be trusted with her. Not only was he maddened by the staring, but he had seen, as they left Cook's, a look of contempt and rebellion on Joanna's face. Joanna, for her part, was aghast at the situation, and knew not which to hate more, the impudent Florentines or Mario's unreasonable anger with what after all seemed the custom of his country. She was alarmed, too, by her pain of homesickness at sight of the man from Edinburgh. Had she not always felt alien in Edinburgh? Even in Glasgow had she not fancied herself a changeling? And here was a new loneliness engulfing her. Was there no place in the world where she might feel at home? Both miserable, they made their way slowly through the slow-moving crowds of the Via Cerretani, which was already sunk from daylight. And with the flame of sunset behind them, they made for the Piazza del Duomo, where their tram was. 2 days before, seeing the Duomo for the first time, Joanna had remained aloof. To Mario's disappointment, she had been unimpressed by the checkered mass of its marble. But now, looking up from the pool of nightfall where they walked, she held her breath. There, lifted up to burn and rejoice, claiming the sun for its own, like the face of some heavy, splendid flower, some dahlia gloriosa with 1,000 hearts, was the façade. At the sight, Joanna's private trouble fell from her, and a new impersonal happiness she was learning to recognize surged in her again. Ah, what a coward she had been about the man from Edinburgh! What could he do for her? He could but take her back to all she had left and must go on leaving. But Mario was of a piece with the new life. Mario was descended from the men who had spun this blossom out of stone, and he desired her for beauty he saw in her. She, too, like the façade, had a heart for the sun, and he had discovered it. Let Mario use her for his happiness in the way he would. Let him kill her if that was his way. But in spirit, at least, she would never now go back. His wife's enthusiasm and the quick recovery of pleasure in her face turned Mario's humor. During the race for the tram, which had already started, they were both mad with excitement. All the way home they wooed each other. 8. But the bars of the cage were still there, and as one result of their presence, Joanna was sorely deprived of the bodily exercise which had always meant so much to her. Mario, having now started work, left the villa at 7, or even earlier each morning. He had not to be at his office till 8:30, but liked always to spend an hour first in the cucina experimenting with the new brakes or seats or pedals that he was continually inventing. He did not return until 6, sometimes 7 o'clock, when it was already dark. Maddalena hated walking. Though only 35, she was already very stout. And as the ordinary household shopping was done by the cook soon after dawn, Joanna was compelled to spend the greater part of her time either indoors or lounging in the garden. She tried to sketch. The little villa, with its ochre walls of stucco on which had been painted imitation cross-timbers of a faded chocolate color, was not attractive. But the stabilimento behind, where the contadini and their beasts lived, offered some pleasant arrangements of wall and terrace, some tempting patterns of sunshine and deep shadow. For hours at a time she tried to put on paper some of the charm she saw in the poteri, and all the while she kept reproaching herself for not having worked more seriously at her drawing when she had the chance. She was always quite dissatisfied with her efforts, and generally ended by laying aside her pencil and falling into a dream. One morning she had been for half an hour thus drawing and despairing. She sat on a cushion upon the low brick wall which surrounded the well, and though it was past the middle of December, the garden was full of strong sunshine. On the terrace above the well grew a pomegranate tree. Its lower branches were still green, but it had shaken off its upper foliage, and the slender flakes of gold lay all around. Some were fallen in the well, and these swam on the black water, a flotilla of yellow canoes, wonderfully frail, yet with jaunty prows. On the terrace below the well, a fig tree, quite denuded of its leaves, held aloft a few figs right in the tips of its topmost twigs. Joanna thought some giant's child might have stuck them there for fun. No one would ever get them off now. And as she sat there dreaming and idle, half against her own will, she began to survey her new existence. That afternoon, when Maddalena had finished her siesta, they would go together into Florence to the shops. They would not even walk as far as the Querce, but would wait for the Fiesole tram at the bottom of the rough lane which led from the villa. And while they waited, Maddalena would sit to rest on one of the green iron chairs in front of the trattoria where Mario kept his bicycle. During the journey to town, Joanna would catch glimpses of Italy that were almost too tantalizing to bear, glimpses of a hidden courtyard, a little piazza with a spouting fountain, a shop window, a narrow tempting street, a secretive palace. This was her Italy, glimpses and dreams. She was hungry to see everything more closely and at leisure. But on plunged the tram with much pounding of bells and tooting of horns to the Duomo. And at the Duomo they would at once hire a vetturino to take them from one shop to another. Each article had to be bought at a different shop, and as Maddalena was very particular, each purchase demanded time and deliberation, quite apart from the great final haggle over the price. Maddalena did beautiful Florentine needlework, and all the materials had to be of the best. In one shop she bought the linen, and the salesman had to lift down roll after roll of the cool, fine woven flax from his high shelves before his customer was satisfied. Even then she would look over every meter herself before consenting to beat down the price. No thick thread, no flaw of uneven weaving escaped her black eyes, and she was held in great respect by the shop people. Her needles and reels came from another shop, the only place in Florence, she told Joanna, where thread could be depended on. It was near the Or San Michele, and beside it was another for embroidery frames and hoops. Here today a frame was to be bought for Joanna, who was being taught drawn thread work. But the shop that took up most time of all was the tiny one on the Lungarno, where squares and long insertions and medallions of handmade fillet were to be had. Maddalena went there not so much to buy, for it was a trap for tourists, as to learn new patterns and stitches. And Joanna knew that they would spend nearly an hour there, looking over piles of delicately fashioned dragons, and ships in full sail, and wolves suckling Romulus and Remus, before Maddalena bought the one small piece she had come for. After that, most likely they would go to Gillies for Maddalena's glass of Marsala, and Joanna would refuse the sweet wine in spite of persuasion, greedily drinking instead some China tea that tasted of straw, and eating little cakes stuffed with chestnuts. Maddalena, who, with her mustache, her dense body, her dark, slightly twisted face, and her deep voice, had something of the schoolmistress about her, was trying to instruct her brother's wife. She had taken to Joanna immediately, and Joanna felt warm to her. But to the Italian woman, the girl from Scotland seemed almost as ill-educated as a savage. Maddalena could not, for example, get over her sister-in-law's ignorance of all languages save her own, and though she herself spoke English almost as well as her brother, she refused as a rule to speak it with Joanna. If Joanna didn't understand what had been said in Italian, it would be repeated in French. Often the girl wondered what she had been doing during her 8 years at the excellent school in Glasgow. Her own ignorance appalled her. Another source of amazement to Madalena was Joanna's general untidiness. She was never ill-humored about it, only boundlessly astonished. For the gently bred Italian girl is unfailingly and scrupulously tidy. One day she caught Joanna in the act which had so often grieved Julie. The girl was kicking off her outdoor shoes without untying the laces, and the older woman cried aloud in horror. She snatched up the shoes, examined their scratched heels, almost in tears, and a flood of deprecatory speech flowed from her. "And where are your shoe-trees?" she demanded at length. Joanna confessed she had none. "No shoe-trees! Mother of God!" Madalena exclaimed in her masculine voice, so harsh yet so warm, and she cast her eyes up till the whites gleamed in her olive face. Next day she made Joanna buy enough trees for all her shoes. She had laughed and cried over Joanna's trousseau, declaring it was all bits. "Not 2 chemises alike," she marveled. "And Dio mio, the fineness of this nightgown! With us, only demi-mondaines would want such things. Why, it will be ribbons in no time. Ah, you see? Here. What did I say? Already a tear under the arm. That is where they always go first. The other side, too. Santa Virgina, you English, is this what you name a darn?" And there and then she had made Joanna unpick her hasty mending with a special pair of fine scissors, and had showed her how a darn should look. It was impossible to take anything she might say in bad part, and Joanna had learned more from her sister-in-law of material efficiency in a few weeks than from her mother in years of despairing correction. She had learned to admire order for its own sake, which was at least a step towards its achievement. With a good will she had set about embroidering her initials, J.E.R., on every one of her undergarments, and Madalena's ready praise of her clever, if untrained fingers was very pleasant. In a short time she actually felt uncomfortable if she didn't put her shoes on their trees the moment she had taken them off. But the life they led at the villa did not satisfy her, and as she sat by the well this morning her dissatisfaction began to take form in her thoughts. She saw Madalena's existence, so complete, so productive of contentment and having the charm of success. And beside it she placed her mother's ineffectual, uncomfortable struggle. And she could not overcome the belief that her mother's way of life was the better, that it was inexplicably finer, nobler, more winning. The comparison roused her, and she turned on herself in terrified disgust. "What am I? And what am I doing?" she asked herself, and her face burned with shame at the answer she had to give to these questions. She had accepted the role for which Mario had cast her. She had drugged her spirit, had lived for her husband's return in the evenings, had dreamed throughout the day of the night's coming embraces. Was this marriage? No, it could not be. Or if it were, there was something wrong about it. Something, at any rate, that was wrong for her. Not for nothing had Julie nurtured her babes on the belief that God has a spiritual purpose in the life of each one of his creatures, and a purpose for the fulfillment of which the creature is largely responsible. Joanna had tried more than once to express something of this to Mario, but he had condemned such ideas as pernicious and egoistic, and she understood perfectly what he meant. Yet there it was, hardly so much an idea for Julie's children as a fact, a thing bred in their bones by generations of prayer and faith and sacrifice. Mario might say what he liked. He might even be right. But here and now Joanna knew that she would never get wholly away from it. As if to meet the new, if still vague independence rising in her, she sprang to her feet and walked along the terrace to the little garden gate which led to the steep lane called the Via Barbicana. Pausing there for a moment, she looked swiftly about her. She could hear a contadino singing at the top of his voice behind the outhouses as he picked olives, and every now and then he made a rustling in the tree like a great bird, though he never faltered in his loud, heartbreaking song. Joanna stood so still, listening and looking, that on the warm, hard earth of the path a lizard darted between her feet. But there was no human being to be seen, and drawing a long breath, she slipped out of the garden and started running up the hillside. It was very exciting to be out alone against Mario's orders, and the excitement added a glowing quality to the beauty the girl saw on either hand. The walled lane ran between poderi of ploughed land, and over the walls the olive trees stretched their branches, now thickly strung with harvest-ripe fruit. Here and there the muscular grey wood had thrust its gnarled elbows through the stonework, making it bulge dangerously, and in places dislodging it altogether. All the way up the hill on one side, a hedge of monthly roses, full 2 yards high, ran along the wall's top. It was lusty and lovely, thickly covered still with its shell-like flowers, which showed more fragile than ever because of the pale scarlet and yellow hips which were maturing on the same stems as the new buds. And between the gaps of the hedge and above it was the blue, blue sky of the Tramontana. Joanna, all her blood dancing, climbed as far as a little balustraded platform of stone which curved out to her left where the wall ended in a graceful semicircle. A stone bench ran round it, and its playful builder had decorated it with pillars bearing fir cones on their capitals. She knelt on the seat, leaned her elbows on the ledge, and looked down at the world lying in a bath of morning sunshine. Her eyes wandered from Florence to the grey hillsides that glittered when the air moved. She looked at the yellow villas, blind and basking. She remembered one, almost hidden from here among its cypresses, which Mario had pointed out as the home of a woman celebrated for her loves. La Porziencola it had been called, and Joanna had a vivid memory of the little sunken door in the wall, where it was said the lover was wont to enter. On one of their rare walks, Mario had taken her past it. But now, as she looked, La Porziencola, the other shuttered villas, the restless, glittering spume of olives on the slopes, the quieter shining of Florence on her Arno, seemed to her but a part of the passing dream which was her marriage. "It can't go on," she thought. "It won't last. It isn't real. It is playing at something, pretending as children pretend when they play." The very strength of the December sunshine struck her as incredible, and the hillsides were soulless surely. Yet it was no dream. The seat was hard. Its cold struck through to her knees. She really was disobeying Mario in being here. She really had a husband and a jailer, who at this moment was somewhere down there absorbed in his beloved machinery. Joanna recalled the happy oblivion on his face whenever he was busy about his bicycle. That very morning Madalena and she had gone down as far as the steps at the end of the lane to see him off. They had stood there hatless, trembling a little in the early freshness, but enjoying it, while he got his machine out of the trattoria. He had touched it here and there with loving hands to see that it was all right, and had frowned at something which he said would soon want repairing. Then he had kissed Joanna's hand, started with unusual difficulty, and waved his hat without turning his head. The two women had waited, looking after him, till he disappeared round a far corner, and only the distant pulsing of the engine came back to them. And scarcely 3 hours had passed since then. How many hours were there till his return? Joanna counted on her fingers and sighed. Yes, he was still her lover. She still looked eagerly for his coming, and in the pleasure of greeting him, sought compensation for the empty hours of his absence. But this evening she determined she would tell him some of her morning thoughts, persisting till he came to understand her trouble. She would ask him to help her, would show that somehow their love was at stake. She remembered a phrase of her mother's in a talk they had had during her engagement. "It is easy enough to fall in love, my childie," Julie had said, "but to love wisely is sometimes very hard." The mere thought, repudiated at first, that love was hard, came to Joanna now as a stimulating discovery. Of course it was hard. It needed courage to love. Acquiescence was not the way. And at once she pictured herself walking up the lane with Mario when he got home, persuading him to come with her as far as the stone seat, telling him how she had come there earlier by herself. This she must tell him, even if it made him angry. He must not hear of it first through Madalena. And, fearful that Madalena might at that very moment be looking for her by the well to give her an embroidery lesson, Joanna rose and hastened back towards the house. As she turned the last corner, coming quickly downhill, she saw that two men stood on the road just outside the garden gate. Immediately she was struck by disquiet. There was some oddness in the way they were talking, turning constantly to look up towards the villa, yet not going in. One of them, a tall man with thick iron-grey hair, carried his hat in his hand, and kept mopping his brow with a blue silk handkerchief. He seemed terribly worried with the sun full in his face. The other, who had his back to Joanna, was small and spick and span. The absurd idea darted through the girl's brain that Mario had sent these people from Florence to spy upon her. She could not believe them ordinary visitors. Now they were crossing the ditch by the little paved bridge from the lane. But again they hesitated uneasily before going on. They looked almost felonious, and the smaller carried a black bag. Joanna wondered if she could possibly slip past by the upper terrace, and so get unseen to the house before them. By the time she reached the gate they had disappeared round a bend in the path. Perhaps she was too late. Breathlessly she scrambled across to the higher path and flew round by the podere. But as she came down the flight of rough stone steps close to the villa, she saw that she was caught. Immediately below her on her right were the two men, both now holding their hats in their hands. And on her left Madalena, with a question in her face, moved from the house to meet them. Then Madalena had been in the garden looking for her, thought Joanna. What should she do? She might still go back and run round behind the house, entering by the other side. They had not noticed her, but she found she could not stir from the spot. She had to wait. She must see the meeting between the men and Madalena, to whom clearly they were strangers. Now they had met. The tall man started mopping his brow again. The little man was speaking. Suddenly Madalena's hand flew to her mouth. She uttered a loud scream. And Joanna, leaping down the stone steps, was too late to help. Her sister-in-law had slipped down quite neatly and softly, and was lying all her length across the terrace. Mario was dead. Joanna knew that before they could tell her. He had been killed in the Cascine. His autovelocipede, the men said, had collided with a carriage. Death must have been instantaneous. His body was at the mortuary of the Misericordia, whither the brothers had carried it from the scene of the accident. The smaller of the two men, who was a doctor, begged Joanna not to go there, and he looked her up and down searchingly with his wise eyes. The coffin could be brought home later, if they wished it, he said. But better have the funeral from the mortuary. Anyhow, God help them, not to look upon the poor shattered body. It had been a terrible accident, terrible, but no suffering. That was something. All must have been over in a second of time. The poor signore had been riding his autovelocipede at great speed and on the wrong side of the road, at one of those sharp crossings near the racecourse. The coachman of the carriage must be exonerated in the matter. He was, poor fellow, in a state of collapse, but he had not been to blame. Undoubtedly the signore had been riding on the wrong side. All the things from Mario's pockets were in the doctor's bag. Word of the accident had first been taken to the office, that address being the only one to be found on the body. There the manager had done all that remained to be done. The tall man was the manager from the office. Joanna remembered afterwards how the loose flesh of his face hung down under his cheeks and chin, like a hound's dewlaps, and he had great pouches under his eyes. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Open the Door by CARSWELL. Book 1, Chapter 7, Part 3. 9. After the funeral, Joanna did not see the sun for a fortnight. She never went out, not even to the garden. She alone had followed the coffin to the grave, for Madalena still lay in a darkened room. But she had not seen her dead husband. The brothers at the Misericordia supported the doctor in this, and thinking to treasure her last sight of him alive, Joanna had not insisted. The bicycle she had seen, and was crushed and twisted as might have been a penny toy. She did not weep, but when she was not tending Madalena, she sat huddled up, her head on her hands, her eyes staring into distance, and a deep vertical line came between her brows. At first, all the time, and again, she was irresistibly trying to relive the experience which had been Mario's in the moment of meeting death. It was as if, before grieving for her own loss, she must share this with him. She saw the crossroads where she had once been with him, the hidden, noiseless carriage, the tearing bicycle with Mario on it, part of it. There must have been one clear, frantic moment of knowledge, then the smash. Joanna lived through it with every sinew and nerve in her body strong. They had brought not a word, not even a cry for her to hold on to. If only there had come the smallest message. Why had he been riding on the wrong side? It was not like him, yet it was like him to be wiped out in a moment. In spite of her obedience to the brothers, when she tried now to call up the white, vivid face which had been so delightful to her, she could only see it agonized, infuriated, or piteously disfigured. Was it because she had disobeyed him that last day? Why else should he look so angry with her in death? Why else should he be riding on the wrong side? She tried to put the thought from her, but it recurred. Each night she prayed on her knees that she might dream of him smiling at her, but she slept hardly at all, and when she did, she started awake with murder on her soul. Letters came from home, a few shy lines from each of the boys, a long scrawl from Georgie, very affectionate and begging her sister to use the words passed on instead of died, and from her mother almost daily letters, which by the many erasures Joanna knew had been written in forbidden hours. Julie had at once offered to come to Italy, but the girl forbade it, saying she would herself come home as soon as she could leave Madalena in the company of an old friend who was coming from Sicily to be with her. To return home seemed the only reasonable course. Joanna had come to feel a great tenderness for Madalena. She was moved as well as surprised to find how the elder woman clung to her, for Mario's death had worked a curious change between the two women, and now it was the southerner who, with every action, betrayed her spiritual dependence on the northerner. But save for Madalena, there was no life for Joanna in Florence, and as the days crept past and past, she had to admit that life was still before her. In time, Madalena would once more take up the orderly threads of existence in her efficient hands, and the friend from Sicily would probably make her home at the villa. But Joanna could not consent to live on her sister-in-law. Apart from the remnant of Mario's savings, a bare £50, she was left without money. No, she must go back to Glasgow and learn how to live. There were listless hours, wasted years to be made good. She felt rather like a child who has played truant from school and is led back to its task. Joanna decided that she would break the return journey at Virareggio, there to see Aunt Purdy and deliver Julie's present. A visit had more than once been suggested, but till now it had not been practicable. At the station in Florence, she hung round Madalena's neck. Though Madalena's face was swollen above the high, tight-fitting black neckband, and her eyelids were sodden and puffy, she seemed to have shed all her tears. But amid the distractions of packing, it was 2 days since Joanna had cried, and now her eyes streamed. People looked with open expressions of sympathy at the embracing women dressed in deepest continental mourning. At first Joanna had tried to keep some moderation in her weeds, but seeing at once that her sister-in-law would be hurt by any opposition in the matter, she had become passive. It would be easy to modify her dress when she reached home. Now she wore a skirt bordered with a hem of crepe half a yard deep, and a bodice without an inch of white anywhere, and the black veiling which fell from the brim of her hat reached almost to her heels at the back. With her youth and her white skin she was notable, and she felt like an adventuress. A pang of surprised amusement shot through her when she thought what Mario's feelings would have been at seeing her thus conspicuous. It was as if, far down in the dark morning waters, a silver bubble of laughter were released and struggling upwards. The inclination to laugh was intense, inebriating. It seemed years since she had laughed. For a wild moment she thought she must spout her soul out in an eruption of old schoolgirl madness of laughter. But the moment passed, and she only hugged Madalena the tighter because of it, and smiled at her the more tenderly. When the train bore her out of the station and into the sunshine of the unstricken world, a new, rare spring of happiness came welling up suddenly in her life. She had no definite thought of its source. She merely knew that somehow, undeservedly, she had escaped. The words passed through her mind. Our soul is escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken, and we are escaped. In spite of a voice of denial deep buried in her, she saw herself in the image of a dove. But it was with more than the wood-pigeon's wildness that she was now spreading her wings. In her body she still grieved for Mario, but she was unbroken and still hungry for life, which was only beginning. Though she was going home, she was not going back, not going with the man from Edinburgh. Home was the next step forward, that was all. And now that she knew how ill-equipped she must work. How she must work! As the train ran on through the singing fields, Joanna drank the sunshine with an overflowing heart. Like one who has done murder in self-defense and is reprieved, she was full of honey-sweet defiance against death. It was still early in the afternoon when she climbed down from the train at Viareggio. For a moment she looked about her lost. Had no one come to meet her after all? Then she knew for her aunt, an outlandish figure which came flying towards her from the far end of the station, as if on fawn-colored wings. The wings on nearer view turned out to be cape sleeves of a buff dolman, which had been fashionable 10 or 12 years before, and which Purdy always wore on her rare descents to the town. As she ran to meet her niece, this garment fled apart in front, showing the coarse full skirt of a contadina, and her zoccoli clacked rapidly on the hard track, as her heels in their thick red cotton socks parted from the wooden soles with every step. On her head was a man's tweed cap with the peak pulled well over her eyes, and under it her short hair showed, cut in a thick fringe. Joanna immediately dropped her luggage and went blushing to meet her mother's sister, and after Madalena's 100th embrace, Aunt Purdy's first was like a homecoming. Was it the voice, the intonation, the sweetish odor of her breath, or something in the feeling of her arms, wondered the girl, that made her at once so familiar? In Aunt Purdy's face, with its strangely formed lips and burning eyes, Joanna could not see much likeness to her mother or to Georgie, yet it was as if she were hugging and being hugged by both of them, and by Lynette and Sholto too. She felt herself taken to the family bosom. Aunt Purdy, when she had kissed Joanna repeatedly on both cheeks, held her off by the shoulders, saying she must have a good look at her. But in a trice her steadfast gaze went from her niece's glowing face to the long widow's veil which floated behind. "Fie, for shame, child!" she exclaimed, stretching her hand toward Joanna's shoulder and drawing the trail of crepe towards her. "You in Erskine, to wear such a thing, as though we were of those that sorrow without hope. I am amazed at you. Is that all my poor sister has taught her girls?" Joanna tried to explain that she had not wished to hurt her sister-in-law's feelings, but Aunt Purdy would not listen. "Weak, weak," she said, shaking her head. "But 'tis written on your face. The moment I met you I saw. You are too yielding. I used to be too yielding. Life has taught me better, though. You know what dear Browning says, that rage was right in the main, that acquiescence vain? And remember that though we are told that Christ pleased not himself, we know very well that neither did he please others. But see, we will say no more. Luckily, I always carry my shears with me. Aunt Purdy groped under her wonderful dolman among the folds of her skirt and presently brought to light a long pair of scissors, which were fastened by several yards of tape to her waist. She then walked slowly round Joanna, commanding her to stand still while she cut off the draperies of widowhood. "There, that's better," she said. She was delighted as a child with her work. "And now give Auntie another hearty kiss." Again she pressed Joanna to her breast, again held her off for inspection, exclaiming, as if she now saw her for the first time, "So this is Julie's little daughter." By this time everybody in the station was staring at them, staring not rudely nor furtively as people would have stared in England, but with unconcealed interest and encouraging smiles for such a display of family emotion. It is only in the matter of sex that the Italian is ill-mannered. And while Joanna felt that she would have been welcomed quite as warmly without onlookers, she knew her aunt was stimulated by their audience. "This is a historical meeting," Purdy seemed to say with a careless invitation to the public, "between a very remarkable woman and her niece. Look on by all means. It does not matter to me, nor to her, if she is indeed my niece." To the gnarled old peasant whom she had brought with her to carry the luggage, she announced Joanna as her Scottish niece, and the man nodded and smiled. He had to congratulate the Signora on having so beautiful a relation, with a face like the Blessed Virgin's, and all the way from Scotland, too. They left the station, and the peasant took them in a cart through the town, over the canal where men naked to the waist were lifting great blocks of marble out of barges, and across a stretch of perfectly flat country till they reached Torre del Lago. From here they were to climb on foot to Aunt Purdy's cottage, and the man Tommaso drove off to put the pony up, leaving the women to wait by the roadside with the luggage till his return. He would be gone about 20 minutes, Aunt Purdy said, so she and Joanna carried their belongings between them from the road to the shore of the lake, which was only a short way off. It would be pleasant to her to wait there. Joanna was entranced by the pale, outspread sheet of water, so different from any of the lochs at home. A mirage, she thought, must look like this. Even before Aunt Purdy told her, she had known it must be quite shallow all over. When they had been sitting there a few minutes, a small flat-bottomed boat ran softly into shore, not far from them, swishing between the parted reeds, and the two men in it stepped over the side and hauled their craft easily some yards inland among the bushes. Joanna and Aunt Purdy watched, and as the men left the boat and made for the road, Aunt Purdy's short-sighted eyes narrowed, straining in their direction. "What are they carrying, Aunt Purdy?" asked Joanna, a note of childish horror in her voice. "They look like big bunches of feathers, but they seem so heavy." "Oh, but they are birds, and I believe they are fluttering. They are alive?" But already her companion was gone, and had descended upon the two peasants like a whirlwind. "Slaves and cowards!" Aunt Purdy was saying in her peculiar but voluble Italian, when Joanna came up with them. "Ill-educated, without intelligence, pieces of brute beasts." She spared them none of the phrases most wounding to Italians. "Was it for this, Niccolo, that I nursed your wife day and night for a week when she was delivered of twins? And you, Francesco, you whose sweet namesake was the little brother of the birds, are you not ashamed to fill your disgusting belly with the flesh of these little happy bones?" "I do not eat them, Signora," said Francesco sheepishly. "They're for the market. Times are hard. A man must live." Aunt Purdy stamped her foot in its zoccolo. "Idiot!" she retorted. "God have patience with you, for the saints never will. How much do you suppose you will get for them in Vigarego?" "2 soldi apiece, Signora." "Let me buy them from him," pleaded Joanna, and she felt for her purse. She could not take her eyes off the birds, alive and hanging there in 4 great bunches, but firmly, almost roughly, her aunt caught back her hand. "Hold your tongue, silly child," she said. "Francesco, you cannot impose upon the Scottish Signora. You know perfectly that in the time it takes you to snare the Rodignelli and carry them back to the market, you will earn twice as much by digging my garden. It is only because you are lazy and cruel that you prefer to make a few soldi by taking life. And what happens to the money? Ah, yes, indeed. How many soldi return with you out of the little wine shop and via Cavour? You, Niccolo. Your wife told me some pretty things when she was ill, and Francesco need not grin, for he is little better. You will set the birds free at once, or I promise you get no help from me the next time trouble comes. Nicolo and Francesco accepted the situation. They had been at work snaring the land swallows since before dawn, but now they merely looked once at one another and shrugged. Aunt Purdy grasped a bunch of Nicolo's birds, but at first Joanna was afraid to touch the little creatures. She could not believe that they were not maimed, but Francesco showed her smilingly how each one had the tips of its wings twisted together and then tied with thread, so that several dozen could be strung conveniently on a single string. All the signorina had to do was cut the threads and straighten the feathers afterwards. But she must hold the bird's body firmly all the while, or in struggling it might break a wing or a leg before it was ready to fly off. He gave her a penknife to work with. Aunt Purdy was snipping away recklessly, it seemed to Joanna, with her huge shears. As she took the first little palpitating body in her left hand, Joanna's heart throbbed with an almost painful elation. She remembered Cousin Gerald and the chaffinches at Dartivy, and how she had quivered when he had pointed his knife at her breast. Birds had always played a memorable part in her dreams, persisting there like a symbol. Sometimes she had dreamed she was holding her hands above her head, while hundreds of swallows passed through her widely spread fingers, brushing her skin deliciously with their feathers. At other times she was gazing up into a sky thick strewn with stars like seeds as they fly from the hand of the sower. When to her amazement and her great rapture she perceived that they were not stars but swallows, millions and millions of swallows, wheeling and forming into innumerable companies for their autumnal flight. And the moon had turned their breasts into silver, and their wings into the glitter of diamonds. These birds in her fingers now were mostly a kind of lake swallow, black and white, fashioned for swiftness and a swooping flight. It seemed to wonder how they had ever been snared. They had vicious yellow beaks with which they jabbed unceasingly at Joanna's flesh, and their bright eyes, though really quite expressionless, seemed wide with terror. But the consummate moment was when one could raise one's hand and watch the free bird fly. For an instant the swallow's cold, bewildered claws clung to the palm, scratching deep into the flesh. Then it was gone over the lake. Then it was no more than a swooping black speck among the others yonder. As each took to flight, Joanna's heart went with it. Had not she too been snared? Snared indeed by her own desire, but still more by her own desire set free. And each bird, as it went from her, was a thank-offering for freedom. One bird she kept to the last. It was different from the others, much larger. A heavy-breasted gray bird, rather like a seagull, but with a finer beak, dead straight and pointed as a rapier. It had lain in her hands, more passive than the swallow's, as if dazed, and before she let it fly she kissed it deep among its breast feathers. Might it perhaps be her messenger, and fly from her to Mario? Anyhow, her kiss was an unspoken message, breathing remorse, asking forgiveness, proclaiming triumph. 10. "No baby coming?" asked Aunt Purdy, her eyes running over her niece's figure as they took off their coats indoors. Joanna shook her head. "Ah, well, perhaps it is better so, though this visit to Auntie in her lonely nest would have been something to tell a child in the years to come, wouldn't it? Your mother will be disappointed, I dare say. Julie was always mad about babies. But you will marry again, Joanna, and give her grandchildren, I can see that. Trust Aunt Purdy's eyes. Now come up the ladder and take off your hat in the bedroom. Let me go first to show you. Bring your coat with you and anything else. I leave nothing about downstairs. Then we can talk till Aurora has supper ready. Aurora!" she called loudly. "Aurora! Aurora! Vieni!" Running feet sounded from the garden, and a big, handsome contadina of about 18 dashed into the cottage, smiling all over her face. Aunt Purdy, as she had done with Tommaso, presented her niece grandiloquently to the servant's ready admiration. Then, instead of going upstairs, she went out to superintend the picking of the vegetables, and Joanna heard her giving her orders for supper in a torrent of Italian. They had reached Aunt Purdy's remote dwelling after a hot 40 minutes' climb by a footpath so narrow that the three had to walk Indian file, Tommaso leading with Joanna's luggage on his shoulder. The place was no more than a cottage, and that of the humblest kind, but it had been built on a shelf of the hill, and standing at the door with Aunt Purdy's carefully tended vegetable patches on either hand, one grandly overlooked the whole province. Below lay the great plain like a cloak of many colors flung there outspread from the mountains to the sea. On the right the Apennines, where its collar, sweeping in a rich curve upwards to the jewels and point lace of the Carraras. On the left its embroidered fringes were laid by the Mediterranean from Bocca d'Arno all the way round the deeply indented coastline to the long foreland of Spezia. The cottage consisted of 2 rooms, an upper and lower, separated by a flooring of pine which was unplastered below, and so roughly joined that there were gaps large enough to slip a finger through. The lower room was paved with square red tiles and barely furnished with a deal table. A painted wooden bookcase, 3 cheap chairs, and a shabby but fine old armchair of woven cane, the only one with cushions. Some white enamel cups and saucers mixed with common stoneware stood along the shelves of a fixed dresser on one wall, and the whole of another wall was filled by the fireplace, which gave dignity to everything with its huge, sloping hood of stone. Joanna glanced at the bookcase when she was for a moment alone, saw Burns' poems, The Pilgrim's Progress, Looking Backward, A Romance of 2 Worlds, and the Schönberg-Cotta family. There were also several works by Pulsford, Harris, and Lawrence Oliphant, some more novels by Miss Corelli, and some by Ouida. In all, there were not more than 24 books. On the walls hung a number of old-fashioned daguerreotypes, as well as 1 or 2 photographs made vulgar by enlargement. And one of these Joanna recognized at once the gentle, fanatic countenance of her Erskine grandfather, whose same adored portrait hung over her mother's bed at home. And above this Aunt Purdy had nailed a reproduction of Holman Hunt's Light of the World, the only colored picture in the room. She had pointed to this the moment they entered the cottage. "Yes, you see, I will have no imaginative pictures on my wall except one," she said, "and that Jesus. All the others are photographs of the men who have made Aunt Purdy what she is. There you see your darling grandpapa, my good angel who comes often from heaven to commune with me in this lonely spot, and to tell me what are the words I must say to poor humanity as it struggles in the mire of ignorance. Over there is dear Pulsford, you know him, Morgan Roth. What? You have never read it? Poor child, you have not yet begun to live. And here is my beloved Lawrence Oliphant, my appointed soul's mate, as I have come to believe during this last fortnight after much prayer and meditation." But the photograph which most interested Joanna was a faded cabinet one, which had been nailed up in an inconspicuous corner by the bookcase. It was so like Gerald that for a moment she took it for his picture, but on looking closer she saw that this young man had little whiskers and an old-fashioned collar. Then she knew it for a likeness of Gerald's father, her Uncle Henry, a vague figure of whom her mother seldom spoke. He was dead, Joanna knew, and she was dimly aware that for years before his death he and Aunt Purdy had lived apart. As her aunt returned, Joanna instinctively moved away from the photograph. "Yes, that is poor Henry," said Purdy, observing the movement. "I keep his picture there to remind myself that I have forgiven him the great wrong he did me when he put me into what he called a nursing home, and kept me locked up there that he might indulge his fleshly lust with my children's governess, whom he never had the courage to marry. No doubt you have had a garbled story from your mother. There is not a word of truth in that, but basta. As I have said, I forgave Henry long ago, even before God punished him by a lingering illness before calling him on to another phase in his development. I would gladly have nursed him if he would have allowed me, but he refused my offer and did not even answer my letter of tender forgiveness. In that horrible asylum, all those on whom I laid my hands were immediately cured. Thus God causes the wrath of men to praise him, Joanna." During this speech, Aunt Purdy had passed her arm round her niece's waist, and at some points the girl could barely resist her inclination to burst into a fit of laughter. "Your stomach is shaking, child," remarked Aunt Purdy. "You are laughing at me. No, you needn't apologize or explain. I see that in spite of the sorrow God has sent, you are still one of the herd. I must have patience with you. Some day perhaps you will understand. Now follow me upstairs." Joanna climbed after her aunt up the steep ladder, which led through a square opening in the ceiling to the upper part of the house. This was even simpler than the living room, and contained neither cupboard nor fireplace. There were 2 iron bedsteads, a chest of drawers, an enamel basin and ewer, and a printed calico curtain in a corner concealing a few clothes. The floor was uncarpeted, save for a worn strip between the beds, but here also everything was scrupulously clean. Joanna was glad to relieve her increasing feeling of tension by at once opening her traveling case and unpacking the presents she had brought from Glasgow. There were several pounds of tea, on which Aunt Purdy pounced joyfully, and she fingered with critical approval the roll of good-wearing stuff her sister had sent, rough grey tweed with a herring-bow pattern. She was pleased, too, with the 6 pairs of balbriggan stockings and the stout moirette petticoat, But what took her fancy most of all was a pair of half-worn brown velvet slippers, with cross straps and high heels belonging to Joanna. Before Joanna could beg her to keep them, she had put them on instead of her zoccoli, and even over the coarsely knitted socks they fitted her. In her delight, she walked up and down the room, holding out her full skirts like a young girl, and looking down with pleasure at her elegant feet. "I can see you have not the Erskine feet," she said, glancing at Joanna's, "though they are well enough shaped and not large. But look at mine. Though I am over 50, they are as they were when I was 17. And see!" Eagerly unfastening Joanna's slippers and standing on the rough boards in her scarlet stocking soles, Aunt Purdy sprang right on the tips of her pretty toes like a ballerina, and stayed there poised for perhaps 10 seconds, her arms outstretched, and her fine, serious face thrown back in triumph. It was true. She had marvelous feet, small and with strongly curved insteps. On coming into the house, she had laid aside her mannish cap and the dolman, and Joanna thought she looked stranger than ever. Her light brown hair, in which there were only a few threads of gray, was cut in a straight fringe, far up on the crown and coming across to her eyebrows. Her eyes could at any moment, and apparently at will, fill with fire, and in spite of its many fine wrinkles and the absence of color from the cheeks, her face was indomitably youthful. Both face and neck were of an even yellowish tint. Her breast was full and deep. Only in a careless sagging of the stomach and thickening of the hips did she show her age. The next moment she was unrolling and measuring Julie's tweed to make sure there was enough for a new winter dress. The amount hardly satisfied her, and she began to examine Joanna's crepe-edged skirt to see if it would do as a pattern. "How queer the fashions are now!" she exclaimed, keenly interested, but with some disgust in her voice. "Are they really wearing such skirts in Florence? I think them ugly and immodest, fitting so close round the hips. You have the Erskine figure, Joanna. Our women always had good, well-grown bodies. Turn round and let me look at you. Yes, you are well set up and have a good complexion like your mother, though she was never so pretty as you. But I had a fuller bosom at your age. A woman should be big-breasted, the Italian men say, and I think they are right." "Mother has sometimes said I am like you," ventured Joanna, who hardly knew what to do with herself under her aunt's scrutiny. "Like me? Nonsense, child. Your mouth a little, perhaps, let me see. Yes, possibly a very little, but you have not and never will have my wonderful eyes. Have you ever seen eyes like mine? I have never met anyone who has. The young priest at Kamawula, our nearest village, whom I am helping and teaching, says my eyes seem always to be gazing straight into heaven. Yours, Joanna, when they stop dreaming, will have the earthward gaze. I can see and feel it. Now don't argue with me. Aunt Purdy knows these things. You will love with an earthly love, and you will suffer as all those born in March must suffer, shedding tears that are sweeter than the smiles of others. But it is not yet clear if you'll ever attain to the universal, the soul love, which is mine. Why is it that I can go about alone here without fear at any hour of the day or night, here among these mountains where there are so many brutal men? It is because I have the perfect love which casteth out fear. And my bosom and my wonderful eyes were to fire a man's passion, so that it entered his heart to do me wrong. I should take him tenderly in my arms and give him freely all the love he is capable of taking. Men are thirsting for such love, Joanna. They may not be aware of it, and few women there are who have it to give. Then he will go on his way a happier man, and when the fumes of wine or lust have gone from his brain, he will know that he has been embraced by one whose soul is already in heaven, looking on the brightness of the Lamb, though her aging body still walks the earth." As she spoke, almost chanting in her ecstasy, Aunt Purdy's face grew more and more radiant, her eyes more madly luminous, till Joanna could not bear to look at her. Gladly the girl would have escaped, and not from her aunt's rapture alone, but from the strong, terrifying response there was to that rapture in herself. She shrank from the deep exposure. But as she could not escape, she held herself like stone, sitting there on the edge of the bed, and staring at the herringbone tweed, and the elder woman found her stolid. Neither silence nor interruption, however, could long stay the stream of Purdy's speech, and it was still flowing steadily when later in the evening they sat downstairs, eating their supper of artichokes fried among eggs in a great earthenware dish. Ordinary talk was impossible, and Joanna soon gave up the attempt. Purdy, even when she put a question, never allowed anyone but herself to answer it. All she wanted was a listener, but so manifest was this need that Joanna wondered how she ever managed to pass a day in solitude. During supper a small lamp filled the room with a deep shadow rather than with light, and in the glow of the charcoal fire Aurora, who cooked and waited on them, looked like a goddess. Joanna could hardly take her eyes from the servant's neck, which rose, a thick and golden column, from the great shoulders, and when she turned from the stove to bring them a dish, she walked royally, swinging on her hips. While Aunt Purdy talked and talked, Joanna and Aurora kept smiling at one another with warm and secret understanding of youth. Still Joanna listened, for when Purdy was not speaking of herself, she spoke of the Erskine family, and on her lips the most trifling events assumed an epic quality. An old Dumfriesshire nurse of her childhood moved like a giantess amid her talk, and ancient Huguenot lady known as Grandy, with a title and a wonderful ebony wig, who had looked after Purdy and her sisters for some years after their mother's death, stood out as another large and gracious figure, a dwarf who had run away from a traveling circus at Peebles to take refuge in the manse, and who had become the children's ill-tempered but loving slave till his death a year later, gave a note of grotesqueness. But all these dim figures, which recalled to Joanna 100 half-heard tales of home, were no more than the background in Aunt Purdy's narrative to the stupendous figure of Papa. Papa was all and in all, and constantly Joanna found herself glancing up at the wall, from which the ecstatic face of the old minister looked down at his daughter and his granddaughter. It had been a great grief to Robert Erskine that no son was born to him, for his son was to have been called Hildebrand after his hero, and he was to have been a great man, but with characteristic vigor this father of 4 daughters had put his dream behind him, and had thrown all his zeal into the education of his girls. After 4 of Shakespeare's heroines he had named them Miranda, Perdita, Juliet, and Hermione, though at home they became known as Annie, Purdy, Julie, and Minnie. And though Annie had died at 20 of a fever contracted during one of their educational trips in the Campagna, and Julie at 18 was on the verge of a mental breakdown through overstudy, his children's faces still glowed when they spoke of him. "Never forget, Joanna," said Purdy, "that Grandpapa was one of the world's great men. Your mother must at least have told you that. Even your Aunt Minnie, who is one of the silliest women imaginable, has done that much for her unfortunate children. Papa was not appreciated by his contemporaries any more than I am by mine. But in the end, greatness must be recognized, and my aim is to leave in my writings a picture of Papa, which shall be an inspiration to future generations. I, in myself, am nothing." As she spoke, Purdy stretched out her arms in a magnificent gesture of humility. "I cannot of myself write one word that will live, but as soon as I have sat down with an obedient heart at that little table by the window and have taken my pen in hand, Papa comes to my elbow, and though, alas, I cannot see him, I hear his voice as I heard it in childhood, gentle yet stern, and he says to me, 'Perdita, my child, child of my loins, most beloved, write the words I speak to you now, and write no other words, for all other words are of the devil.' Once or twice, nay, many times, for I am weak and sinful still, and in the flesh, the devil has come to tempt me upon my hilltop, and I have disobeyed darling Papa's command. I have written words of my own, or I have made believe that Papa was still at my elbow when he was no longer there, for there are times when God has other work for him to do. But when I do that, when I write my own poor words or false words, the devil whispers, 'Do you know what happens, Joanna?'" At the very breath of the question, Aunt Purdy broke off, turning to Aurora. "Aurora, this butter is rancid again. Where did you get it? There is no excuse at this time of year. Take it away, and tell Maria that the Scottish signora is displeased with her." Having dispatched Aurora, Aunt Purdy bent her gaze once more on Joanna, leaning forward with blazing eyes. "Where was I, Joanna? Ah, yes. When I disobey sweet Papa, this is what happens. I go to bed and sleep, and in my sleep a hand is laid on my shoulder, and a voice says, 'Blot the wicked words of self.' And still in my sleep I get up, and after climbing down the ladder I remember no more. But when I come down in the morning as usual, I find that all the words that were words of self have been blotted by my own hand." When she had listened to the sound of her aunt's voice for more than 2 hours, Joanna was near the end of her strength. Supper was long over. Aurora had bidden them good night and gone home. The charcoal no longer glowed in the wells of the stove. The lamp flickered with lack of oil. Wearied out with the last weeks of grief and sleeplessness, with the excitements of the day, with the toiling walk uphill, with the strangeness of everything, Joanna's head fell upon her breast. "Dear Auntie," she murmured, raising it with an effort, "I am so terribly, terribly tired." "I can see that you are exhausted," replied Purdy, And exhaustion is a poison. No one ought ever to be exhausted. It is stupidity, nothing else. It comes from not knowing how to rest. That is what poor Henry never could see. He was always wanting to sleep. Now since I have learned how to rest, how to relax every nerve and muscle perfectly, as I shall teach you presently, need hardly any sleep. The great thing is to think of your body as a string of beads. Then you can give it the rest and refreshment it requires without sleeping for 7 or 8 hours like a hog. Joanna made a final effort to listen, but after some time she only understood dimly that something was being read to her. Aunt Purdy's voice was like a river flowing through the room, flowing and filling the room with waves of sound, and the sound came and went like the noise of a weir in the breeze. At one moment it seemed to Joanna that she was listening to her mother. Yes, that was her mother talking of poor, poor human nature. Then it was surely Georgie's voice, assertive, full of challenging assurance. Now her grandfather, whose voice in the flesh she had never heard, was addressing her from his place on the dark wall. Then again the tones seemed to be the echo of her own secret heart. It was the voice not of a person but of a family. But at length only phrases came to her drifting like islands on the tide of sound. The father-motherhood of God, the central sphere, the divinity of sex, the man-woman creator. Then single words began to spin like motes in the beams of the guttering candle. Duality, soul, man, dove, love, love, love. Then gradually she sank beyond the reach of words, and so she stayed till, drawn up by Aunt Purdy's ice-cold hands upon her wrists, she knew she was being told with contemptuous kindness that it was time for bed. End of Book 1. End of Section 12.
Section 13 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Open the Door by CARSWELL. Book 2. Open a Door of Utterance. Colossians, Chapter 4, Verse 3. Chapter 1. 1. To please me, to please your mother, Joanna, and it is not very often nowadays that I ask either you or Lynne to do anything to please me. It was Julie that spoke. Joanna, tormented by the vexation and pertinacity in her mother's voice, looked up from her drawing-board and across the dark parlor. She was sitting close up to the window, eagerly using the last of the daylight for her work. But Julie stood uncertainly by the door, grasping the knob with one hand, while with the other she contrived awkwardly to hold a small tray loaded with tea things. To the daughter by the window, the mother's face in the interior was only a pale blur, but she knew its expression as surely as though she could see the distressed features, and her blood rose in irritated protest. She was working. She was trying to finish a lunette-shaped design for tomorrow's class at the School of Art. Why couldn't her mother let her alone? It was all very well coupling her name thus with Linnet's, but in practice Linnet was left unmolested and went his queer, separate way alone. And it had been the same with Sholto till he had left home a year ago. It seemed as if the boys were exempt from their mother's spiritual passion. She even did her best to forward them in the world, scraping together the money for Sholto to start fair in the colonies when he should be ready to go, and keeping unpunctual Linnet up to the mark in his attendance at Mr. Boyd's law office, where he was now apprenticed. But when she considered the unspiritual ambitions of her daughters, she had never ceased to mourn, and as Georgie was away, it was Joanna who chiefly suffered the strain of being yearned over. "I say it again, Joanna, my child," continued Julie, and though she tried to put sternness into her tones, they remained simply vexed. "To please Mrs. Lovett, or Mr. Nilsson, or Phemy Pringle, or any of the new friends you have made since you came home, there is no trouble you will not take, and take gladly. But if poor mother asks you to do something for her sake, it always goes against the grain. How is it? You get lots of flattery, Joanna, outside your home, but I must speak the truth to you. And this that I have said, however it may grieve us both, is the truth. Think how little it is I am asking of you, simply to give one short hour of next Friday to read and pray quietly with a few of God's dear good workers. And remember, my daughter, you will not have Mother with you always. She is growing older, and her constant prayer is that she may not be spared to old age, to be a burden to herself and others." Joanna sprang to her feet. She was seething with a helpless sense of injustice. It was more than 3 years now since she had returned from Italy, a widow, to her mother's house, and scenes of this kind were familiar enough. But all of a sudden, at this moment, she found the situation intolerable. It was intolerable that her mother should stand there pleading with her, holding the tray so ungracefully, looking in her shabby dress more like a servant than the mistress of the house. In a confused fury, but controlling her movements, she crossed the room and took the tray roughly from Julie's hands. "I'm sorry, Mother," she said. "If you want it so much, I'll go to the meeting." But she was incapable of any accent of relenting tenderness. "Thank you, Joe." The mother smiled now in timid triumph. "You really will come? You promise, Mother, not to let anything prevent you?" "Haven't I said I'll come?" The girl's exasperation brought violent shoots of pain to the back of her eyeballs. Surely, she thought, Mother might let it alone now she has got her way. And before taking the tray to the pantry, she added, "But remember, it is only to please you, not to please Miss Gedge." Julie sighed deeply as she went to light the gas and draw down the parlor blinds. But she looked happier. For after all, Joanna had promised to come on Wednesday night. And Joanna was not to know that the meeting in the tiny vestry of St. Saviour's, the low and very evangelical English church to which Julie now went, had been specially arranged for her spiritual benefit by dear Eva Gedge. If Joanna had known, she would have been angry, and nothing would have made her yield. Was it perhaps a little unfair? As the mother swept the table carefully clear of crumbs and strewed them outside on the window-sill for sparrows, an expression of shame did strive for a moment with the satisfied craft in her face. But it was only for a moment. The deceit, she reminded herself, if deceit there were, was for her precious child's eternal welfare. Besides, this little gathering of 1 or 2 together, with Joanna in their midst, was dear Eva's idea. And it was dear Eva's calling to deal with young people. Why else was she at the head of Elmbank Training College for Deaconesses? Joanna, in the pantry, rolled back her sleeves, turned on the hot water, and set herself the unnecessary task of washing up. The dishes might quite as well have been left for the housemaid whose day out it was, but if Julie saw them, she was sure to slink in later and do them herself. It was a provoking piece of knowledge, and the daughter, as she rinsed the cups and saucers, stared tensely out between the bars of the pantry window at the familiar darkening slope of the back green. There at the top was the wall along which she had so often raced, and in the angle of the wall was a disused ash-pit, which, at 8 years old, it had been her dream to turn into a little house for herself and Cousin Gerald. True, she had taken no practical steps towards making it habitable, but the picture had so persisted in her mind that for many months she had not been able to pass a piece of coal in the street or a stray potato without picking it up. At once she had seen herself in her tiny house, bending over the fire and cooking the loved one's supper, while he praised her for her thrift. And there, in another corner of the wall, was the carpentry shed, which looked sad since Sholto's departure to a farm in the Lothians, where he was learning stock breeding. Joanna wished that Sholto could have stayed at home instead of Linnet. She and Linnet depressed each other, and the sister felt a kind of horror at seeing her own faults so clearly emphasized in her brother. She was ignorant of the real current of his life, and in all but superficial ways the two had come to avoid each other, seeking help outside in different directions. Suddenly the tears started to Joanna's eyes, and her high-strung fury changed to simple dreariness. Through these childish memories, called forth by the sight of the black-green, and these thoughts of the nearer past, she had completed a circle of emotion. Once more she was confronted by her immediate trouble, the trouble concerning her mother, and for a moment she tasted despair. Almost 3 years now she had been at home, and it had come to this. She had got no further than this in fulfilling her dream of daughterhood by the fish-ponds of Vallombrosa. In practice, she could not be the daughter of these dreams. Still less could she be the daughter her mother so passionately wanted. Why was it? Many times she had asked herself that question, and now she stumbled against it again. She loved her mother loved her. The dream at Vallombrosa had at least had that much of truth. And all the time in Florence she had known herself spiritually involved with her mother in some inexplicable way. Then why, when they were under the same roof, was there this unending conflict between them? Whose fault was it? Chafed and puzzled as she was by this questioning, Joanna was well accustomed to it, and had her own way of escape, which she presently took. Just as before her marriage she had constantly taken refuge in a world of dreams, so now, shaken awake by the vivid physical experience with Mario, she fled outwards to embrace the newly discovered actual. Well, she knew her way out. Had she not trodden it these 3 years 1,000 times? So the unfallen tears soon dried in her eyes, and before the last cup was put away she was once more entirely absorbed in thoughts of the lunette she had to finish for Mr. Nilsson's class next day. Mr. Nilsson, her favorite master, what would he say about it? Thank heaven she had her work. With the natural end of her mourning for Mario, Joanna had become in a perfectly fresh way conscious of the outside world. She had seemed to re-enter life like one new-born, and now for the first time was experiencing the vigor of her youth. A shadow and a burden were lifted, a film taken from her eyes. She was able now to interpret the sense of escape that had come to her in the train as she left Florence, and she understood more fully why her heart had almost broken with thankfulness by the lakeside as the Rondinelli took their flight from her hand. She was not merely a woman reprieved, but a woman awakened. Even now she could not at all times identify herself with this new, intoxicating, workaday world, which for so long she had disdained in favor of dreams. The other people who were in it, and part of it, must see through her, she often fancied, guessing her no true-born inhabitant. But she did not want to be an alien. She had given herself readily to its refreshingly tangible complexities, and quickly she made a place for herself in it, a place where her mother could not follow her. Acquaintances she now had in flocks. People, of course, knew her story and rejoiced in it. Her looks were in keeping with romance. She was everywhere received with a mixture of sympathy and envy which was delicately flattering. She talked with shy eagerness, listened reverently, admired, and, with encouragement, criticized. For her, the most ordinary social event in this unknown world was highly colored. She might well have been 18 instead of 24. And alongside of this enlargement, without making any special effort, she had surprised herself by acquiring the habit of work. She was making real progress, and in a quiet way had become a figure at the School of Art. The masters were on friendly terms with her. The students discussed her clothes and her features. It was astonishing how much livelier her pencil had become, and she had a passionate appreciation of drapery. Her ambition was to earn her own living, some day to go to London. But by Julie, every step of this social and artistic advance was subtly opposed. It was a strange, unremitting conflict. The more the mother perceived the daughter's gifts, the more desperately she deplored any little worldly success the girl might have. There was unscrupulous warfare between them. And with this result: that Joanna was spurred on her way far more steadily by the discouragement at home than by all the easily elicited praise outside. Both were useful, but even when it irked her most, the true stimulant lay in the handicap her mother was to her, and obscurely she knew this. Poor Julie, on her side, had no such compensations. Besides, she lacked the saving hardness of youth. She, too, was sorrowfully puzzled by the turn things had taken. Life had been so very sweet to her for a little immediately after Joanna's homecoming. She had rejoiced in what she described to Eva Gedge as the softening influence of sorrow, and had welcomed the passing simplicity that grief brings. Bereaved Joanna had been very loving and so gentle that to the mother it seemed as if a real change of heart must have taken place. The two had been more nearly united than ever before. But these first days, or were they only hours, had passed all too quickly for Julie into a treasured memory. And now she saw her dear child, dearer now than ever, drifting farther from her and from her grace, becoming, as the years passed, more and more worldly and pleasure-loving. If Julie faltered at times in this view, letting her natural maternal pride have the upper hand, or excusing her daughter's youth, there was Eva Gedge, and Eva knew how to apply the spur. Such an experience as Joanna had been through, said Eva, must lead either to heart-whole dedication or to a more callous resistance. And to know in which direction Joanna was moving, had not one merely to look at the friend she chose for herself? This was an accusation to which Julie had no answer but a sigh. Eva's graceless part, indeed, was to foment whatever was mean and sterile, and to drag down all that was fine and productive, in a contest which, let alone, had little of baseness in it. Like Mabel, she was essentially a divider. Barren of life itself, her deepest passion was to balk and defeat the entering of others into life. Not that she was herself aware of her role. Not that others, seeing her warm show of interest in the face of Joanna's cold politeness, would easily have guessed it. She was always the first to smile, with Christian cordiality, when Julie tried to bring daughter and friend to a better understanding. And though it sorely irked her, she almost always refrained from putting into words her constant disparagement of Joanna's natural qualities. Often she wore a martyred air, and truly enough there was martyrdom to her envious nature in Julie's mounting pride in the younger woman. As for Joanna, she had become angry with a kind of scornful jealousy. She knew that Eva's influence was hateful. She knew that her mother, in the deep, human part of herself, was glad that she, Joanna, could no more love Eva than Eva could help envying her. Yet she was helpless. And whenever she had been the subject of a prayerful conference between them, she writhed anew under the reinforcement of authority in her mother's voice, and under the malign gleam that darted from the prominent black eyes behind Eva's glasses. So Joanna had steeled against them both. She knew not how often her mother, out of tender consideration for her, did violence to herself, keeping difficult silences, restraining sorrowful exclamations, suppressing unkind criticisms of her daughter's new friends. Nor did she know the depth of her mother's loneliness, which, by a moment of lavish affection, either she or Lynne could better have assuaged than Miss Gedge by many hours of spiritual conversation. 2. As far as Julie and Miss Gedge were concerned, Joanna had 3 friends, Mrs. Lovett, Carl Nilsson, and Phemy Pringle, but each of these represented a growing host of undesirable acquaintances. Mildred Lovett, upon Joanna's return to Glasgow, had hastened to pay a call of mingled condolence and curiosity. It was known what part she had played in Miss Bannerman's romantic marriage, and the moment she had reconnoitred at Colesley Street, she was generously determined to welcome Joanna, but Joanna alone, to her special circle. That it was a special circle everyone admitted. Indeed, if Mildred did not speak of it as a salon, that was only because there were undoubtedly people in Glasgow who might not take such a word seriously. As a salon, she certainly thought of it. And even the scornful uninvited never denied that it included, in a fitful way, 10 times the number of celebrities the lady could have achieved with thrice her income in London. Not only was she able to tap the University and the School of Art, which between them should represent the intellect of any city, but her drawing-room in Panmure Crescent had become a known resort for such distinguished visitors as came from London to lecture, act, paint, or make music on the banks of the Clyde. And Joanna was young enough to find it thrilling that she should meet famous people in the intimacy of a friend's drawing-room. What matter if she rarely saw them oftener than once, and then did it not get farther than a few remarks about the weather? But she learned quickly to keep from mentioning her notabilities at home, except privately to Lynne. One evening, at the tea-table, having overflowed in eager chatter about some well-known actor, her words had died under Julie's sad and steadfast gaze, and the lips of Eva Gedge, who happened to be there, had suddenly gone rigid. 3. Miss Gedge herself, however, was less unsparing in her criticism of Mrs. Lovett than was Joanna's second friend, Carl Nilsson. 4 years earlier, when the middle-aged Swedish artist had come, preceded by a high reputation, to teach design at the Glasgow school, Miss Lovett had piped her sweetest to him. But from the first he had refused to dance. He was a misfit at her parties. Then, as the months passed, and it became clear that there was to be periodic trouble between the temperaments of Nilsson and the art director, he was tactfully excluded from the Panmure Crescent salon. Seeing that the director, Mr. Valentine Plummer, was the salon's principal pilaster, this could not be wondered at. Had Nilsson not been too valuable to the school, he would have been excluded there also. As it was, Mr. Plummer could only make things uncomfortable for him, and Nilsson, knowing his position secure, retaliated in full measure. Nilsson, of course, had his own small circle of friends, but outside this he was regarded generally as rather quarrelsome and difficult. To Joanna, the little man had been consistently friendly, and she knew him of more valuable than Mrs. Lovett and all her kind. She had vaguely felt drawn to him, amused and attracted by his irritability, during the term before her marriage. And now, with his sharp criticisms, which she sensitively welcomed, and his adroit praises, which never made her ashamed, he had become to her a real helper. He gave her a kind of attention she had not had before from anyone. Also, it was at Nilsson's studio that she first met Phemy Pringle. He was at work in the school on a fresco in which was a group of women, and asked Joanna to give him sittings for some details of his heads and hands. She had a useful head, he told her. And during these sittings, away from the interruption of the school, their friendship had prospered. Carl seemed to enjoy talking to her about quite as much as he enjoyed listening. She was not a bit in love with him, but it excited her to hear from his own lips how she appeared to this man for whom she had the deepest respect. She felt she could learn immensely from him, and he gratified her Scottish passion for self-improvement. On one particular afternoon he had entertained her as he worked by tracing the whole history of their acquaintance. "I had my eye on you," he said, winking at Joanna in the odd way that Mildred Lovett declared was so offensive. "Yes, since the first week I came to your damned school of plumbers. She is nice, worthwhile, I said to myself, but all shut away, and so heavy and dull. What you call it? Ladylike. And oh, my Lord God, so sentimental. No aplomb, no dash, no poise, a formless lump of femaleness. Impossible. In that female amoeba there might possibly be a potential woman, again, possibly not. Your Britain is full of the not-possibles. She had better get a lover, quick march, I thought, or I give nothing for her chances. But I confess to you now, I did not see how you were to get the lover. I watched you. You kept them 100 miles away, all these young Glasgow students who are ready to flirt with you. Then, hey presto, I hear one day you're married. But I was pleased. And to a foreigner, too. Better and better. And off to Italy in such a hurry. That's the style. Yes, I rubbed my hands when I heard. She is saved, I said. And am I saved? Asked Joanna with her broad, half-malicious smile. She might have been listening to a story about someone else, except that her heart felt like a fruit ripening on a south wall when the sun is strong. Not quite, perhaps, but one feels a beginning has been made. And now, Madame Joanna, if you would turn the head just a little— too much. I said a little to the left. So is good. For one moment, till the kettle shall boil for our tea. She sat quite still for him, keeping her head in the position he wanted, and sunning herself in his talk. There was something so genuine in the man that his interest was very sweet. It was good that he should think her worthwhile. But Joanna's too self-satisfied reverie was interrupted by the noise of quick steps in the passage which led from the street to the studio. Both quick they were, and heavy-sounding, like the steps of a child. And next moment the flap of the letter-box was vigorously rattled, and a high, gladsome voice called "Coo-ee!" through the slit. Nilsson threw aside his pencil, and a smile of extraordinary pleasure spread over his ruddy face. He was a short man, beginning to get stout, and though the hair on his head was all gone grey, his beard and moustache still held the colour of bright rust. To Joanna, at this moment, he looked suddenly boyish. "Now you shall meet my Feemy," he exclaimed with delight. "She is the pearl of Glasgow. How glad I am that you should meet her." As he skipped across to the door, Joanna's heart contracted in a spasm of mortification. What a fool she had been to imagine Nilsson especially interested in herself. But with her first glance at the newcomer, a glance of keenest curiosity, some of her hastily discarded complacence was reinstalled. How could Nilsson be so delighted with this silly, common, little overdressed person who came marching blithely into the room? Why, she spoke with a villainous South Side accent, and had a runaway chin. "Miss Euphemia Pringle, Signora Rasponi," sang out Nilsson. And as he took the kettle off the gas ring for tea, he kept a sidelong eye on the meeting between the two young women. When she had put her own firm, square little hand into Joanna's, Feemy tilted back her face and looked with eyes that brimmed with laughter from Joanna to her host. "You never told me you're having a lady friend to tea," she rallied him. "It's a real shock to find I'm not the one and only." Though Joanna, at this, thought her more than ever common, she could not help watching Nilsson's visitor with that fascinated envy we feel when suddenly confronted with an embodiment of all the qualities in which we ourselves are lacking. Feemy laid down a silk-fringed handbag decorated with beads, settled herself in a chair that was rather too high for her short legs, and started fanning her bright cheeks with a sheet of drawing paper. Her smallest movement was full of festivity. "Yon's an awful like stare of yours for a poor thing like me with a weak heart." She spoke to Nilsson, but her smile was for Joanna. She sought the other girl's sympathy, not for her inane remark, but for all the gaiety there was in life, so that Joanna had to smile back in admission. And although during tea Feemy said nothing more ambitious than this, yet Joanna quite lost the first impression of silliness. Feemy's eyes were too clear of self-absorption for silliness, and her silences were too intent. When anyone else spoke, she was poised in almost embarrassing attention. Nilsson asked her if she would sing for them. "I want you to try my new Steinway," he said. And he told how he had bought the piano at an auction sale in Renfield Street for £5. "Is that a fact?" exclaimed Feemy, with a colloquial exaggeration that showed how impressed she was. "Yon was a fair bargain." She had risen quite readily on being asked to sing, and she took off her hat as she spoke, stabbing the pins into it carelessly and throwing it on a chair before she crossed to the piano. It stood in the far corner of the studio, an out-of-date table grand, really cumbersome, with its thick body and carved, straddling legs. And seated before it, Feemy looked very little and dainty. Now that her over-trimmed hat was off, she showed a delicate head with hair parted smoothly and coiled behind. The light which came through a yellow blind beyond the piano seemed to take pleasure in enveloping her. She struck some chords, gently giving the worn instrument its chance, her listening face turning the while sideways towards the window. It was a beautiful movement of her long neck and sloping shoulders, a quite unconscious disengaging of herself from the others, so that she became aloof in her circle of yellow light, she and the huge old black piano. Then her breast rose, her throat swelled like a bird's, and there came quite softly, like a fine drawn thread of gold, the first high, sweet note of her song. Nilsson lay back sighing in his chair, his eyes closed, and a look of utter contentment on his face. But Joanna leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, her eyes on the singer, thirsty for each lovely, careful note. This girl, whom half an hour earlier had summed up as common and silly, was an artist no less. What a mistake she had made! Now she was eager to accept her humiliation. And above all, if only it might be, she longed to make Euphemia Pringle her friend. 4. When the girls left Nilsson's together, they walked eastwards along Souchial Street, looking at the milliners' windows and talking mostly about what they saw there. But under all they said there was a happy excitement. "We are going to be friends," each kept thinking with delight. Now and again Joanna stole a look at Phemy, and with every look she found new pleasure in the valiant little profile. And Phemy was impressed and carried away by something in the other that she could not define to herself. A real wee madam was how she would describe Joanna to her sisters when she got home. But she had a disclosure to make before she could be sure of this new relationship, and as they turned the crowded corner into Renfield Street, she came out with it. "Shall I take you into the business?" she asked, watching the other's face keenly. "Mamma will likely be gone, but Annie and Florrie should still be there, and young Nora might be in meeting them." Joanna said she would like to be taken, and wanted to know what kind of a business it was. "You're never telling me you don't know Pringles!" But Phemy's astonishment was forced, for she was on the defensive. "It's Mamma's shop, and 2 of our girls help in it." There was no doubt in either of them that it was a disclosure, and as they looked steadily into each other's eyes, Joanna was casting about for the way to put things right between them. She felt herself somehow to blame for the troublesome shop. She knew it well, as everybody in Glasgow did. Pringles, the ladies' and children's outfitter. But never before had she had a friend with a shop in the family. She could see Mildred Lovett smile. "Of course I know it," she said, after a scarcely perceptible pause. "I'm wearing a chemise now that I got there. It's the best I ever had." "That's the worst of Mamma's things," rejoined Phemy. "They wear everlastingly. I have one on too, for a wonder." They both laughed a little tremulously now that their anxiety was gone. It was all right. Things were going to be all right between them. 5. Thus it was that Joanna came for the first time upon the reservoir of human life which gives to Glasgow its essential character. And she came upon its very sources at Sans-Souci, the villa on the south side of the river, where the Pringle family vociferously lived. It is curious how completely a household like the Bannermans may lead an alien existence in a town. Julie, only coming to live in Glasgow on her marriage, had long kept the feelings of an exile, and something of this had been communicated to her children. On Sholto's side, the family associations had been with the citizens of the passing generation, and his public ties had died with him. Even in his lifetime, Edinburgh had come to be regarded as the true Bannerman headquarters. It followed that the children had chosen their few playmates most naturally from among the exotics, and this was especially true of Joanna, with the hysterical aloofness of her youth. She had grown up wonderfully ignorant of her native place. Her West End schoolfellows, with their clipped syllables and narrowed vowel sounds, fondly imitative of an English accent, had revealed but a fragment of its integral life, and that, as it were, under protest. But in the world of Sans-Souci, the mocking, hard-working, mercurial people were indigenous. Their streams of being flowed bright and uncontaminated from Glasgow's central pulse, and they knew it. They were more at home in Paris than in Edinburgh. Buchanan Street existed for them alone. At first, Thrown among so many young and pleasure-loving women, Joanna felt bewildered. But soon she was making good all the enjoyment denied to her shadowed and painful teens. At Sans Souci there was a constant noise of talk and laughter. Married sons and daughters ran continually in and out. The unmarried ones lived in an atmosphere of sweethearting which pervaded the rooms and the garden. The family was sharply divided into blondes and brunettes, accounted for by the Italian strain. For old Mr. Pringle, who wore a sombrero in the garden and had flashing eyes, lost no time in making it clear to Joanna that his distant forebears had been called not Pringle but Pellegrini. From the crowd of them, our Florrie, our Tom's wife, our Polly's wee girl, our Nora's latest, there principally emerged for Joanna Annie, grave and handsome with a pile of honey-colored hair, Nora, black-haired, skinny, and almost uncannily vivacious, and pale, strange-eyed Jimmy, who is generally understood to be Feemy's young man. All the doors of all the rooms were left open, and long conversations were carried on by people in different rooms on different floors. The single servant, which Mamma considered sufficient for the needs of any family, never stayed long. But her going inconvenienced nobody. Even when she had not yet gone, there would always be more people in the kitchen than in the drawing-room. Particularly when Mamma was in the house, was it an understood thing that no one should sit down for more than a minute at a time. To be settled in an armchair reading was violently contrary to Mamma's fixed notions of young womanhood. It was not thus that she had built the business up. And for Mamma, the business was life, was romance. She had built it up herself out of nothing, her husband finally taking his humble place in it as a bookkeeper, for Mrs. Pringle could not add a column of figures, and her 9 children and these children's friends were shadowy to her, except in so far as they touched the well-being of the business. When Joanna was introduced, Mrs. Pringle had taken her hand in a strong clasp, very like Feemy's own. But there had been no scrutiny whatever in the innocent eyes that were set far apart in the broad, babyish face, and Joanna had felt sure she would not be recognized on a second meeting. Mere human beings were excluded from the absorbing pattern of this woman's existence. Assuredly, it would have been difficult to find anything in greater contrast to the quiet, sad-colored life at Coletti Street, with its intense spiritual currents, than this household of Sans Souci. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betsy Walker, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Open the Door by Catherine Carswell. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1. I've got Louis Pender, you know his work, of course, coming here unexpectedly for the weekend, and as there is a students' dance at the school tomorrow night, I thought we might go on there after dinner with our little party. Will you be one of us? Do. We dine at 7:45. Don't answer, but come. On the morning of the day appointed for Miss Gedge's meeting, the post brought Joanna this invitation from Mrs. Lovitt, and she read it through in a growing distraction. It seemed to her that she had never before wanted so much to accept an invitation as she did now, and a malignant fate had fixed the affair at St. Saviour's for 7 o'clock that same night. She would know better another time than to let herself be nagged into giving her word. But in the same moment, Joanna took her resolution. Come what might, she would be at Mildred's at 7:45, and she would be there, if possible, without having broken the promise to her mother. How was this to be done, she did not yet know. She only knew that a way must be found. True, this was the first time in her life that she had heard of Louis Pender, and under Nilsson's influence she was becoming less impressible by Mildred's celebrities. True, also, the little dancing she knew had been picked up during play hours at school, and she had never been to a dance. But at this moment She could imagine nothing more desirable on earth than that she should meet this man with the pleasant name at dinner and go to the dance afterwards. She wanted to dance, even should she not have the courage to accept a partner for anything but a reel or a set of lancers, in either of which she felt secure. She looked again at the letter. "Also, as an experiment," wrote Mrs. Lovett in her slapdash handwriting, "I have asked that young Mr. Urquhart, who you may remember in our Italian class. In spite of his appalling shyness, I gather he remembers you. I discovered him today having tea at the Tullises. It seems Professor T thinks well enough of him as a budding anthropologist." And there was a postscript telling that Louis Pender was in Glasgow as the possible painter of some panels in the city chambers, about which there had been some talk of late. Yes, Joanna was determined to go to that evening in Panmure Crescent. But how was it to be done? Quite apart from the St. Saviour's complication, she well knew that the dinner could only have been achieved by great skill, and the dance by deceit or open rebellion. In all these things her mother's will was set hard against hers, and there was the particular promise besides. There was no means she did not now consider, from flagrant lying to wild revolt, from the plea of illness to the attempted cajolery of Miss Gedge to alter the hour of prayer. But one by one each plan had to be rejected, and again nothing remained but the sheer determination. Then, sudden and simple, like the unexpected appearance of the sun on a black day, came the solution. In a fever of excitement she laid her plans. She was triumphant, amazed that she had not thought of this at once. It would involve no more deception than either she or Georgie had perforce practiced 100 times before where their mother was concerned. At 5:30 she went to her bedroom, locked the door, and dressed for the dance. Her dress, which she now wore for the first time, had been made, amid the mingled jeers and acclamations of Sans Souci, from a curious old piece of grenadine belonging to Julie's girlhood, black, with bright blue stripes and at intervals little yellow embroidered flowers. It had a low bodice, tiny sleeves, and a very full short skirt. And when the girl had put on over it her day blouse and a dark skirt, covering all with a coat, no one would have guessed her secret. She pulled a pair of black stockings over her bright blue silk ones, and she hid her slippers and a black lace fan in the inside pocket of her coat. It was done. When Julie came down to the lobby, ready in time for once, she found her daughter waiting for her with red cheeks and shining eyes. It gave her great delight that Joanna took her arm affectionately in the street, and her hopes for the meeting ran high. Part 2. Not until the proceedings at St. Saviour's were in full cry did Joanna know herself to be their quarry. Long ago, in self-defense, she had perfected her faculty for not listening, and on this occasion she had rendered herself inaccessible the more easily as no answering speech was required of her. Exulting in her hidden finery, and full of anticipations for the coming evening, she had been for some time wrapped quite securely away. Indeed, a more observant person than she might well have been misled by the innocent beginnings of the meeting. Not more than a dozen people were present, including Julie, Joanna, and Miss Gedge. The others were Mr. Bridgewater, the incumbent Miss Bostock, a deaconess, and some of Miss Gedge's students, who wore their dark blue uniforms. After a short request by Mr. Bridgewater that their coming together here might not fail in its intent, a hymn had been sung. A passage from the Bible followed. Then, at a prearranged signal, all the women rose, turned themselves about, and fluttered to their knees. Whereupon the clergyman, having done his part, tiptoed out and left them, softly closing the vestry door behind him. It was this odd departure of Mr. Bridgewater that first roused Joanna to what was forward. And when, after a few strained moments, Eva Gedge led in prayer, she knew herself entrapped. There was no mistaking the suggestions that were now laid before the Lord, first by Eva, then, after a pause of dreadful discomfort, by Miss Bostock, then, at the end of a breathless term of suspense, by one of the younger women. These last clearly suffered acute nervousness at having to address God in public. But this was an art they had come to Miss Gedge to learn, so not one of them would relinquish such an opportunity for practice. And, in scarcely veiled language, everyone present was praying for Joanna. Joanna's first impulse when she realized how matters stood was of sheer wrath. She wanted to leap up and fling out of the vestry full of praying women. But she did not so act. She realized at once that such rudeness, while it would pain her mother, would give the highest satisfaction to Miss Gedge. Besides, what after all did it matter? These people could not harm her, could not prevent her from doing as she wished. She turned her head, furtively counting the bowed backs. By now the very last surely, of the students was praying. She was a timid creature, and her shaking voice sounded sincere. "We ask thee," she was saying, "that our dear young sister, with the gifts thou hast given her, may not be among those that perish, but may enter with all joy and everlasting delight into fullness of life both here and hereafter." At the words "fullness of life," really so sweetly spoken by the trembling young woman, Joanna was swept by a wholly unlooked-for wave of emotion. She could do no other than make the prayer her own, but in the succeeding silence she grew cold again. The same thought was in everyone's mind. Was not Julie going to pray? In an icy panic, Joanna changed from her own cry for life into the supplication that her mother might keep silence. "Oh, God, don't let Mother pray out loud, for Jesus' sake. Amen." Again and again she repeated the same phrase with passionate fervor, and a huge load was lifted from her when, with a quiet rustle of skirts, they all rose from their knees. The meeting was over. As they stood at first, Joanna felt embarrassed. At her mother, whose face was bathed in tears, she could not look. At Miss Gedge she would not. She gazed steadfastly at the shy girl who had last prayed. "Thank you," she said at length, the first to speak, and she moved nearer to where the other stood. "I liked your prayer, and I hope it will be answered. It was good of you to come." The student blushed as deeply as Joanna was blushing, but she shone as well, and a cloud came over Eva Gedge's face. Joanna enjoyed a moment of pure malice. She had triumphed. Then, turning to her mother, she spoke loudly enough for Eva to overhear. "I shall have to go at once, Mother," she said. "I promised Mrs. Lovett to call there this evening. It may be fairly late before I'm back. You mustn't wait up." And she was gone before a word could be said in reply. It was already 20 minutes to 8, but Mildred's house was not far off, and Joanna would be fleet. Part 3. Even to herself, Joanna did not admit how nervous she became in the Lovetts' house. But from the moment the front door closed between her and the street, there was always a tightening of all her nerves. As she passed through the square entrance hall, so unlike any other known to her, with its black-tiled floor, bright blue carpet, and white walls hung with black-framed etchings, her very muscles would stiffen a little in the involuntary effort which these decorations seemed to demand. In the same way, the rooms, though they were neither so large as the rooms in Collacy Street, nor nearly so rich as Aunt Georgina's, imposed a particular restraint. The way in which a few flowers stood up from a shallow glass dish, the black sofa bolsters tasseled with gold, the signed scribbles in pencil, generous as to margin, by Sargent or Burne-Jones, which leaned unfixed on a moulding against the drawing-room wall, and here and there, resting on the same ledge for the convenience of handling, a framed autograph letter. These were evidences of a world in which Joanna did not yet move easily, a world where the small talk, like the material furnishings, had its own shibboleths of seeming freedom and simplicity. But on this evening, Joanna had great hopes of escaping the usual ordeal. The swift transition from St. Saviour's to the house in Panmure Crescent, the emotional tension of the prayer meeting, The bizarre concealment of her ball dress acted upon her like some stimulating and skillfully mixed potion. Although not late, she was the last guest to arrive, and was glad to have the bedroom to herself so that she could take off her outer clothes unnoticed. The extra garments and the race through the streets had made her hot, and it was a delicious refreshment to emerge in her thin evening gown. As she shook out the voluminous skirt before Mildred's cheval-glass, she seemed to herself as light as gossamer. She palpitated in response to the brightness in her own eyes, to the wild color in her cheeks, to the inebriating savor of life on her palate, and, on the way down the blue-carpeted stair, she felt as if the vessel of her being were full to the lip with incandescent flame. From the moment she entered the drawing-room, she knew she need fear nothing, for this evening at least. To her bright, unseeing gaze, the room seemed full of people standing up. Actually, there were only 6, counting herself. She shook hands with the Lovets and with Mrs. Plummer, a woman distressingly thin, with masses of untidy black hair and a green velvet dress. Then, turning in obedience to a sign from her hostess, she became conscious of a strange man, blasé yet dapper, with a straw-colored mustache and rather prominent hazel eyes. He was staring at her through the strong lenses of his glasses with the painter's intentness. Indeed, but for that look, which she had sometimes seen in the eyes of Nilsson, Joanna would not have taken Louis Pender for an artist. Particularly by the side of Mr. Lovett, the carpet manufacturer. With his stooping shoulders, velvet jacket, and silky gray beard, his guest appeared a person entirely worldly. Of the 3 men present, he was the only one wearing a stiff shirt, and his dust-colored hair was quite short and carefully brushed. It looked incongruous with his astonishing yellow mustache. Yet, in spite of his deference to convention, there was something so resentful in the man's whole appearance that the friendliness of his hand-clasp came to Joanna as a surprise. She looked inquiringly, involuntarily, straight into his eyes, and while she saw how their color was accentuated by fair lashes, she had the curious sensation that her heart was holding its breath. Then, when he heard Joanna's foreign name, Pender's lids lifted slightly with interest. So engrossed was she that it was an effort to attend to what Mrs. Lovett was saying. But presently Joanna understood that she was to accept Mr. Urquhart's shyly proffered arm to the dining-room. On the staircase, she was so conscious of Pender, who walked behind with Mrs. Lovett, that she did not say a word to her companion. But on renewing the acquaintance, it had surprised her to find out how well she remembered him. This was the first time she had set eyes on him since the Italian class, from which she had not knowingly carried away any vivid impression of him. Yet now his dark, silent face, the bashful body, appeared almost intimately familiar. At dinner, he hesitated several times before achieving speech, and Joanna, instead of helping him, waited with indolent cruelty. She guessed at his shyness, but in her own hour of release showed no mercy. Besides, she was watching Pender, who sat opposite at the further corner of the table. There was a jauntiness in his movements which might have been taken for self-assertiveness, but somehow Joanna knew better. Somehow, with a secret warmth of knowledge, she saw him unsure, bitter, on the defensive. "I only learned yesterday from Mrs. Lovett that you were back in Glasgow." Lawrence had spoken at last, and Joanna was caught by the pedantry of his phrasing. So shy he was, yet so precise. And she smiled at him, dazzling him with all the new joy in her heart. "And I learn," she replied, "that you are the coming anthropologist." As she spoke, he saw her gay smile change into a regular schoolgirl grin, which put everything else out of his head. Not till this moment had he known how keenly he had looked forward to meeting her again. He still remembered the pain of unreasoning anger and emptiness which he had heard of her marriage and departure to Italy. How was it that she had been back for 3 whole years without his having once seen her? "Glasgow is a bigger place than one thinks, after all," was what he succeeded presently in saying. But Joanna only smiled a vague assent, and he saw that he had lost her. She was listening not to him, but to the talk between Pender and Mrs. Lovett. She had gathered that Mrs. Tullis, the professor's wife, was calling next day to meet Pender. "As I shall stay down there until I know one way or the other," Pender was saying, "I may as well do a portrait of her if she'll sit to me. Yes, I was to have painted her 2 years ago up in town, but Tullis got his Glasgow job and carried her off, so nothing came of it. It wasn't a commission, of course. She was a friend of my wife's." Then he was married. Rousing herself, Joanna turned again to Lawrence. "You are a friend of the Tullises?" she asked him. But Mrs. Lovett cut gaily across his unready reply. "Yes, Mr. Urquhart, you tell us. Do you think Mrs. Tullis so pretty?" she demanded, to his consternation, dragging the young man into the open. At Mildred's question, Joanna looked instinctively at Pender's face, and she saw embarrassment like a cloud pass over it, leaving it the next moment devoid of expression. While Lawrence sought his answer, Mrs. Plummer spoke for him. "I think she is really rather beautiful," she said, with her overweighted head on one side, as if she gained a reflected glory by praising the good looks of another woman. "There's something of the woods about her. Don't you think that it's very lovely? Farouche, I think, is the word." "For myself," Mrs. Lovett retorted, "I should rather have said vixenish than farouche, with that hair and those 2 little sharp white teeth in front. Pretty Mrs. Fox is my name for her. Come and meet her here tomorrow, Joanna, and tell me if you don't agree with me." "Mildred was always jealous of red-headed women," whispered Mr. Lovett in a stage whisper aside to Joanna, and the others laughed and fell apart. Joanna, who did not know the professor's wife by sight, had taken no part in the discussion, and she had been all the time aware of Pender's so different isolation, which yet seemed to bring him nearer to her. She felt a hatred rising in her against this Mrs. Tullis, against Mrs. Pender, and against Mildred, perhaps against all women, because they were somehow responsible for the despicable uneasiness under Pender's practiced surface. She wondered if he would want to talk to her at all at the dance. Then she would discover him, perhaps. With this thought, this longing, there flashed unbidden in her memory the vision of a little door in Italy once pointed out by Mario. It was that door in the garden wall of a villa through which a famous woman was said to have welcomed her lover. Strange that Joanna should think of it now. Strange that it should have remained forgotten all these years to recur this evening in an unacknowledged, all unsatisfied desire. Part 4. At the school, the fun was in full swing when Mildred's party arrived. A waltz came to an end as they were taking off their wraps, and Joanna thought Mrs. Plummer would never stop rearranging her hair, which stayed perfectly untidy in spite of prolonged fingering. When at last they entered the dancing room, the students were grouping themselves noisily for the foursome reel. Most of the dancers already stood facing one another in 2 double lines which stretched from end to end of the long classroom. But still here and there some couples ran linked, laughing and sliding on the polished floor in a race for the few gaps left. Onlookers sat round on benches or on the floor. Many had kept on their overalls of holland or blue linen, and numbers of the girls were so young that their hair still hung over their shoulders. There was something easy-going, almost countrified about these dances. The sloping timbered ceiling, hung with a few lanterns of yellowish paper, made Joanna feel as if she were in a barn, and she thought that the easels and thrones stacked in each corner looked like farm implements. And if it was a village festival, Mr. Valentine Plummer united in himself the parts of the squire and the vicar. He came effusively to greet the newcomers, pressed them to join him at once, and shepherded them to the far end of the room. "There's always room at the top," he said, cracking his little parsonish joke. But neither the Lovetts nor Mrs. Plummer nor Pender could dance the reel. Lawrence Urquhart glanced at Joanna, biting his lip. "You then, bella signora!" exclaimed the director jocosely. "Come, shall it be said that a Scotswoman refused to take part in a reel?" "Will you?" asked Lawrence. But Joanna shook her head, excusing herself. "Ah, but do dance it." Not Lawrence this time, but Louis Pender had spoken. He stood close to Joanna and begged like a lively child who fears the loss of a long-promised treat. And Joanna, blushing deeply with pleasure, laughed and yielded. She gave her hand to Urquhart, who was clenching his black mortified brows. Only to please this other was he accepted. Although a couple was wanted almost where they stood, he set off with her to the far end of the room. It was some satisfaction to him that he was really dragging her there, but he suffered too all the way from the hateful reluctance of her body. She was humiliated by his knowledge that she desired to dance before the other man. But by her backward drag on his arm she thrust him down so far below herself that her humiliation was a triumph compared with his. Still, he plodded on, his head forward and hanging a little, and they had barely got to their places when the band let fly with the tune. To Joanna's great astonishment, Urquhart danced well. It was the last thing she had expected of him, but he sprang featly to music, and his body was delivered by the steady rhythm from all stiffness and self-consciousness. As he passed and repassed her in the figure 8, taking first one of her hands and then the other, as he placed his own hands on his slight hips or raised them high above his head, as he swung his partners round, lifting them each time clean off the floor, above all as he came to go through his complicated steps facing Joanna in the middle, gravely leaping on his small Highland feet while the couple outside beat the time with their hands. The young man was wholly possessed. He had to the full that tranced and happy seriousness which is the spirit of a national dance. From the outset he caught Joanna up into something of his own dignity, winning her surprised acknowledgment. Then, as the reel progressed, she began to lose all sense of identity. Every moment she became less herself, more of a rhythmical expression of the soil from which they both had sprung. The memory dawned in her of some far-back ancestress, of whom unheedingly she had heard her mother tell. Fresh, dim, like sweet dawn, she could see the Stirlingshire farmer's daughter carrying the milk pails at sunrise and at sunset to the castle on its hill. She could hear the swinging clink of the pails, could smell the spilt clover-sweet milk, while the farmer's daughter gave her lips to the young, unknown Welsh soldier who kept the drawbridge. She was that lass, that meeting without which her being would not have been. And soon she was not even these. Beneath the candid darkness of Lawrence Urquhart's face, soon she was no more than a field of barley that swings unseen in the wind before dawn. But suddenly, though the music went on, and though her feet persisted in its rhythms, she was recalled into herself. Louis Pender, edging along by the wall, had come unknown to where she was dancing, and now that she had seen him, she knew nothing else but that he watched her through his glasses with his practiced, unhappy eyes. She did not look at him, but his being there changed everything for her. It changed subtly the spirit of her dancing into a conscious revelation and a less conscious withholding. She became an appeal, a claim, a scarcely endurable excitement. She could not help herself. The moment the music stopped, she longed to get rid of her partner. He was inexpressive again, but that was not why she wanted to be quit of him. When they had sat in the corridor for a minute, and he had brought her a little red glass of lemonade, the next dance was announced. It was a schottische, and Joanna feared that Urquhart would ask for it. While she was wondering how to refuse, Carl Nilsson passed them. She had not known him there till then, and ran to him with relief, an impetuous greeting on her lips. She introduced the two men, and Urquhart went up in her mind as she saw them clearly take to each other from the first. Carl was no dancer, he said, and had only looked in for a moment. He was even now making for home. Yet he stood talking to the younger man, which Joanna knew he would not have done out of mere politeness. Her own escape, however, was still first with her, and as soon as she could, she slipped away to where Mrs. Lovett was sitting. She did not even notice that Carl and Lawrence had drawn 2 chairs for themselves into a quieter angle of the corridor. End of section 14. Recording by Betsy Walker.
Section 15 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Open the Door by Katherine Carswell. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 2. 5. She knew now that Pender would seek her out. For hours she had been looking, unknowingly, for this moment. It had lain veiled in her throughout the dinner, and had become more and more imminent during the dark cab drive, and had leapt into certainty as a tiger leaps from its lair, when she had caught sight of him watching the dance, and now she had the impulse to fly. In spite of her experience she was too raw and unprepared. Afraid, too, terribly afraid. She rose, making in a panic for the corridor. She could hide downstairs, but in the doorway she came face to face with Pender, his eyes filled with light. "Here you are," he said, and he stood smiling at her with extraordinary kindness, such as she had never seen on any face before. But as they stood looking at each other, a different sparkling triumphed over the light of kindness in his eyes, and there was excitement in the square, nervous hand that stroked his mustache. The woman remained perfectly still in the doorway. She was stiff with shyness and delight, and could move neither backward into the room nor forward into the corridor. The man's physical nearness robbed her of initiative. "Is there ever such a thing as a waltz at your Glasgow balls?" he asked with a touch of petulance that she liked. "I understand the next dance is a something that sounds like a catching cold. A schottisch," Joanna laughed. Up flew Pender's eyebrows, and with any other perceptible change, every line in his face and body became expressive of comic despair. "I ask you, do you see me dancing it?" He had the comedian's gift, and Joanna's laughter rang out readily. Yet it was above all when she was clowning for her entertainment that she felt the underlying discord and distress of the man. Her heart seemed to drip sweetly with pity for him, like a full honeycomb. It was as if her blood told her that there was a virtue in her for his healing, his lavish consolation. "Come and sit it out with me," he urged. "I've seen the very place for us downstairs. It's so hot and noisy up here. I hate it." There was empty chairs on the landing, and Pender with Joanna on his arm hesitated a second before taking her downstairs. It was one of these little human waverings that are so pathetic on the eve of an already settled fate. There they stood poised, she in her gay dress, all billowing in the draught from the ballroom, her face turned like a flower, like a question, to the man's abiding his decision, he refusing his answer, taking counsel alone, weighing his little world that he hated yet feared, between his palms, and gnawing anxiously at his petulant under lip. "I suppose at dances in London there are nothing but waltzes now?" Joanna asked, when they had got halfway downstairs. But she did not even notice that her question remained unanswered. She was all exultation in the surety that he too had been waiting for this. Had he not looked for a place apart where they could sit together and talk? When he led her along a darkened passage on the ground floor, she guessed they were going to the antique classroom, but the room they entered was worlds removed from the familiar place in which she had worked through many an hour of daylight. Its known contours were all disfigured by moonlight, and by the straggling rays of a street lamp which came mixed with moonlight through the long plaster-coated windows. The statues lurked strangely in corners. The place was not illumined. Its darkness was made manifest, and its unsuspected secrets of darkness. In silence Joanna perched on a high stool, and her companion pulled forward a small throne on casters, and set upon it between her and the windows which all ran along one wall. Color could not persist in this underworld, and Joanna's head and shoulders and breast, rising from her dress, might have been of marble but for the living shadows. Pender's face was in deep shade. She could only see the glint of his glasses, and his highly clasped hands, caught by a shaft of light from the street as he leaned forward, elbows on knees. The music of the schottische came to them from far above, not as melody, but as a monotonous pulse of sound. They were together, hidden, remote, in a forsaken world revolving in melancholy but beautiful twilight. "What a thing light is!" exclaimed Pender in low, struck tones. "As I see you now, I shouldn't know you for the same woman I saw 10 minutes ago, dancing." Joanna, in the real, had seemed to him, for all her slightness of figure, like a young heifer in a clover field, essentially sturdy, full of unbroken, untouched vigor, and the combination of this with her face which he found over-refined in features, had inflamed him to a degree astonishing to himself. Now she was suddenly aloof as a moon maiden, and his passion recoiled into himself. But he was surer than before of her attraction for him, surer rather of the special quality of the attraction. "Yes, everything is different," she agreed, her voice also quiet with wonder. "I am only beginning to see you now. It's so queer, isn't it, how every bit of color is washed out? I can never help thinking that color is really form, though I suppose we know it isn't." The speech pleased Pender, who really knows what color is, he said. "But I believe I get that feeling at times." His grave, interested voice was charming to Joanna, and suddenly he leaned further forward, looking up at her, his face coming into the shaft of light, his eyes no longer appraising. "Will you sit for me some day?" he asked, with such boyish, shy directness that it was like taking off a mask or throwing open a door for her to enter. "I'd like to," Joanna replied in simple delight. But even as she spoke her simplicity gave way to excitement, and she became rigid with it as she had been in the doorway upstairs. "Good, that's settled." Pender spoke evenly, but the excitement was mounting in him also. "As soon as I can get some sort of a studio rigged up, I'll let you know." And though he had leaned back into the darkness again, Joanna could see the unsheathed boldness of his eyes, like weapons, there in the darkness like weapons ready to strike. And suddenly she remembered something of the hawk in his face. Was it the eyes, the nose, or was it no matter of feature? 2 long ends of narrow, bright blue ribbon hung from Joanna's waist to the floor on the side where Pender was, and when he had spoken she saw his hand go out and take a hold of these. She saw his hand slip gleaming, snake-like, through the discovering ray, passing swiftly from dark to dark, and though it was only her ribbon he touched, a quiver passed through her whole frame. "You are going to paint Mrs. Tullis, too?" Against her will Joanna asked this, but she must hear his voice when he spoke of this other woman. Pender stopped his winding up the ribbons, which had seemed as if lessening the distance between them, and answered rather stiffly, "I may, if she has time to sit." Then he went on with his winding, gathering a larger and larger spool of the silk girdle between his finger and thumb. "You like her?" Under Joanna's persistence he moved abruptly, but with what meaning she could not tell. "She is a very charming woman, or was," he said, and he flicked the spool of ribbon from him so that it lay split again on the floor. "I've not seen her for some time, but don't you know her?" "No. You say you like her?" Joanna hated herself, but could not refrain. For this last minute they had talked in strained, unhappy voices, but Pender broke the tension between them with a little laugh. "I couldn't say till I see her again whether I like her or not," he said, speaking now quite naturally. "I once liked her very much indeed, but one never knows how one will feel after 6 months, let alone 2 years and more. Don't you find it so?" So he had told her, and though Joanna was taken aback by what she rightly felt to be the directness of his reply, she understood and was grateful. This man, she realized, had his loves. Like the Italians of whom Mario and Maddalena had been used to speak casually, he was of those who took unfaithfulness in marriage as a matter of course, and there flickered again in the girl's mind, like a single phrase from a melody but once heard, the remembrance of that little secret door set deep in the wall of La Porzuencola. "While I'm waiting about in Glasgow," he was speaking again, I hear there's a cottage and studio I might get at a place called Carmonach, said to be nice. Do you know that part? I couldn't stand being in Glasgow myself. Joanna spoke a little about the country round Carmonach, and the talk faded out. They rose indefinitely and moved to the door. On the lighted stairs each looked timidly at each to discover the new thing, the fine, frail intimacy that had sprung up between them in the darkness. Do you know what I wanted when I was watching you dance? Said he, smiling into her eyes. I wanted to see you on the downs, in the wind, with your face red from the sun, and your hair all blown about anyhow. Do you think I ever shall? I'm afraid there are no downs at Carmonach, she replied, smiling back with an unaccustomed touch of coquetry. That's a pity, but there are moors. A moor will serve, he allowed, showing his amusement. Will your wife be coming to Glasgow? Joanna presently asked, in a different, very steady voice, and at the question so flatly put, Louis gave her a glance in which resentment was struggling with his amusement. She may, or may not, he answered, in some confusion. This woman's bluntness stimulated, and at the same time repelled him a little. She had had a husband, he told himself, so she must know her whereabouts. Had she been the untouched creature she seemed, of course he would have let her be. There was danger in her certainly, but it was his danger. He supposed she could look out for herself. Upstairs he asked her for the waltz which had just begun. She refused, he insisted, but it was a failure, and when he had gone half round the room with her, trying every few turns to make her reverse, he stopped and took her away. You were right. You are no waltzer, my child, he said, resignedly. At his rudeness the tears sprang to Joanna's eyes. She was already sick with vexation at her failure. I was never allowed to have lessons, she said, biting her trembling lip. This is the first dance I've ever been to. Upon this he eyed her quickly. Well, well, never mind my rudeness, he said in hasty shame. It's easy enough to learn. I didn't want to hurt you, but it was such a disappointment. Though there was some penitence here, he was still childishly overcome by his impatience of being thwarted in a pleasure. He asked no further question, and Joanna felt he would not have been interested had she told him of the prayer meeting and her hidden ball dress. Yet she knew he was somehow vitally interested in her. How was it, then? She was at a loss, and groping for the key to his nature. It was late when the waltz finished. Joanna realized that she must go home. Mildred, who was passing on Valentine Plummer's arm, she told them that Urquhart had gone some time ago, and when she added that he was working at nights for a fellowship, Joanna felt a stab to her vanity. She would have been gratified to think that he had left early on her account. She was relieved, however, that he had not seen her in the waltz with Pinder. The rain was slashing outside, but she had only to cross the road to be at home, and so great now was her longing for solitude, that she could hardly endure the walk downstairs in Pinder's company, nor his insistence in seeing her to her very door. You will get drenched, she remonstrated, looking at his bare head in the slanting rain, and with a hurried handshake she ran up the steps of her mother's house and let herself in. But when the door was shut between them, she bent down to look back at him, through the old devil's beard in the glass. She looked, as long ago she had once looked at her dead father. Louis was turning away, slowly in spite of the rain. End of section 15. Section 16 of Open the Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Open the Door by Catherine Carswell. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1. 1. On Saturday afternoon, according to Mildred's invitation, Joanna went to Panmure Crescent. The house, as she entered it, had none of its usual effect upon her, and she passed through the blue and black hall quite absorbed. With what face would he meet her? But only her hostess and Lawrence Urquhart were in the drawing-room. Fancy! Mr. Pender has had to go back to town. Isn't it too sad?" said Mildred, as she shook hands. Joanna, standing there in the middle of the room, felt as if she had been dealt a violent and treacherous blow. It was a wonder to her that she remained erect. But even so, a moment passed before she could admit to herself that anything had happened. Town, to any Glasgow person, means Buchanan Street, and though Joanna perfectly grasped the meaning of the word on Mildred's lips, she seized on this poor excuse for confusion as a momentary anesthetic. Only thus could she survive the first shock without betrayal. Then as the drug wore off she faced the news with gathering strength. He had gone away to London. She was not to see him today. She might not ever see him again. She only knew by their shattering how many pictures of meeting she had woven since the parting of the night before. With a costly effort she collected herself now and shook Urquhart's outstretched hand. "It's hard lines on us." Mrs. Lovat was talking as she poured out tea, "and I expect Mrs. Toulis will feel sold if she comes." But it was good news for Pender. He got the telegram at lunchtime and just caught the 2 o'clock train. "Some dealer from Paris wants to see him about a one-man show there." I could hardly believe it, when he told me this would be the first, either in Paris or London. It seems too preposterous, but he says the money or the luck has always been wanting. That Pender should still be so hard up is a standing wonder to me. When I think of his things, there's only one Pender. Don't you agree? "I take it," said Urquhart, "that he hasn't practiced the great art of self-advertisement." Joanna moved impatiently in her chair. "I take it." What a stilted way he had of speaking! "That's it exactly," responded Mildred with animation. "And not only that, but he has never troubled to hide his contempt for those who do practice it. They say he is the most unpopular artist among artists in London. There's no doubt that something in his personality has stood in the way of his getting on, but it's a sin all the same. To think of the prices his stuff will fetch the minute he's dead! And I've no doubt the dealers are beginning to realize this. The brutes! Would you guess," she continued, handing a cup to Joanna, "that he was getting on for 50? 47, he must be, at the very least. Would you think so?" "I can never guess ages," replied Joanna, as she had to reply. "But I shouldn't have thought him so old." To her 50 was age, was worlds removed from herself. Her father, she knew, had been barely 50 when he died, and she had always thought of him as an old man. Yet in connection with Louis Pender, the word 50 remained meaningless. So far as she was concerned it had no bearing on him. "Physically he may look younger, perhaps," said Urquhart, with calm unexpectedness, "but I, myself, should have put him down as older." Under the questioning looks of both the women, he was quite aware that he had blundered, but he persisted. "I mean," he said, "he looks to me so sick and tired of everything." "I think he looks very much younger than his age," said Joanna, displeased. "So do I must say," agreed Mildred, "though of course I know what you mean, Mr. Urquhart. He looks rather disillusioned. His marriage, well," and she sighed, lifting her brows a little. Presently she noticed that Joanna's eyes had strayed questioningly to a pile of art magazines surmounted by a case tied with tapes, which lay on the sofa opposite beside Lawrence Urquhart. "Don't tell me that I never showed you my Penders," she exclaimed. "Is it possible? Mr. Urquhart has just been looking at them. Pass the case, will you, Mr. Urquhart? Or will you sit on the sofa, Joanna?" Hungering for a sight of Pender's work, Joanna crossed to where Urquhart was, and sat down by him. As he handed her the uppermost picture, her eyes were so dizzied with excitement that she could scarcely see, but instinctively, with protective deceit, she held it from her in the approved attitude of the student. Then gradually as her blood subsided and her eyes served her again, she became conscious of disappointment. Could it be possible that he was only a fan painter? Certainly this that she held in her hand was the design for a fan. To spare her the weight, the drawings would have been upon her knees. Lawrence passed them to her one by one, and she resented his handling of them. More and more burningly she resented his presence, Mildred's presence, Mildred's running commentary of explanation and praise. If only she might be alone with Pender's work. "That now, that you are looking at," cried Mildred, pointing a forefinger. "It's early work, of course, and one can see that it was under the spell of Veronese. But even then it seems to me that he had nothing to learn from Veronese himself in the matter of color. Just see the red of that dress by the pillar in the foreground, with the blue night sky behind these high arched windows. Doesn't it sing? And the composition! All these figures on a small fan, yet the whole is as broad and mellow as a fresco on the wall of a palace. The sense of space is marvelous." Under this fire of enthusiasm, Joanna felt her every nerve frayed, but at the very point when she believed her endurance was at an end, the drawing-room door opened and Mrs. Toulis was announced. As soon as she had touched pretty Mrs. Toulis's hard hand, and heard her little hard laugh which sounded too often, Joanna blamed and despised her. The woman had finish, and that Joanna admired jealously. She had a kittenish charm, too, though it was hardening a little, growing a thought brittle. Enviable looks she had, lovely hair and eyes, and under all there was a hard, excitable sexuality, for which against her will Joanna was sensible of a certain respect. She believed Mrs. Toulis worlds more attractive to a man like Pender, or for that matter to any man, than she herself could ever hope to be. She felt crude by the sight of Mrs. Toulis, yet in that same instant she denied Mrs. Toulis's claim to any attraction or beauty whatsoever. Nay, even while she sat trembling with primitive jealousy, she was possessed of the proud and dangerous knowledge of her own intrinsic superiority. She could not have named it, could not even examine into it, but there lay in her a gift for Pender which he could never receive or have received from this other woman, and in this she triumphed. Within 10 minutes, not merely jealousy, but ordinary interest had faded, and Joanna began to look once more at the drawings, now all collected in spite of Urquhart on her lap, and by degrees, as the voices of Mrs. Toulis and her hostess sounded alternately, now speaking of Pender's enforced, hasty return to London, now questioning Urquhart politely as to the exact subject of his thesis for a forthcoming fellowship, she found herself entering into the fantasy of the artist. At first she had been taken aback by the occasional weakness and even faultiness of his drawing. Now, with her sight sharpened by decisive emotion, she realized only that she was entering the country of his desire, and that it was a country which she had longed all her life to visit. It was a world of elegance passionately felt, of gallantry founded on a perfection of melancholy. Its beauty was full of farewells, at times resigned, at times defiant but always exquisite, and before one could enter this world one had to learn the idiom of its creator. This was the more difficult, because unlike so many moderns, Pender had imposed on himself severe conventions. It seemed he had to work in fetters. Joanna discovered that he was least sure of himself when confronted by an actual sitter or a real landscape. With any attempt at realism the soul was apt to go out of his work. When Mrs. Toulis left, Joanna hardly marked her going, too. During the next week she worked little and carelessly, dividing her time between Panmure Crescent and Sans Souci. She found herself avoiding Carl Nielsen's inquiring eye on the few occasions when she attended his class, and was thankful that he never persisted to the point of speech. She grew skilful at inventing pretexts for seeing Mildred, and if in their talk Pender's name was not spoken, she returned home feeling empty. She brooded over each scrap of knowledge, piecing them together. Very soon she was in possession of all that Mildred could give her. It appealed to her imagination that by the strangest of chances Pender had been born in Glasgow. His father a Hungarian actor with a self-cultivated talent for scene painting, and his mother an English parson's daughter, who, eloping with the elder Louis, had made a quite noteworthy career for herself on the stage, had been staying in theatrical lodgings in Glasgow when their only child was born. Later they had ceased their roving life, establishing themselves at Ailing, and until she became an old woman, Madame Pender, as she called herself in her widowhood, had maintained some reputation as a teacher of elocution in that suburb. From the first, young Louis had showed a gift for drawing, and his mother had let him follow his bent. At the art school he had quarrelled with his teacher, been disliked by his fellow students, and failed to win all save one of the scholarships on which his parents' heart was set. But even so there was never any doubt of his ability, and now at middle age, after many rebuffs, and much bad fortune he had, in his own peculiar way, arrived. Concerning his marriage, Joanna could not bring herself to question her friend directly, but there was no need, for here, with some head-shaking, Mildred was at her most communicative. He had married young, she said, a handsome girl of more distinguished social connections than his own, and his wife's money, though it had unfortunately been lost within a few years of their marriage, had helped at a critical time in his career. It was common talk that for many years past he had foraged for love, though always with a certain discretion, outside matrimony, and surprise was sometimes expressed that an open break had never occurred. Now it was no longer expected. People understood that the couple were held together by worldly interest, and by their twin sons, born in the first year of marriage, old enough now for one to be in the army and the other just entering the Indian civil service. 3. At Sans Souci, apart from Femi herself, it was the music which had become the great attraction for Joanna. Though Femi was the only one who had been trained save in the most haphazard way, the whole family was gifted with music, and the sisters, besides having good natural voices, possessed an extraordinary sense of style. Joanna never tired of listening on the evenings when 5 or 6 of the girls crowded round Femi at the piano, to try over bits, sometimes out of an operetta, at other times from the St. Matthew or the St. John Passion music, for they all belonged to the Bach choir and practiced hard for the Easter performance in the cathedral. Then how serious, fresh and beautiful the Pringle girls looked. But always, after a time, Nora the youngest grew tired of not laughing, and she would introduce some absurd words, or with all the terrific complacency of a prima donna, some flowery musical phrase of her own, until at last the chiding gravity of the others was upset. Once our Nora started, there was no stopping her, and from making subtly comic grimaces, she would grow wilder and wilder in her clowning till everyone was in paroxysms, and there could be no more Bach that night. Nora it was who discovered in some magazine the marvelous Bloom bath, alleged to be the secret of Mrs. Langtry's beauty, and one afternoon when Joanna should have been at the art school, she and Nora and Femi in their petticoats, with shrieks of laughter and pain, nearly steamed the skin off their faces. There was always some ploy forward with the Pringles, and Joanna, who in these ways had never been young before, entered into everything like a schoolgirl. It was some time before she realized that the Pringle girls deeply hated the disorder and publicity of their home life, that although outwardly they combined with zest to keep it going, each concealed a passionate longing for escape. Femi especially fretted for the day when she and her Jimmy would be able to afford marriage, and the existence the two had planned for themselves was in every respect opposed to existence at Sans Souci. A dignified and beautiful quiet was its essential, no ornaments hardly, as they only make work. Femi was discoursing one night as she showed Joanna the piled-up treasures of her bottom drawer, but lots of really lovely linen, all kept with lavender in among it. Oh, I do love the feel of good linen in my hands, don't you, Joanna? And lifting out a folded linen sheet, elaborately hem-stitched, Femi sniffed its fragrance appreciatively with her little nose. And all the furniture real antique. Jimmy has collected quite a lot. Not arty, you know, Joanna, but just old and good. and chintz covered with roses in the drawing-room, and all Jimmy's books, and a Bechstein grand, and the bedroom all white with pink roses on the wallpaper. Roses I do love and adore. And at nights Jimmy and I will sit before the fire in perfect armchairs reading. And of course I'll change every evening into a tea gown, the most exquisite ever, pink of the palest, and fearfully simple." As she spoke, Phemie was rummaging in the drawer. She could keep no drawer tidy, not even this sacred bottom one, and presently finding what she sought, she drew forth a nightgown of gossamer. "What do you think of this pattern, my darling? That's none of Mamma's goods, as you may perchance guess. Our Nora got it from an American girl. Feel the stuff." Joanna laid admiring fingers on the lawn and lace, and put her cheek luxuriously against its softness. She thought of Madalena, and seemed to hear her bass voice denouncing the beautifully flimsy garment. And surely Madalena would have died of horror could she have seen Phemie dressing any afternoon to meet her Jimmy in town. Every drawer and door in the bedroom stood open, and from a tousled trunk under the bed Phemie would select a flower, a feather, a tip of fur, or bow of ribbon, which, straightening impatiently before the mirror, she would pin upon a hat from which last day's trimmings had been hastily torn. Sometimes the result was happy, oftener it was not, but always, as she turned her bird-like head this way and that, to see the effect of the decoration, Joanna was delighted by her friend's odd, endearing beauty. "You see," continued Phemie, breaking into Joanna's thoughts of Madalena, "I suppose a woman is a kind of fairy to a man. Isn't that so, my darling?" 4. One Thursday, calling at Panmure Crescent on the pretext of returning a borrowed book, Joanna found Lawrence Urquhart there again. She was vexed at this. It was 3 weeks now since Pender's going, and she had come hoping for word of his return, but she could not bring herself to speak of him before Urquhart. "I am glad you have come to-day, Joanna," was Mildred's greeting. "I have news for you. I think it will please you," she continued, nodding mysteriously. "Just wait a moment. The letter is downstairs," and she left the room. A pulse beat in Joanna's throat. Surely, at last he must have written. Or was there news from the town council? If his designs had been accepted he should be back in Glasgow. More than ever now she wished Urquhart absent. Why should he dog her footsteps in this way? But he seemed unconscious of her resentment, and the moment Mildred had gone, he began to talk with less than his usual hesitation. He had just discovered, he told her, that his mother, who as a girl had sat under Joanna's grandfather at St. Jude's, had been in those days a constant playmate of the Bannerman children. Her particular friend, it seemed, had been a daughter called Gina. "That must have been Aunt Georgina," asserted Joanna, "though it is difficult to think she was ever little, and even if she was, I can hardly believe that anyone would dare to call her Gina." "Come one afternoon to our house and talk to my mother about her," invited Lawrence. "She will love it if you will. She asked me to tell you so." Joanna promised that she would call upon Mrs. Urquhart, and an afternoon was fixed for the following week. Even while she told herself that in common courtesy she could do no less, she found herself interested suddenly in the young man's dark irregularity of feature. Certainly his face would light up in an unexpected way. Mildred now returned holding an open letter. "Here it is," she said. "Now listen, and tell me if this isn't what you have been longing for. No, you mustn't go, Mr. Urquhart. It's nothing private. No, indeed it isn't. Do stay and give us your opinion." Lawrence, who had risen, sat down again with a glance at Joanna's averted profile, and the letter was read out. It offered Joanna her first chance of earning money. A friend of the Lovats, the manager of a leading Glasgow drapery firm, was making a new departure. He wanted something fresh in the way of catalogues, frontispieces, and advertisements generally. Designs were to be submitted. Here was the chance for young talent. Did the Lovats know of any? "If you think I'm good enough," said Joanna, more than doubtfully when Mildred had finished. It was indeed what she had longed for. The first steps towards that independent life in London which was her dream. Yet the actual suggestion filled her chiefly with the terrified sense of incompetence. It seemed absurd that work of hers would be thought fit for reproduction and payment. How she must have imposed on people that such an idea should be for a moment considered. Now they would find her out, yet she knew she would try. "Why, of course you are good enough," Mildred encouraged her. "And I hope for one design you'll send that nice thing you were working on the other day, women dancing. I was so struck with it. I don't wonder Val Plummer says you have a feeling for drapery. What is more, Nielsen says the same," put in Lawrence, glowing with satisfaction, and Joanna was reminded by his remark that in the 3 weeks since the dance, the two, introduced by her, had become good friends. So it was arranged, and Joanna found that she had agreed to send in 6 designs by a given time. After all, she told herself, if she failed she could kill herself. In spite of her disappointment about Pender, of whom no word had been spoken, she trod home that afternoon on air. 5. According to her promise, Joanna set out for the Urquharts on the following Thursday afternoon, but she grudged the time. Her designs were going to take even longer than she had expected, and she was aghast at the unfinished and feeble appearance of work which unchallenged had pleased her a month before. The widow, whose only child Lawrence was, lived in a small top flat near the Boyds in North Kelvinside. On her way there, therefore, Joanna had to cross the high bridge which for her would always be associated with Bob Rankin. And then she had to pass the steps where 4 years ago she and Bob had parted. When she came to the bridge, to her surprise a slight trembling seized her. Far behind and done with was that experience, yet the peculiar mystery of it still remained, quick, and as it were ambushed to spring out hurtfully upon her at the touch of memory. Why was it that there was no such quality of torture, of canker almost, in her memories, so much more tragic, of Mario? For a moment she leaned on the parapet where she and Bob had once stood, calling themselves lovers, and in that moment, more clearly than by spoken word, the truth of the past emotion was made known to her. How she had lied to herself and to Bob! How sick she had been with self-love! Why, she had merely invented him as a lover to meet her need, had cared only for her own invention, never a scrap for the living man she had used therefor. Now she was open-eyed and ashamed. Bob had been more honest than she. He had at least been struggling amid the bewilderment of his blood towards a truthful attitude. If only he could have pierced clean through all her pretenses, they might have emerged together, achieving real contact. As it was, she was thankful for the bitter and humiliating knowledge that had come to her at length, and she was grateful to Bob for his part in it. Now that she knew, the venom was gone from the memory. For her there would be no decking of altars to sweet first love. The dead branch could be ruthlessly lopped off, and she did not regret. Even her falseness she did not regret. No, she gazed down on the full, brown February flood. The last pieces of ice were breaking from the banks, and being jostled in mid-current among torn branches of trees. Although a spring thaw had set in, many of the rhododendron bushes were still covered with hoar frost. On some bushes the folded leaves hung down like the lop ears of a hare. On others they were cocked up in tufts like the feathers of a field marshal's hat. Everywhere the evergreen bushes flourished, hardy and rank, and between them rushed the swollen, headlong water. Ah, how remorselessly the stream swept away all the debris of winter it could reach. As Joanna watched it in fascination she was one with it, and she rejoiced. Her life, was it not as that flood? Was it not muddy, littered, unlike the life she would have imagined or chosen? But it was a life. It moved. It possessed the impulse, the impetus, the inner fount of desire. not of mere detached wishes that succeed each other capriciously, but of desire that springs from some undiscoverable source, and is imperious as the waters in springtime. If only she had the courage to obey her true desire always, would she not be purged ultimately of all her falseness? This at least was her scarcely articulate faith. At the Urquharts, a charwoman, disguised against her will as a housemaid, admitted Joanna and led the way stealthily down a long, dark and stuffy passage. Even in the darkness the solid tastelessness of the dwelling was made known, and there were many traces of that kind of careful spirit, as different from simple thriftiness as from poverty, which cannot endure to let outward show correspond with reduced circumstances. At the far end of the passage they came to the dining room, and as she entered, Joanna's sense of oppression was increased by the sight of a large table, spread solely, as it seemed, in her honor, with so many specimens of tea bread that it looked like an exhibition of bakery. She could not have told why, but the plated tea baskets at the corners, the great abundance of rock cakes, the tall, forbidding teapot on its beaded mat, and the chairs of horsehair and very ruddy mahogany which had been pushed up to the damask, did undoubtedly combine rather in the cold effort to defy criticism than in any spontaneous hospitality. But as Mrs. Urquhart crossed the room to greet her, Joanna was fully enlightened. Here was the source of suffocation in the house. Here, in this woman with the large, pale face, the beautiful snow-white hair, of an astonishing thickness, at one time no doubt black like her son's, and the great cashmere bosom, surmounted by a heavy gold brooch like a snake coiled and knotted. In her large, comely whiteness, Mrs. Urquhart seemed to Joanna to absorb light and oxygen as might some powerfully succulent plant. Anything staying beside her for long must surely yield up its share and languish. Though one of the two windows was open at the top, Joanna could have cried out for air as her hostess bore down upon her. Not that Lawrence's mother was not smiling, even gushing in her manner. In talking she frequently leaned her body towards Joanna's with an enveloping movement clearly meant to convey an impression of quite remarkable warmth. Each time this happened, it is true that Joanna found herself drawing back with instinctive hostility, but whenever she had done so, she was somehow made to feel herself in the wrong. "What? I give such a hearty welcome to my son's guest, and this is all the thanks I get?" Mrs. Urquhart seemed to say. Aloud, she was making the ordinary, polite inquiries after Mrs. Bannerman's well-being, but here again, her words and the impression she conveyed were two very different things, and Joanna, though she struggled against it, understood at once that in the speaker's estimation her mother was a highly ridiculous and eccentric person. "I had a great admiration," continued Mrs. Urquhart, "a very great admiration for your dear father, Mrs. You must excuse me, I have never grasped your married name." Joanna informed her, and flushing rather from annoyance than from shyness, begged to be addressed by her Christian name. Her requests came automatically, simply because it was expected of her, and even as it crossed her lips she knew she was being bullied by this heavy, white woman. She was sure that the excuse about her surname was untrue, yet was it not all friendliness on Mrs. Urquhart's part? "Yes, I admired father," repeated the elder woman, exuding a geniality which was falsified by the little, calculating, fixed eyes. "I worked with him many a day at the foundry boys and the children's dinner table, and when my boy told me you were coming to tea, I was glad to welcome you for father's sake. No man in Glasgow, I have always said, was more respected, and so handsome too, and a smile for everyone. Lawrence had an idea that you had his features, but I cannot say I see it. No, to my way of thinking you favor your mother." Joanna, having nothing else to say, felt that she must thank her hostess at this point for having so kindly invited her. "Not at all," was the rejoinder. Lawrence will tell you I make all his friends welcome as far as my means permit. I was always one to let the boy choose his own companions, and I encourage him to bring them to the house. It cannot be said of me, as of some mothers, that I grudge any innocent pleasure to the young folks. If only Lawrence appreciated this, but you would wonder at how many of these evenings he spends with friends mother never sees. As some response to this was expected, Joanna supposed at random that Lawrence had to see such friends in connection with his work. "He seems to be a worker," she said with an attempt to brighten things up. She resented being forced thus into the position of Lawrence's defender, but it was true that she credited him with tenacity. "I am glad to hear it." The mother spoke these words in such a curious tone that Joanna looked full at her, but she looked away again in distaste of what she saw. "I suppose he has told you," Mrs. Urquhart pursued, "that his present fellowship ends within the year." Joanna wished angrily that Lawrence would come and interrupt this stifling conversation. Why was he not here? Was there a purpose in his absence? But while she longed to disclaim any knowledge whatever of his affairs, she found herself speaking against her will of the thesis she knew Lawrence was just then writing on some anthropological subject in competition for the Hume Fellowship. "Ah, I'm glad he confides in you, Mrs. Joanna," said Mrs. Urquhart. "Of course he will have told you of the trip to the continent he is bent on taking shortly with this Mrs. Nielsen." "With Carl Nielsen? Really?" Joanna exclaimed, now with genuine pleasure. "How I envy your son! I'm sure no one could be a more perfect traveling companion than Carl. I'm so glad. It was I who introduced them to each other, you know." It would not be true to say there was no ring of defiance in Joanna's enthusiasm, and the sense of conflict between the two women increased. "I haven't a word to say against Mr. Nielsen." Mrs. Urquhart spoke in cold reproof. "I have never met the man. I merely hope he realizes that the boy's work has to come first. You, my dear, will understand me when I say it is pure mother love makes me so anxious. Nothing must distract Lawrence's attention from his work at present. You have seen already that I grudge him no reasonable pleasure." During this speech, and more of the same kind that followed, Joanna felt like a fly which is trussed up more and more completely in the scarcely perceptible trammels of a spider. Great was her relief when a sound in the passage outside told of Lawrence's arrival. Mrs. Urquhart, who had heard also, rose and moved to make the tea with an agility surprising in one so stout. "I always feel," she concluded, just before her son came in, "that a female friend, a little older than himself, can have a very steadying effect on a young man." During tea, Lawrence spoke and ate little, but he looked more than once from Joanna to his mother, and from his mother back again to Joanna. More than once his mother reproached him for his inattentiveness in the matter of handing cakes, but she herself made up for this by constantly pressing food upon her guest. She was affronted when Joanna refused a second kind of jam. "Both preserves are homemade," declared the hostess, "as I ought to know, seeing I made them myself. But perhaps there is some other kind you would prefer. There is apricot in the sideboard." Sooner than this, Joanna yielded and helped herself, but the food seemed to choke her. To this invitation, sent by Julie, that she should come one day to Coletti Street, Mrs. Urquhart shook her head. "I'm none too strong," she said, "with my heart, as Lawrence will tell you, and could never climb that terrible hill of yours. But maybe mother could manage round here one of these days." Joanna replied that her mother was no caller either. "But we are flitting in May," she added. "We shall be near here then. Yes," she went on in answer to a look from Lawrence, "our house in Coletti Street is too big for us now. My brother Sholto is away, and before long I hope to get work in London, so—" "You're never going to leave your mother alone again," interrupted Mrs. Urquhart, while Lawrence searched Joanna's face silently, so that she wished she had not spoken. "Not alone, Mrs. Urquhart," she replied in a tone of forced lightness. There's Lynette, my other brother, at home. Besides, I don't think Mother will want always to stay in Glasgow. My sister is in London. Why should we not all be there together after a few years? This last idea, of a family life in London, was a protective invention of the moment. It was far enough in truth from Joanna's latest ambition. Yet, affected as she was by Lawrence's questioning eyes so steadily set upon her, it became when once uttered a possibility to be considered. All the same, what right, she asked herself angrily, has he to look at me like that? And with cheeks aflame, she continued to talk rapidly about the new house. It is in La France Quadrant, she exclaimed, just opposite one of the main door flats. I believe you could see it from here, and rising abruptly she went to the window. She was glad to turn away her face. Lawrence followed, and they both stood looking across the bushy gully of the Kelvin. Yes, there, not far from the lower bridge, Joanna showed him, pointing, as if her life depended on it, with the tip of her forefinger pressed against the pane, almost opposite the flint mill. Do you see the yellow blinds? 3, 4, 5 windows beyond the lane. That's it. Before she left she asked Lawrence if he would come to Coletti Street on Sunday afternoon. Both her brothers would be there, she said. Sholto was arriving from his farm on Saturday, to stay at home till his ship sailed for Australia a fortnight hence. She invited him hoping that he might refuse, but Lawrence, looking simply glad, accepted at once. End of section 16.